Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
That's the wrong playlist. Give us a second. We'll really launch this.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon.
Tornado watches have been issued until 11 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. Thank you so much for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham & Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham & Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Okay, here we go. Welcome into Mississippi Live Weather at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. Again, thank you so much for supporting us here. We've been talking, obviously, today about a severe weather chance. It does include the potential that chance still in play with a tornado watch that has been issued for parts of North Mississippi. Here in the Room to Room Weather Center has been our topic all week long. But whether you're Clay County, whether you're out here closer to Clarksdale and Coahoma County, or down in Greenwood, or everywhere in between, we have a tornado watch with the exception of Noxubee, Winston, Lowndes, Pickens, Lamar, Marion, and Franklin counties. Everybody else under this tornado watch until 11 p.m. And those storms are getting closer to the Arkansas and Mississippi state line. So again, that tornado watch is our headline. But at this point, I still believe that damaging winds are the most likely impact that you and I will experience from this. Some of those wind gusts could exceed 70 miles per hour. They've already caused some disruptions to power and obviously other sorts of damage. Much cooler weather on the way for next week. It's this big shift in transition that we are watching here associated with this severe weather risk. And so as we look over the first 12 here, we're 75 at 7 p.m. Again, not a huge coverage of storms at that point, but by 9 o'clock, those storms moving in, reaching peak coverage probably around 9 to 10 p.m. this evening. Most of them out of here by 1 o'clock in the morning. And yes, we're down there in the 30s for early tomorrow morning, maybe a rogue flake, and wind chills that will be down into the teens and low 20s. It's a big shift, and the storms the next few hours here are obviously the headline. Our severe threats, this is the same graphic we've been showing you all day with the exception of this adjustment on the timing here. We show again the 6 p.m. hour here by the latter part of this hour near the Mississippi River, some of those stronger storms approaching, and then largely exiting into Alabama after midnight. A few short-lived tornadoes possible, damaging wind gusts likely along the leading edge of this, and hail certainly a possibility out of the strongest of these storms. We'll use our exclusive triple threat, something you can see only here on Mississippi Live Weather, coming up here in a couple minutes. As we mentioned a moment ago, Mama Justice Doppler radar continues to show some showers and thunderstorms. Notice how we are having more and more of those thunderstorms kind of ahead of this main line starting to go. And that was our concern. You have the primary line here, right? But then you have these individual storms ahead. Let's bring it to the final scan here for a moment. We'll dig a lot more into this here in a second, but no storms officially in our area at this point here, but that one near Stuttgart, Arkansas, these are those individual storms ahead. So this tells me that our Futurecast, our HRRR in particular, what we looked at this morning with that run, with those storms ahead, that is coming to fruition, and there could be a tornado threat and perhaps even a strong tornado threat with that portion of this setup. Again, all the counties in blue are under our tornado watch. Up there closer to Jonesboro, Arkansas, we have locations with confirmed tornadoes on this. And the severe threats to this point here, we kind of look at the different alerts or the different things that have happened. We don't have a ton of reports from Arkansas yet, but you can see even ahead of this line, these areas of blue circles that we see there, the one that we have back toward Grenada, an example of some power lines that were down in the Whitehaven subdivision there in Grenada. Also, reports there of a tree on North Lamar Boulevard there around 2 o'clock this afternoon in the Oxford area with some damage. So we've already seen tree damage and everything like that related to the strong winds with this system as it kicks through. Those wind gusts still, as you can see with all those reds and oranges out there, got a lot of stuff layered on here. So I'll pull off all those storm reports. but that is where most of those are coming from. Those strong gradient winds behind this that will continue to move in and keep it even windier in some cases after the line passes than what we've had today. So power outages, trees falling, those sorts of disruptions are going to continue to be likely out of this. Our overall severe risk area here in a lot of ways remains very similar to what we've had all day long. And you can see we're at the beginning of a more significant severe threat that will move in. The wind and hail threats are obviously important, but everyone wants to know about the tornado threat, right? And so that tornado threat, we're starting to again see that intruded in there. We'll have the greatest number of reports. You can see more tornado warnings in this orange zone there that does encompass much of North Mississippi, all the way to east of the Natchez Trace Parkway involved in that, and significant or strong tornadoes possible really in all locations here across North Mississippi. But honestly, the wind potential, the wind damage potential is the more likely thing that you and I will experience. And that wind damage potential is going to come from thunderstorms that are trying to produce tornadoes and may or may not produce tornadoes. But in that process of trying to produce tornadoes, they really wrap up and the wind kicks up, and that's when they end up producing 65, 70 mile per hour wind damage. And so that's why significant wind remains our most likely concern. Potential for excess of 70 miles per hour possible out of this, maybe even up to 75 mile per hour winds as this line moves into and through the area. There will be some hail potential that is maximized out here where we have those individual thunderstorms ahead of that kind of main line. So the storms ahead are more likely to produce some large hail. And again, appreciate True Shield Roofing on that hail threat there. And I can see that they have added back in, if I pull off some of the alerts, and I don't know that I can pull off the cloud cover there, but we see in kind of this purple area, they've added back in. Storm Prediction Center's gone back and forth on this hail all day long, but we've talked about it over and over. 1.25 inches to maybe 1.5 inch size hail possible out of those lead storms. So this is a fast overview on Futurecast. We're going to dig a ton more into this here in a second, but this gives you kind of an overview for just a moment here of the thunderstorms moving from where they're at now to locations from around Tishmingo to just east of Tupelo, down here closer to Winona and to Attala County by around 10 p.m. tonight. This still has a couple thunderstorms ahead of that main line, like that one around Louisville there. That's a big concern. If those are able to maintain, those will have a greater tornado risk. When they merge into the line, that's where that strong EF2 or greater tornado risk will come in. This line by 3 o'clock in the morning, all out of here. But the next few hours, you need to be thinking about where will I shelter if there's tornadoes that prompt warnings for our area, and then how I'm going to find out if I'm in that danger zone. We'll talk again all about that in more detail in a minute. And yes, I see it too, blue on the map. We show some snow potential out of the last batch of this as it moves in. Are you going to school tomorrow? Absolutely. Are you getting home from school if you get there? Absolutely. These are picturesque flakes. Come on. How warm is it outside today? It's all going to melt on contact. But not impossible. See some of those early on your Monday morning there as well, to go along with just really, really, really chilly temperatures where wind chills will be down again into the teens. We'll look at those as well here in a minute, but from 36 in the morning, 35. That's right. If you notice they're dropping maybe a degree or so there by 9 o'clock in the morning as cold air continues to spill in. From there, winds remain breezy. That does we continue to potentially have disruptions to power and things like that, even through afternoon tomorrow with some isolated branches and things falling in the wake of the ice storm. You'll hear me keep talking about that over and over again, but it probably never feels like it's warmer than the 30s tomorrow. Much, much colder. Okay, after the break, we're looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, tracking where those storms are now, where they're going. We're looking at triple threat, an exclusive thing you'll see only here on Mississippi Live Weather, analyzing that peak hail, wind, and rotation, where those overlap for you, and then also breaking down this cold weather, and yes, flakes ahead as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. Tender oven-roasted chicken, topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served in 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
At Room to Room, did you know our specialty is custom ordered upholstery? Get the furniture you want and the fabric and color selection you want. With our free design service, we won't let you make a mistake.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovehon.
Well, we're looking across the river in Clarksdale towards storms that are approaching. You're under a tornado watch, as is pretty much everybody watching us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Thank you again for supporting us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. And that camera and all of our cameras showing one thing that we keep watching. We're watching that measure of moisture right there, that dew point. The higher that number, the more fuel for thunderstorms. Clarksdale, it's sitting around 63. It doesn't look like Shelby is reporting, though looking back into those thunderstorms again on the other side of the Mississippi and Arkansas state line as we go down to Cleveland. That camera down at the moment, again, a result of some of the storms we had earlier on this week. As we slide down to Greenville, looks like that reporting station isn't working as well. But okay, come on, rolling fork. Come on, give me one of these is going to work here as we go down this line toward deeper in the Delta. And there we go. That was showing that moisture mixing down a little bit more. So some pockets where the moisture is more significant, where storms are more likely to be strong to severe. And as we bring it back into Mama Justice Doppler radar, as we mentioned a moment ago, all locations for the most part, with the exception of a few notable ones near the Alabama state line, are under tornado watches until 11 p.m. this evening. We do have one tornado warning near Pine Bluff, Arkansas there, and Stuttgart. Looking at that all the way from our radar site in Monroe County. It doesn't have a great look to it, so we'll bring it a little bit closer in. And what I also see from our site there in the Memphis area, as I make this a 1 hour loop, you'll notice how these thunderstorms in advance here, just in the last hour, have all started to strengthen. They're all competing for that more limited amount of fuel. And the hopeful thing for us, what we're really hoping, is that maybe because they're all competing for fuel, that there's not enough and they all get strong, but not extremely strong. That's one of the, I guess, hopes in this situation on how this plays out. But obviously for folks there, if you're looking at this in Clarksdale and West Helena and Jonestown here, as we check different properties on Mama Justice Doppler radar, looking at the wind, we don't have a ton of rotation in these lead thunderstorms here yet. They remain still fairly shallow, fairly short. One of the things that is kind of limiting their threats. Again, not impossible to have maybe a little bit of hail up there just west of the West Helena area, but obviously the stronger winds, the tornado threat, that all with this storm that's still back to the west at this point here. Looking at our hail track, not a ton of hail for those storms on the far eastern part of Arkansas at this point in time. Back to Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, the storms moving somewhere around 45 miles per hour or so. Caleb will double check that for me kind of behind the scenes here, but to get you kind of an idea if they continue moving northeast, about 45. Okay, I'm going to take it 50 just in case they pick up some speed there. So we show push landing there at about 6:13. We're looking at, let's go ahead and chop this down to some bigger locations, if you would. So change that to a slightly larger size city. There we go. And so we will show obviously over West Helena now. Friars Point by around 6:21 there. Tunica 6:32. Clarksdale 6:38. Sledge at 6:56. Hernando 7 o'clock. Coldwater 7:06. Senatobia at 7:10 and 7:11 there in Olive Branch. Those storms are going to continue to intensify and eventually could strengthen enough that they try to rotate and maybe even produce tornadoes in their own right there. These thunderstorms, again, still strengthening back out here. Most of these are still really in the organization phase and will continue getting stronger. So let's talk through what we have here. Again, tornado watch. I mentioned that a moment ago. Come back to Mama Justice Doppler and let's talk about the two different things here. The watch, the counties in blue, that's ahead, issued hours in advance. The warning, like what we have back out there in Arkansas, means it's probably already occurring or could occur very soon. And so the difference between those two things is a clarification I want to make sure that we're very clear on here. So we have tornado watches in advance for all locations with the exception of Noxubee, Winston, counties here in Mississippi. I think Lowndes County might be just outside of that tornado watch as well. And then we have warnings in place for locations out in Arkansas. Warning is when you need to be taking cover. Watches is when we were refining our plan, which is what we talked about in our discussion a little bit earlier on this afternoon. So know the difference between those two things. That's critical. As we see here, our day planner, our storms kind of reaching their peak coverage probably between 8 to 9 to 10 p.m. this evening as they move from west to east through North Mississippi. Some wind gusts will be up there in excess of 35 to 40 miles per hour outside of storms. And with the storms themselves, they could be up in excess of 70 miles per hour. Here is triple threat, something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live. Triple threat shows us wind damage. Layered on top of that, we have storm rotation, and we also have large hail potential. So you can see all three main severe weather threats layered on the same graphic and make an assessment of how strong the storms could potentially be for you. Notice on our triple threat here, we do have some stripes. We look for these stripes in particular on the rotation, that when they connect, those are storms that could produce tornadoes and maybe even strong tornadoes. So we have some of those stripes, and there's going to be a lot of rotation in this line, north to south. But where those stripes showing up the most pronounced, that's where we have the potential for them to produce a strong tornado. Most of these are probably not strong tornadoes. Most of these are damaging winds trying to produce tornadoes and maybe failing to produce those. Now, in that process of trying, those damaging winds still could be 70 or more miles per hour. Hence the reason we've got to be careful with this. But when you look at the purples kind of layered there as well, we do have a lot of hail potential showing up on this versus even what we had earlier on this afternoon. So the large hail potential, or at least some hail potential on this, potentially overperforms because of those storms out in advance, those lead thunderstorms here. As those storms kind of move eastward, you'll notice the majority of our area is past the worst of this by 11 o'clock to midnight tonight. But in its wake, we have plenty of spots where we have the splotches of blue, in the same spots where we have the red, in the same spots where we have the purple. And so that means our strongest storms are going to produce all three: the damaging winds, some of the hail, and that potential to produce tornadoes. This does have a preference for the northern half of the area, where some of the strongest winds aloft are, and our projections have typically done that. Does that mean that you're all in the clear here? Lowndes, Noxubee, and Winston counties? You are not in the watch. Let's say this: I think additional tornado watch extension could be necessary later this evening, so I would definitely still be paying very close attention down here because I have other projections that have more rotation in Louisville. You're going to want to see this here in a moment as we look at our storm rotation, because this is a slightly different projection. Our HRRR model, that was our exclusive strike model, and we like looking at the different projections. It gives us an idea of the range of possibilities here. And so as we head toward 8 p.m. on this, we again have a couple of stronger thunderstorms ahead with some brighter stripes. This highlighting primarily just the storm rotation. This particular projection here has the storms in advance stronger than the storms with the line. And so these storms in advance that you see here would have more of a tornado potential with those as well. But notice how we just have a ton of the red showing up here, and a lot of it's kind of the lower end. That is, again, that process of the storms trying to spin up tornadoes, maybe failing to do so, but in that process of surging and trying to spin up tornadoes, they kick out the strongest wind gusts, 60, 65, 70 miles per hour. In some cases, there will be storms producing, at least prompting tornado warnings. But this is what I was talking about a moment ago for you in Louisville. Let's zoom in a little closer here. Again, no guarantees this specific storm goes exactly where it's at. But my concern with this, and the reason I think it's worth highlighting you at this moment, is the fact that this storm is in advance of all the other thunderstorms. It's what we would call a discrete supercell. And that means if this can form and get this strong and have that kind of rotation, this is where that strong tornado threat comes in for this evening, is if one of those storms, a lead supercell, can get strong enough, that's when you're going to see the potential for a strong tornado to come out of this system. And so it's not impossible there in Louisville. And that one, notice, goes right there into Columbus as it weakens and merges with the line. I still say that while you're not presently under a tornado watch out here in West Alabama or in Lowndes, Noxubee, and Winston counties, the reason you're not under a tornado watch is we're still talking, 5 almost 6 hours away for this arriving for you. And so they didn't want to put you in one super duper early. I think additional tornado watches could be extended. But as you can see, these will continue rotating and trying to produce tornadoes and producing wind damage as they head into Alabama. This is storm rotation, and the storms after that initial wave will not have rotation and will weaken, and we are left with that chance for maybe a few flakes as we head toward early morning on your Monday. So let's walk again through Futurecast here, just standard Futurecast individual thunderstorms like that one near Greenville that shows up here. Again, same HRRR model we're looking at a moment ago there. Those are the ones that are going to have, again, the most rotation. So we do have some of these ahead. We're timing this out 8 p.m. Sardis, about 8 p.m. again there, Grenada, Indianola. This could be just a little bit slow on some of those lead supercell storms there. This is just the really interesting thing to me. The fact that this has kind of 3 different rows that you can sort of make out on those thunderstorms. The ones in front are going to be the most likely to have rotation with them. The main line, wherever that sets up, is most likely to have the damaging wind. Let's see if this back one here is going to merge in, and it kind of does. That then strengthens this main line between 9 to 10 o'clock, where this is more likely to kick out maybe those 65, 70 mile per hour wind gusts when it's getting closer to Tupelo there, up here toward Boonville, and maybe Eupora. But I'd say certainly for Houston, Tupelo, and Boonville, based on this projection, a slightly greater chance for that. But then, of course, it does have that bad boy in front there that's going to try to produce, again, more rotation, try to produce a tornado. And then another one there closer, again, the west of Columbus. So this is a very jagged line. Is going to have enough rotation that we're probably going to have tornado warnings. We're going to have wind damage from time to time. And obviously, all the impacts and issues that go along with that. As we go beyond that overnight, while this is no longer severe, we're still going to have wind gusts, 45, 50 miles per hour potentially, even 12:31, 2 o'clock in the morning, as strong winds aloft with this system mix down toward the surface. And then, yes, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, maybe a few flakes as we really transition things here. Low temperatures tomorrow morning were low 30s to maybe mid 30s, and wind chill temperatures. So those are actual temperatures. Wind chill temperatures about 20 we show Holly Springs, 25 Tupelo, 27 degrees in Houston for what it'll feel like. Bundle the kids up, heading back from spring break, and going to feel very springy, right? 34 at a drop-off, 38 by lunch, 42 by the last bell on our IMPC school bus forecast, school day forecast. Very cold, never feels as warm as that 42 looks. By the way, we're going to have more discussion here in just a moment and answer your questions. So stick with us here in a second. I do want to get through the rest of the forecast briefly here. As you can see, we have a chance for some flakes. Don't be shocked if you see a few. Be absolutely floored if it ends up adding up to anything on any surfaces, because we're 70s, near 80 today in many cases. It's all going to melt. But not impossible to see some picturesque flakes for tomorrow. And anytime we see flakes, it's worth noting. It is interesting. The Futurecast does have as many bits of blue on there still as late as the afternoon for tomorrow. So watching that up there in the Tennessee. But yeah, we're probably going to have some flakes. And then temperatures expect to be 40s to maybe mid 40s out there for highs tomorrow, but never going to feel as warm as that indicates. Then low temperatures Tuesday morning. Note this. These are actual lows, actual low temperatures, mid to low 20s, cold enough to damage plants. Keep that in mind if you've been protecting some of those, that we're going to have some issues with that. So protect those plants as necessary to make sure that obviously we don't have some issues there with our hard freeze. And wind chill temperatures by Tuesday morning down into the upper teens. Really, really chilly. I'm going to zip ahead here to the 7-day forecast so that we can work our way to talking about some of your questions. I think we'll have another day for early Wednesday morning where we're down below the freezing point. And so that could lead to obviously some issues with frost and freeze on plants. Cover them up next few days. We're back up to the upper 60s as we go there toward around Wednesday. We're 73 as we head toward Thursday, 78 by Friday. No real rain chances as we go into the latter part of the weekend, or latter part of next week, as the air fairly dry, again, with those low temperatures in the upper 40s there. Okay, we are going to be back here in 60 seconds to talk more about specifics. We're going to answer your questions right after this.
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with the decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. it's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
Welcome back. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at 6, and appreciate all 15,000 or so of you watching on the various different platforms here with us this afternoon, evening. Actually, I didn't even check socials to see how much we have on socials. That's just on the app. Yeah, about 15 to 20,000 of y'all. Appreciate you guys for watching us here. Let's try to answer some of those questions if we can here in the Room to Room Weather Center. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who has been watching those from the very beginning of this broadcast. Caleb, what are some of the concerns that people have had, some of the questions that you have noticed that I think are kind of shared sort of questions?
Yeah, well, honestly, major thing that I've noticed today is that there hasn't been too many questions as compared to yesterday, so you seem to be doing a great job letting them know that we're going to take care of them and time them out. But one of the questions that we did notice, we're still talking about those shelters across North Mississippi and those college students coming back from spring break and being on Mississippi State's campus, Ole Miss campus, just kind of some concerned parents out there wanting to check in, kind of asking about that as we get ready for the evening ahead.
So I would say there's two parts to that question. One of those is, how you're going to get a hold of them, and you should absolutely call them and make sure that they're aware. A phone call from you probably does more than this phone call honestly does as well. But I think we need to layer up those threats in case you have something happen to you as well. Make sure they have weather call or you have weather call for them. The way that works, there's two things you can do in severe weather that actually could save your life. One of those is have a way to find out if you're in danger, and that's where weather call comes in. It is a phone call, just like these million text messages I'm ignoring right now. You can ignore those, but my phone will start ringing if there's a warning coming toward me. It'll be my voice saying a tornado warning is moving toward your specific location. And if one's confirmed to have touched down, it'll call you back, calls you for severe thunderstorms, calls you for major flash flooding like what they had back in Texas last year. Recommend that. I think that's a critical part of doing all this as well. And that's just, a level there on building your armor to make sure that you're safe so that we have multiple sources and multiple ways to find out if we're in the danger zone. You can, of course, our app, one of those ways. But we start talking about shelters. We do have a list of storm shelters and appreciate the folks there at Lee's Storm Shelters, again, sponsoring our storm shelter page. A lot of people that have sponsored us, and we'll show you again that list here in a minute. If I go down to LMNOP, yes, this only shows one shelter there in Oktibbeha County. I'm sure that they have some more than that. Caleb, I'm gonna bring you in on this for just a second here, and maybe as a Starkville County there. There's more shelters than just that one, correct? Or do I just not have a full list?
Well, we have the one that just recently got built close towards, I always call them different, or down from the Sportsplex region. But for campus, we have kind of select shelters due to dorms across campus. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where we see most of ours, especially for the college students out there on campus. But for us in Oktibbeha, it should just basically be that one, if that's the one that just got built, and then of course the ones on campus is the ones that I can pull off the top of my head.
And then ultimately it's also trying to, to a certain extent make friends, right? We want to make sure that that we have, friends and family that we can go and shelter with if we need to. When we think about this, we have to kind of make some assessments on where our safe place is. A small windowless room where you can wrap up with blankets and pillows. This works, but here's the thing. The top line on that there says lowest floor. So if you have a student of yours, a friend or what have you, that's on the second floor, a second floor apartment, then that's not where we need to be. We need to go down to the lowest floor on some of those apartments. And it might be going to the dorms. It might be going to one of those other shelters there. It might be just staying home this evening and driving down for tomorrow. I'll bring Caleb back in. But again, middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room, a place you can wrap up with blankets, pillows, and stay there until we can give you the all clear when the time comes. And luckily, Caleb, we are not at that point right now.
Yes, and I wanted to bring this question up pretty quickly just due to us just talking about weather call and some people talking about that in the comments. Some people are out like in Hamilton, Alabama, and asking, will weather call work for them out there, or if that's just a North Mississippi thing?
My parents, so weather call kind of works with different TV stations, broadcasters around the country to basically, and it's a company that we contract through here at Mississippi Live Weather to make those calls, because I've been around them and with them for 20 years now. So I believe very strongly in their product. So I may or may not have my parents signed up under my weather call voice, despite the fact they live in the Kansas City area. So yes, you can sign up anywhere in the country and weather call will call you, because it's based on where the National Weather Service puts out their warnings. So for example, and I think we talked a little bit about this a minute ago here as well, you know, when we look at this, for people in Mississippi, we don't have any locations yet under a severe thunderstorm warning. They went right to the state line there, and that storm back out here toward Reed, out there across the river there near Monticello. This one, that looks interesting. We'll look a lot more at that here in just a moment. It's probably had some rotation, definitely has some hail. We'll see if it's going to get strong enough to produce tornadoes. But that storm there, if there was a warning out, the yellow boxes, that's where you get the phone calls. So here in Cleveland, you wouldn't get it. If there was one of those yellow boxes that went kind of halfway through the county, you don't get it unless you're in the box. So those are issued by the National Weather Service, the warnings there. And so whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado warning, that's where those come in. And so these, I think just in the last moment here, that kicked it to where, yeah, we had a confirmed tornado there. So that person would have got a tornado warning and then a confirmed tornado as that threat increased for them. So multiple calls to say something has changed, things have gotten worse. So yes, that will work anywhere in the country where there are warnings, and obviously across North Mississippi as well. Caleb?
Well, on the topic of weather call, someone was asking, is this the same weather call that they got with you back at your previous station, or is it different?
It's a little bit different. There's a few things. There's, I think, a lightning component that's different with it. Also, if you're signing up on this, I think, opt into severe thunderstorm calls right away, and the flash flooding component as well. But there are parts of this that are similar. And listen, obviously, we would like you to sign up with us under my voice. But if you have that, or really any of the main, we want to have multiple layers of protection when we're thinking about this here. And that's why, again, on this Build Your Armor graphic, it's so important. I put weather call at the top of the list. It's the thing I trust the most. Let's be clear here. I pay a lot of money for the service and everything for that app that you're watching us on right now. But for my family's lives, I bet them on weather call as opposed to the app. I think the app is good, but like any app alert, if you've ever had an alert and been like, oh, I missed that, I wish I would have known that was going on. That's the issue with alerts. We just get so many of them. And yes, we pushed out quite a few ourselves. But that's how, again, the weather call component of this comes into play. So yes, it is very similar. I would say for tonight is good enough. There are some components that I think are better on what we do here. But if you have weather call, we want to make sure we have code red as well, where that is available to you. The weather app, just multiple layers of protection here. So there are multiple ways that you can ensure that you are safe. So that, yes, I would say it is similar, Caleb, but yeah.
Yeah, no, next question we had, we were talking about that line of storms moving on through, and we all know by now kind of what's occurring tonight. We're also talking about those discrete kind of storms, those supercells. People were asking kind of, is that a concern? What's the major concern? Is that kind of more of a frontline thing? Are there two lines? Just kind of asking for some clarification on what you were tracking earlier.
That's a great question, Caleb, because I think we still have some questions related to that as well. But as we kind of dig into this here, and I'll kind of bring it back in here. We'll leave your chat up here for a moment. I don't know. I got an email from somebody earlier. It's like, I don't really love the chat. We're not always going to have the chat up, but we are here for the moment. If we look at this, and we'll make this kind of a 3-hour loop as these storms kind of move eastward, you'll notice this starts off as a line, and then all these thunderstorms, watch this. They start, I'll stay out of the way so you can actually see it for a second here. You have a primary line of storms kind of moving west to east through the area, and then these individual thunderstorms kind of developing in advance of that line there. Those individual thunderstorms, that's what we're talking about with discrete storms. Those have more rotation associated with that as well. And so I think we're talking about two chances here. The question is whether or not the second chance still has enough of a push. One of the really interesting things, interesting is usually good, but one of the interesting things about this setup is when we've talked about this for the first couple of days, we talked about this as one and done. That isn't necessarily the case tonight anymore, because we have what was the line we've been tracking for days. That's what this is back here, that we've known for days. We're going to have this, and this is going to have really, really strong winds with it. But then what has happened over the last 24 hours is our projections are like, but let's put some thunderstorms ahead of that. Okay, there's only so much fuel to go around, right? And so if you were going to have a big bonfire, you plan for a certain amount of wood to make that big bonfire. Well, if you split that wood up into 2 stacks, you're not going to have as big a fire. And so we have expected for the last few days that this line here, because of all the strong winds aloft associated with this storm system, was going to come through with 65, 70 mile per hour winds, widespread damaging wind all over the place. The question then is, when you start adding this stuff in advance, how much fuel is still left for this main line here as it comes in? Is it still going to be 70 mile per hour winds? Or when you have 2 areas, do you really have none that are as strong? That is our hope. My hope is that because the amount of fuel is so limited and marginal versus where we typically are, if you're going to spend that fuel out east here on discrete storms, that then leaves less fuel for the main line to work off of here. So while yes, there is a greater tornado risk with these storms in advance, wind is wind. And so wind, whether it's from a rotating tornado or wind from a line of storms moving in, or just wind when it's clear outside, it's wind that causes damage in all 3 situations. So if these storms can get rotating, but not tall enough to stretch that rotation down to the surface, they could use up some of the fuel for the second line. So again, for our praying folks out there, and I know we've got some folks out there, myself included, that believe in the power of prayer. You know, if you're looking at something like this, we're spending our fuel on 2 different lines here. And so hopefully there's not enough from this front line. We want these to strengthen enough to mix up the atmosphere and use the fuel, but not enough to produce tornadoes. We don't always get what we want. But either way, the point on this is there's only so much fuel, a limited amount of fuel to spend on both of these, because if you've watched me at all over the years, you know that I don't know if infatuated is the right word, but always talking about the dew point. It's something that's on the same scale as the temperature. And typically I'll talk about dew points that are down here in the purple in the 70s. Well, look what they are up here into the Delta. They're in the mid 60s. That's not nothing, but that's not nearly as high as our typical situation. So if you then try to pull off discrete storms with mid 60s dew points, you're probably in most cases going to produce more hail than you do tornadoes. So there remains a best case scenario where maybe this mixes out some of the fuel and then that weakens the overall line. But I guess answer the original question, we have 2 lines here. Can we just spread enough fuel between both of them that we weaken both? That is one of the questions and, frankly, one of the hopes on the way this could end up playing out, Caleb.
Yeah, no, that was perfectly explained. And we even had a question talking about that lack of moisture that you were mentioning earlier. Just brought it up there with those dew points, and thankfully continues to be a good sign as well. But another question that we have, I think you haven't heard this one before, especially with this unique setup. People are talking about a snow-nado occurring across North Mississippi.
No snow-nados, first off. No. But it is interesting. It will be, okay. So I was talking to my wife about this, in the before the show. One of our partners in this up here in the Joplin, Missouri area, it'd be Doug Hetty. I went to college with the guy back in the day. They have, and let me add it on here. I'll see if I'll pop it on. No, let's first and foremost, no snow-nados, right? Okay. This should pop on everything here. Is this what it is? Yes. So this is a snow squall warning. Caleb, do you remember the last time you saw a snow squall warning?
Couldn't tell you. I could not tell you.
I need to be crystal clear. I don't know for sure the criteria on a snow squall warning. So give me a moment and let's find out together and we'll talk through this. But that's where the wind and snow component of this kind of come together as well. You think, I need Weather.gov.
I think it's got to deal with something like a strong band of snow moving through, if I had to guess.
My thought is it's probably going to be a strong band of snow that might have some convective snow in it as well. Let's see the official text on a snow squall warning to make sure that I have that correctly. Okay. Intense bursts of heavy snow, gusty wind leading to blowing snow and rapidly falling visibility, wind gusts greater than 35 miles per hour. The interesting thing on it, so what it essentially is, a snow squall warning, I think essentially is a blizzard warning on a small, short-term scale would be the best way to describe it. Not something we run into very often, but it is a sign of the potency of the system. So we're looking at Missouri to answer, again, our snow potential down here as well. That shows you that when you factor in, you topple in the wind on top of the brief, heavy snowfall. That's, again, where you get that snow squall potential there. And you'll notice this is not something I talked about here because we have other bigger impacts like that tornado watch that's popping on there. I'll pop off the tornado watch for a second. But we do have freeze warnings and freeze watches in effect for all locations that can watch us here in Mississippi Live Weather. Hard freezes are expected, and that will lead to a damaging and possibly killing freeze for some plants. You know, I talked to folks out there. I think it was Cherry Creek Orchard the other day. We kind of had a question from them asking about this as well. Thoughts and prayers with those in the ag industry that have issues related to this. You need to cover up your plants early Tuesday morning. There's going to be some issues there. Let's get a storm track on this. This was the one we were looking at a minute ago there. Said we saw some rotation on it. Give me a moment to get you a storm track, kind of a advanced and longer range storm track on this. We'll have to kind of tweak the radar site. That's looking for Memphis. Maybe Jackson has a better shot at it. None of these have a really great shot. They're just so far away. You can see the big hail there. And let's double check the speed on that for a moment. I think that's still Little Rock. Can you get me the speed on that, on how fast that's going, Caleb, behind the scenes? And I'll get that up.
I can look at that.
This is just outside of our area, out there into Arkansas. The problem is that these storms, there's hail on these. They're rotating. They are strong and strengthening. And let's get kind of the angle that this is moving here over the last hour. See, that's moving almost straight east. So that angle straight east there is slightly against the overall kind of upper level winds that have a little bit more of a, maybe just slightly more of a north of east angle to them as well. So that tornado warning for Drew, Arkansas, we do not have that in effect for any of our counties as well. Again, going there over to Dinsha, Arkansas. I got to be honest, don't know that name yet. Okay, I'm going to bring Caleb back in here for a second. Caleb, what are we going on the speed on that?
40 miles per hour is what the National Weather Service put on the warning.
Okay, so we will make that kind of a longer track warning there, just to track, again, the rotating part of that thunderstorm. We'll say, let's say 43 miles, a little bit faster than that. You gave me pretty close. I know I asked you how fast, and I'm like, I'm going to change it. Let's go 65 miles east to just get some folks more into our area. And so there we go. We show Mount Bayou about 740, Cleveland about 739 there, Renova about 739, Drew 755, Schlater about 8 o'clock, assuming it doesn't pick up any speed and assuming nothing else develops ahead of that there. So we're going to have to watch that potential as well. You had a question. I hope I answered that question. Oh, so snow NATO. So no snow NATOs. The quick answer is that could we have some blowing snow, and could that then potentially be enough to reduce visibility? I mean, I have to have it on the table as a possibility that we could see that. I mean, we could look at Snowfinder, something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live. If I imagine people wouldn't mind seeing that. So let's go ahead and take a second here to pull that up. So give me just a second here. Finder. You'll get to see it live and in color at the exact same time I get to do it. Again, this is an exclusive here to Mississippi Live Weather. It leverages our strike model, and I have not looked to see how our strike model no, this doesn't. I forget this leverages the MBM. Let's make this 36 hours. There we go. And so, well, as you can see there, negligible accumulation. And honestly, that's probably overdoing that to a certain extent, just because of how warm we've been. But, giving you a time frame odds on that there, again, where we see, peak time frame, somewhere mid-morning for locations out to the east of us as well. So Snow Finder, not really seeing much on there. I mean, I don't mind going in. Let's see here, snowfall. Yeah, we can do this. 96-hour snowfall there. We'll just drop this in for a second. Remind me that I put all this stuff in the show, or if we go back to do this at 10, we're going to have some issues. Yeah, you can see there, not much. So part of the reason for that, there's some warmer air aloft and some things that kind of work against that. But this is kind of that snow potential there on that. Let's go look at. Yeah, we do this. This will also be snowfall. And so this will be our HRRR snowfall. It has just the littlest bit trying. But again, as you saw a moment ago, there's probably more snow actually falling versus snow accumulating. I shouldn't say snowfall in this because this is about accumulations, how much adds up there. So yeah, anyway, other questions, Caleb?
Yeah, unfortunately, we, including me, are all going to school tomorrow. So not looking forward to that tomorrow morning, but still got to get back into the work week mindset. Another question that we had, especially because we were just talking about that tornado warning kind of getting closer towards Mississippi. People were asking about the timing for shelters and kind of what that overall timing looks like and when to leave to get ready for their safe space as we can see more warnings creep towards our area.
You know, the thing on that is...
I think he's going to come back to you guys and just...
Sorry, I pulled up the wrong chat on that. My bad. The button looks exactly the same. It's just as whether or not I have it on Caleb's settings here or mine. Okay, so you want to go far enough in advance to hopefully build in, you know, to where you're not in danger. Because the most likely place for you to get injured when we start talking about unsafe places, those are cars, trucks, and mobile homes, right? So if you have to leave the place you're at to go to a place of safety, you're going to be in a car or truck, right? So, or an ATV, but obviously that's even less safe. So we want to build in extra time, you know. So like, for example, here, if I'm in Cleveland and I'm in a mobile home, now's when I'm going. Or Shelby or Rossdale, I see the warning west. I see it's coming this way. If I'm out here, Duncan or Cleveland or you know, even looking at this storm back there toward Lake Village in Arkansas, if I'm in Greenville and I don't think I have a sturdy enough structure, I'm going now, before the warning is issued for my county. And one of the things that Caleb and I were talking about behind the scenes here, we might also do it, you know, a version of it for just tornado warnings as well, is to kind of put out those longer tracks on tornado warnings and say, there's a tornado warning west of your location. Push it to the people who are involved in that. I can't say we'll do it every time, but something we're going to try to do, but we have to do manually, to push ahead and say, hey, there's a tornado warning west of you. Now is probably the time, if you're going to travel to a shelter, you need to get going before it moves into your area. Because once the tornado warning is issued, like where it's issued right now, we don't want you traveling because then we'd be putting you in the most unsafe place. So we have to prep ahead. And also, I would say now is the time for some of those locations I was just mentioning a moment ago there, where we need to be getting toward a tornado safe place. I'm really encouraged by all this shower activity ahead. I'm really hoping that stabilizes the atmosphere a little bit, but this zone down here is very concerning. All the way east, these storms could stay ahead and could stay strong. Hail, damaging winds, and yes, tornado, all possible out of all those thunderstorms as well there. Caleb?
Yeah, no, another question we had as far as talking about the shelters, I know we discussed it earlier. The list of shelters that's on our website, I know you can pull that up as well to get the people to let them know where those local ones are. And then also on that topic, people are asking as far as how to stay informed with our app on Roku and how to specifically search that up.
Okay, so Roku, we'll talk about that first. So Roku, you know, we are on Roku. Search for Mississippi Live, period. No weather. Mississippi Live, no weather. Because Roku's weird in that if you say Mississippi Live weather, it'll say, we don't do weather. So you search for just the words Mississippi Live and you'll find it on Roku. I know it's a weird thing. Had no clue that was going to be a thing when we named what we're doing here, but that's just something Roku does. So search for Mississippi Live on Roku and you can find us on there. We do have apps on Apple TV. There is an app on on Fire Stick at this point. That's probably going to change. The source on that, I think, at some point here in the future is probably going to end up changing. So just that kind of a heads up on that there. But as far as tonight works, I think that works. But the other thing that you can do is you can, if you want to cast the app to the TV, I know it goes horizontal sometimes or goes odd direction. There is a link on our app where if you pull it up, and I'm going to kind of pull it up here, so there's a link in the upper left-hand corner where if you hit recent live broadcasts, it will take you to our YouTube page and it'll show you all the recent live broadcasts. If you just click on our logo at the top there, oh, look, that's me talking. It's automatically on there, right? And so if you then take your phone horizontal, if you take that full screen, you can go horizontal and that will cast properly on your TV. It's a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a little bit lower resolution, I think, but that is a way around it. But on your smart TV, if you just search, go to YouTube, you can search for Mississippi Live Weather on YouTube and find our YouTube page and stream it there as well. So we do not have smart TV apps for Samsung or Vizio or some of these others yet. LG, we'd love to do that. The problem is they make it borderline impossible for a small group like us to put one of those apps together. The kind of hoops we have to jump through, we try, but it can be very, very difficult. So anyway, point of the story being, we don't have them for those. You're going to have to probably find us on YouTube on some of those. But Roku is weird. Search for Mississippi Live. Caleb, remind me about what the other question was here.
We were talking about shelters, I think. The list of shelters that we have. Yes.
Yeah. So storm shelter list, again, on our website. It is, I think, a good list. It is not a perfect list there. Again, appreciate Lee's Precast for kind of sponsoring our storm shelter list there. So lots and lots of shelters. We also will have times for shelters listed, not all shelters, but as many as we've been able to get in there on our storm tracks as well, especially when we start getting into tornado warnings. We have a version of our storm tracks. We'll put the shelters on there. So if you see kind of a random triangle, it'll be a triangle logo, and then it'll show everything else, the location on that. That is a storm shelter in those locations there. So that tells you when it's arriving at those various storm shelters. So if you're in one of those shelters, that'll kind of give you an idea of how long you have at that specific spot before it gets to your location there. So again, a large list, can't say it's a perfect list, but a lot of different locations there listed on our website, msliveweather.com/shelters. There's also a link, of course, multiple links in the app where you can find those as well. And that just went super fast as I moved my mouse there. Okay, Caleb, what else?
Well, I was looking for more questions, but it seems like you kind of keep covering everything. I think most people are just kind of concerned about their timing as that line continues to make its way through North Mississippi. But for the most part, people are having high spirits, ready to kind of get this night over with and unfortunately start that frigid start to the work week tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's going to be really cold for a couple of days there. Appreciate that, Caleb. Let's go ahead and look then at some kind of a final look here at timing with an updated look at our Futurecast. So we have those individual thunderstorms. Let's double check some speed on this. Make sure our speeds are rock solid. So give me a moment as I'm sort of tracking. I'm going to base it off of that lead storm there that has prompted the tornado warning there in Arkansas. So if I go back, somewhere around 45 miles per hour is how fast that storm is moving. But as you could see over the last hour, how many thunderstorms kind of developed in advance of that as well. So I think just as a rough timing here, and there will be additional severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Let's just be clear for a second here. If I'm in Greenville, I'm treating this like a storm that will eventually have a tornado warning. It looks like it's going through a cell split there, because I think I might have 2 hail cores showing up. Let's go ahead and look at that here for a moment. Let's make this a 1-hour loop. Yeah, going through a cell split there. So as part of that cell split, this is going to maybe go a little more right. That might take it on the south side even of Greenville there as well. Still a little early on that. But I would be getting close. I'd be going to that tornado shelter if I'm out here and I don't have one. I'd be getting to that community shelter at this point, or grandma and grandpa's house or someone else. Because typically when we get a cell split, one of those goes a little bit more right, and then that will take it again toward you, and that's a strengthening process. So that's, obviously our concern. So let's go ahead and we'll put on kind of what we call a mosaic, where it puts on all the different radar sites all at once. Let's track this about 45 miles per hour. I'm going to track, the problem is up here, these are all weaker, and I can't say for sure that these are going to fully develop. It probably might wait until this main line back there before the strongest winds. So I'm going to track the southern part of this, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do on the north part. And then I think we'll probably end up continuing this, and I'll toss a little bit to Caleb here to do some of the tracking on this for a little bit. So make sure the chroma key's up and ready to go on that as well, kind of behind the scenes. And we'll obviously keep monitoring it, but let's go about 9, let's go way east. So that gives some rough times on where some of the strongest storms are right now, moving into the Mississippi Delta. So we show, again, I'd like to move that east a little bit. So you can do that. It's fine. Rough times. So what we got? Drew at about 751 there for you. We're looking at Cleveland 746 there, Greenville 722, Arc City at about 711, Leland at 735, Indianola 753. I think I said that one. Inverness at 805 and Greenwood at 830. Let's go farther east than that on this line. So let me think. That gets us to 830. Give me a moment. So we'll pick that up there. Okay, so that then gets us to what we have: Greenwood at 8:30 there, Coffeyville at 8:53, Grenada at 9 o'clock, Winona about 9:08, Kilmichael about 9:22. Let's go east of that. I think, what was that? 9:33. There we are, somewhere around Calhoun City. Select that. And so what do we have there? Vardaman by around 9:40, Eupora 9:40 or so, Houston about 10 o'clock, Aberdeen close to about 10:30, Smithville about 10:30 or so, Caledonia about 10:52, Hamilton, Alabama about 11 o'clock or so. So that gives you kind of a rough time for some of those storms. We can try other spots along this line as well. If you're willing to be patient and wait with me for that, we will do some of that tracking as well. Some of the storms back farther southwest. I don't know that I have as high confidence that these are going to be as strong and damaging as the ones to the north. Hold on. Let's clear both those off so we don't get it kind of mixed up on what we're looking at. Ooh, no, hold on. I need to clear that because that one near Greenville is one of those that was stronger a minute ago, and I don't want to undersell the time on that. That should cover most of what's left in our area, all the way to the Alabama state line. It's about 40, 45, maybe 47. That might be just a hint fast. I'll take it to size 3 on my city. We'll go 250 on my mileage there. So let's see, we're Greenville about 726. I think that's similar to what we had a minute ago, 739 in Leland. Again, we're trying to get the southern portion of the area that we didn't get quite as well. And actually, I'm going to adjust this a little bit more straight east. There we go. Okay, so Durant about 9:36, Goodman 9:38, Ackerman 9:52, Kosciuszko just about 10 o'clock, Artesia around 10:22. Let's see if I can get Artesia in the list there. There we go. We'll make that the first one. And then Louisville about 10:32. Close to about 11 o'clock there. Macon, Reform about 11:11, Sugarlock after that, Gordo 11:24, and that means based on, again, if that's that first wave that takes over there, this is out of our area a little bit before midnight. Now, if it's that second wave, if this first one kind of peters out, and that second wave is, that obviously extends the time. And then farther north, again, new tornado warning issued there, very near the Mississippi-Arkansas state line. We'll go back again to reflectivity on this, and we'll go up close to the Memphis area on that with some of those thunderstorms. Again, rotation back there, again, across the state line. If I'm out here in Tunica, I'm now going toward my safe place. If I have to travel to get there, now's the time I'm doing it. Hernando, Coldwater, Senatobia. I'm probably doing the same thing now, making those last phone calls, deciding where we're going to go as these storms move more toward you. Now is the time to be thinking ahead, preparing ahead for that. The question in my mind, and I'll bring Caleb in on this as well, as we just kind of pitter-patter back and forth, is whether or not these storms in advance are going to, first off, get strong enough. There's just a lot of them. I don't know that they do. There might just be too many storms. There's not enough fuel around there for 3 batches of storms out of this.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just feel like there's going to be too much fighting over the same fuel. It just doesn't seem likely. It's a little bit less than we had 1, 2, maybe 3 discrete cells, but kind of how bunched up it is, it's not too convincing to me based off that latest scan.
And especially when we're starting to look here at just generally speaking how low dew points are, they're just not particularly high. And so as a result, that's a lot to work off of there. That tells me, by the way, that most of these storms are probably elevated out east. Elevated, a good way to describe them, a positive thing, because that then means that they are not getting that rotation down to the surface if they have any rotation. Speaking to that fact, I don't show much in what we have over top of Mississippi now. So I'm going to track this based upon the main threat back here. If something pops up stronger ahead, then it pops up stronger ahead and my time is going to be off. But so this time here for locations east, let's get kind of a time on that batch. And then we're going to have our first warning down here for Cleveland any moment now. So so we will see. Check the, if you can, Caleb, double check the, I believe that one is still the folks over there in Little Rock. So kind of check their discussion on that one in our chat. So let's get this track on the northern part of this line here. And I'm going to track it from where the strong winds are the most prevalent. I'm going to track this a little bit faster. I'm going to track this closer to, say, 54, 55 miles per hour, because I do anticipate that the strongest winds, I need to do that again. I didn't go far enough south. I think that it's possible that the strongest winds on part of this could speed the whole line up a bit more. Okay, so let's now adjust this to some of the bigger locations here. And let's take it east through the area. So South Haven, we show about 752 for you. Obviously, we have storms overhead. If these get stronger, then when we know, we know. While this is up, again, remind you to build armor. And if you do know some folks out there who maybe follow us on social media only, they need to probably get the app just to make sure we're in good shape there. But here's kind of our timing, as you can see, for your city. Might be worth snapping a picture and sending this ahead. If you know some folks that maybe live there in Germantown or Senatobia or Collierville or Batesville or Holly Springs or Oxford, as this moves eastward, damaging winds, some rotating thunderstorms possible with this line. While no official warnings yet, they'll be coming here in the next few minutes. But this shows this line. What we got? We have Ripley there. Does this go? Yeah, Tupelo should be in that list, and I don't see it. So I'm going to have to force it in there here in a second. That's interesting. Always fun when it wants to do. So snap that picture. That gets you all the way to the Alabama state line there between now and really 10 p.m. or so, assuming this picks up some speed. And I might be going too fast on this here. I'm assuming it's going about 55 miles per hour. If I take that down to 50 miles per hour, you can see that does slow some of those down just a little bit more. I'm going to shrink the size of the city on there so we can get a few more cities on as well. And let's start that list there at Hickory Flat. And so there you go, eastward, including locations such as Ecru, about 943. Algoma, we show about 951 there. Burnsville, 956. Tupelo and Guntown area, somewhere around 10 to 1015 or so. Let's see if we can force that to be the top again. You see Pontotoc on that list there. Where we have Pontotoc, about 952. And there's Tupelo at the top of the list, about 1011 there. Verona, about 1012. We have a couple locations in Tupelo that list out there because of different parts of the city there. I think Fair Park, one of those, actually Crosstown, one of those. Plantersville, we show about 10:16. But again, for Red Bay, about 10:40 as those storms move eastward. Make sure to have Mississippi Live Weather app. Make sure you have multiple layers of protection so you can stay safe and ahead of any issues that we have there. And as we bring Caleb back in here, okay, just so you know, if you are on the computer, and I'll ask this question for behind the scenes real quick here. Is anybody getting onto the Switcher computer there, or we have the post on that?
We were just resharing the Facebook stream, so that's why I was unclicked right there.
Gotcha. Yep. Let's try to reshare that if we can if we need to go to the hub in the back room, that we can do that as well.
Okay.
Are we low on computers? Is that our issue?
No, I mean, if that will fix that issue, we can do it in the hub on the back.
Okay, we'll
sure
talk about that behind the scenes. I'll call someone here in just a second back there behind the scenes as well. Okay, Caleb, looking at that, I think we're going to just keep the live stream going as these storms kind of move into and through the area. I think that's probably the wise thing to do in this scenario here. We'll do additional pushes once this gets going. But I'm going to hand this off to you for just a second here as we have our first severe thunderstorm warning has been issued just in the last couple moments here up here toward Hernando and Dean's Corners and locations. These are a couple of rotating thunderstorms. Do you want to go over to the chroma key? Would you rather run the radar there or run it on the monitor?
I would probably rather run it here. I was trying to get it booted up on chroma, but I think it was talking about disconnecting somebody else, which I would assume would be you. So I figured keeping my hands off of that, I can stick over here.
Okay, well, go ahead and you take this over for a second, and I'll double check on that as well.
All right, well then let's take a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings as they are now creeping closer and closer into North Mississippi and pretty much starting to affect us here. So let's zoom out first to kind of see the overall view of what's occurring here, because we've been talking a lot about that tornado warning across the Mississippi River into Arkansas, but let's focus here on North Mississippi and what's going on. I know some people in the comments were asking about what all these blue boxes are, and I know it encompasses most of us, so we're definitely curious. Those are tornado watches that have been issued earlier today. They're going to expire later on tonight around 11 o'clock and pretty much encompassing almost all of North Mississippi. But let's take a look at some of these kind of prefrontal activity that we're starting to see, all these rain showers starting to pop up. Let's see, actually, I don't have the lightning strikes turned on. I'll have to go to the computer behind the scenes when Matt gets back to do that. But let's take a look at some of these showers that are starting to affect us here in North Mississippi. Me and Matt were just talking about these and kind of how they're starting to pop up a little bit. We're not envisioning these to get a whole lot severe within the next few minutes, and that's a good thing just because of how much is occurring within this area, especially taking a look at the past hour, just talking about how it's not really kind of fighting over all that fuel. We can take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning as it's starting to get fired up just a little bit out there, pretty much over Dean's Corner, affecting those. We can take a look at our hail threat to see kind of where that's becoming a little bit more probable. That little dark pixel right there on our scale showing it's a little bit more probable occurring here in North Mississippi, pretty much right over Eudora. There we go with those lightning strikes, definitely seeing an uptick, and those blue bolts kind of showing those positive strikes as well. So definitely going to hear a few loud booms as this continues making its way through North Mississippi, moving pretty quick as well. So we can continue viewing that with the hail threat. Let's see if I can, oops, I'll have to close that out real quick. Let's move this back over to that. Let's go to that, and then precipitation, which actually we're going to want to switch that to Memphis, get a better view on that. There we go. All right, so yeah, take a look on it on the past hour as it kind of continues to build up just a little bit, issued that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see kind of those brighter pinks and just those brighter colors starting to return just a little bit, showing that there's a lot more reflectivity up there, and typically that's due to hailstones. They're very reflective up super high above y'all, showing that that hail core is starting to become a little bit more prominent, and we just saw that with our hail track showing that probable risk starting to be affected as well. Let's also take a look at our wind to see if we can see any rotation occurring within this. Let's go to now, because just to talk about currents. Not seeing anything right there, which is definitely a good sign. Definitely don't want to track any rotation. This one maybe trying to stir up just a little bit, but still nothing overall too impressive, but definitely trying to rotate just a little bit. Right now, I would say this is probably wind and hail related for the severe thunderstorm warning to be put in place. But it does have a
little rotation, you're right.
Nope. It's got a little bit of rotation, but trying its best to get some of that, but thankfully not too prominent at this time, and hoping that it can continue looking that way as that storm continues moving on closer and closer towards Dean's Corner.
Okay, so the hub computer in the back room, let's be careful of how many tabs you open. I would probably just have the Facebook tab in there. You're probably gonna have to log in on that one if you would when you get back in there. If the mouse isn't working, you might have to pull the mouse off of the Mac Mini. Okay, so so in the back room there, you'll hopefully that'll make sense when we get back there as well. Just don't click on anything on the Mac Mini because that'll take us off the air.
Yeah, no, won't do that.
Okay, good luck. Talk to you in a minute. Okay, let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment. Current time is 7:08 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Again, we are a 24/7 streaming service out of the Tupelo area that covering is North Mississippi, DeSoto County, parts of Tunica County. You're our first warning of the day on a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for your locations for a few rotating thunderstorms. I'm going to go wide to show the second warning of the day, which is down here for Cleveland, Bolivar County, as well as Sunflower County for a storm that has been rotating as well. We do not have a good look at this storm. We're not going to probably have a great look at this storm, unfortunately, because we're so far away from radar sites. This is not a new thing. This is something we always struggle with out here in the Delta. And it's the reason why we've paired up with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers to put a bunch of cameras in place out here in the Delta. The problem is our Cleveland camera, at least as of last check, is down. So we're going to go kind of up the road there, and we're going to look in the Shelby area just outside of the warning, trying to look back into this here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning there for Bolivar and also Sunflower counties. Let's go ahead and check the angle on this here as well. By the way, and Caleb, yeah, let me know, just kind of wave me on if you're having trouble getting on the computer back over there, and just let me know here in a minute, and we'll figure something out on that. So let's see here. I'm pulling up our camera network. And again, I appreciate our partners with this in the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for everything that they have done to ensure that these cameras are in place to help honestly protect all of us here in North Mississippi. They're a 501c3 and the nonprofit, and just an incredible group of men and women. So we're looking west here, generally into that storm. We'll go ahead and pan this a little bit more southwestward. So give me a moment for the camera to start looking more kind of southwest into this. Again, we're a long ways away, kind of looking through the precipitation there. Quite a few lightning strikes with this as well. So that'll hopefully populate in on that here in a second. It does look like that camera is lagging a lot between when I moved it. There we go. So it's about 20 seconds behind. That's way longer than any of the rest of our cameras. Caleb, if you would on a sheet of paper there, kind of remind me at another time about that. We're going to have to see if we need to change out the link that is in there for that. And also, again, let me know if you're having some issues there logging in. I'm going to bring you up for just a second, just to make sure we're good. Are we good?
I'm trying to figure out the mouse issue. I can only use the Mac one that was back there, and I'm trying to find another mouse.
So what you'll do, the Mac, you'll pull out the little receiver and stick that into the hub. Yeah. So remove the receiver, stick it in the hub. We don't necessarily have to have a mouse on the Mac. I can get to it out here.
Perfect. I can do that.
Okay. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, we're working on some things behind the scenes to make sure we can do the right kind of pushes and information and give you what you need to know to keep you and your family safe. So looking here from Shelby, got some rainfall on the lens there, quite a bit of lightning, severe thunderstorm warning near your location. As we come up closer to Tate County, again, we have another camera here in the Crenshaw area that we are looking at as well. And that camera right now, just double checking my angle on it. That one looking kind of in a westerly direction. We need that to probably look more north. So I'm going to switch that around here to the north. So give me a moment to sort of move the direction that is looking. Hopefully that will go for us here in a second. Again, appreciate North Mississippi Storm Chasers on these cameras, and we might be getting some power disruptions out there as well. So we'll come back on that here in a minute to hopefully get those up and going. That's one of the challenges. So that one, again, the storm we're looking at here for Cleveland, let's get a storm track at about 40 to 45 miles per hour for you. And again, strong straight line winds. The main reason this warning has been issued at this point here, and large hail potential as well. We'll go 40, 45 miles per hour, giving you a time there. The Ruleville, we're looking at about 7:57 for you. Kimball Lake at 7:38. Beulah there at 7:24. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. Previously has had a tornado warning on it. We have not been able to confirm a tornado on it. There's still broad rotation and a ton of lightning strikes, so it is still a healthy storm. But if that storm were to make it all the way there to the Cleveland area, we'd have that getting closer to you by 7:43. Marigold at 7:44, Renova at 7:44, Ruleville at 7:57, and Drew at 7:59. We come back to the precipitation mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We'll go a little bit wider here, looking at the whole viewing area for a second. All the storms in advance, there might be some rumbles. They might enhance the wind somewhat. These are not tornado-producing thunderstorms here on any stretch of the imagination. It's going to take this main line back here, and the storms that are just in advance of that are a little stronger, those are the ones we're most concerned with. Now, something could change. Things could evolve. That's the thinking as of this moment. Reserve the right to change thinking as necessary because, again, these do probably have some wind with them. As we check, the wind mode here, I'd probably be better off looking from Memphis on that, even though it's looking a long ways away. You can see, just based on the angle there, some of the gusty winds. These are going to mix some of the strong winds from aloft down to the surface. So we'll get you a storm track on those as we clear off our previous warning information and come back over here to the regular rainfall mode. We'll track that batch at a slower rate. So again, this is below severe limits, but obviously bears monitoring. As we take that eastward, we will say about 40 miles per hour, and I can extend that east of those spots as well. No warning for you, but this will enhance the wind speeds where we're getting probably 40, 45 miles per hour winds, maybe a little stronger than that from time to time. Let's take it eastward. We'll go 100 miles. We're probably not going to go all the way east with that and change the size of locations. So there you can see, again, this is kind of the initial wave. There are additional thunderstorms after it. These are more likely to be severe back here. This could still have some strong wind gusts with it. We get it there toward Bruce at 7:48, New Albany 7:52. The first wave there toward Pontotoc about 8 o'clock. We're showing Boonville 8:22, Guntown and Saltillo at around 8:32. Caleb, I'll talk to you in a minute here. I want you to give me kind of a rundown on that most recent mesoscale discussion that came out about 6:44. I know that's been about a half hour ago, and I wanted to get to it, and I've just been busy with other things. So, Caleb, if you get a chance, we'll check out that latest mesoscale discussion with the folks at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, coming up here in a few minutes. As we come back into our severe thunderstorm warning up here closer to the Memphis area, we're looking here, Dean's Corner, Alden there. It does not look as impressive on this shot, but we're also looking a long ways away. Bringing in the Memphis, this also not as impressive as it was just a little bit ago. We'll make this a 1 hour loop here. You can see these thunderstorms had a bit more kind of purple with them a minute ago. We'll make this a slower loop so that you can see that probably a little more detail over the last 30 minutes or so. Little stronger, and now it's gone through a slight weakening phase. Still do have rotation with this thunderstorm. As we check kind of the wind mode there, again, some rotation right there near Dean's Corner, where we have it at this exact moment. And that's about where we would expect to see it on one of these. Let's go back to the precipitation mode a couple different ways. It's just a little ahead of exactly where we'd expect it. I'm going to look at the high-resolution site out of the Memphis airport. In close here, it's good at this sort of stuff. I can see, again, some of that rotation, but that does not perfectly match up with what we were looking at it aloft a moment ago. So there's precip. That's where it is. Base velocity, I have some stuff back behind it. So split on my thinking on this as well. I think this is strengthening. It has some, well, I don't know if it's strengthening, but it definitely has some rotation there. It's not going to look very good because it's right over that radar site. But there is at least some rotation with that. I think that's where we start getting into concerns about small little spin-ups on this. There's going to be that potential on multiple occasions to have little small spin-ups on these storms. They might not be long-lived tornadoes, but you can get brief tornadoes out of this setup. So let's track this. Again, 40, 45 miles per hour, give you some spots there right in the path of this as we show Pleasant Hill For you at 7:29, we're looking at Cedar View at 7:34 there. Fairhaven at about 7:37. Piperton there at about 7:54. And again, that's up into Tennessee once it starts to get there north of Olive Branch. Olive Branch for you, we're at 7:36. A little bit of rotation on this there. And it does look like it's still showing up on the latest scan there as well. But certainly something we'll have to continue to watch. As we bring it back in here, kind of on the wider shot on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, most of these storms in advance are below severe limits. All the places in blue that we depict here, we'll go over and kind of show that where we do have these warnings and watches. These are all locations in blue under a tornado watch. That's in effect for you until tonight at 11 p.m. Watches are put in place before warnings ever form. So if you give me a moment to kind of pop that graphic again to explain that back up here for a moment. Again, watches are put in place in some cases hours in advance. Warnings typically means that something's about to happen, probably occurring. So in a watch, we have a plan. In a warning, we take cover. Part of the plan when we start talking about a watch is that we need to make sure that we're kind of doing that in advance here. And so hopefully that is what we are doing as well. So so that when the warning happens, that we really kind of buckle down and do what we need to do there. And so Weather Call is an alert system that that we talk a lot about here. Those folks in those yellow boxes up there closer to the Senatobia area, they have already gotten their weather calls. Same thing with the folks back toward Cleveland as well. But when you're placed in one of those yellow boxes, it'll call you. If it's upgraded to a tornado warning or a tornado that's confirmed, it'll call you and let you know that information as well. Major flash flooding, of course, you can get more information using the QR code below me. And if you're watching us going, but I don't want to give up on right now, probably the best way to do that is just screenshot this here. And that will help. But we're also, of course, live on our stream on Roku as well as Apple TV. We do have at least a temporary Fire Stick app out there that you can download. And we appreciate all of you for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather. All basically about 30,000 of you that are watching us at this point in time live here. And that's just a reminder. Again, we are sponsor driven. I'm not going to take a lot of time right now to talk about it, but I do want to say those folks down there putting up real dollars and cents to make sure that we have the equipment it takes to properly cover this weather for you and so that we can staff this. So support those folks that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather. And of course, you can join the conversation next to me here. But just download us on Roku. Just search for Mississippi Live on Roku. As we look at that lead batch of storms there, again, below severe limits as it moves through the Oxford area. I'll double check. I think our Oxford camera, we were hoping to get power back up on it, hit by the storms last week that moved through there, knocked it out. Does look like power is still out there, unfortunately, in the Oxford area. But we can jump kind of in the middle there to Batesville, kind of between the lines. And that shows the dew point a little bit higher there. But this is our limiting factor. Decent amount of lightning with this. Even pretty good structure on that thunderstorm, as I can see as well. Still looking in the distance there, but 59, that dew point temperature there, that measure of moisture based on the same scale as the temperature, not super duper high. And so we're hoping that's one of the things that limits the overall tornado potential out of what we end up seeing this evening. Coming down to Greenwood again in that zone between the bands. Greenwood down as well right now. So let's head back out to Greenville. Let's see if that one's going to work. We've had a rough week on these, taking some hits. And then this one looking back into some of those thunderstorms as well. Not officially a severe thunderstorm, but this is a camera we're going to watch very closely because that's a very interesting look to the base of that thunderstorm. Give me a moment. We're going to go off of this. We're going to come back to this here again in a second. Oh, look at that one. Yeah, see, that's a wall cloud probably on that. Let's look from the Jackson area. Yes, probably. Wind, got rotation. It's exactly what we're looking at there. Let's go back to that camera now in the Greenville area. Again, Greenville itself, tornado watch, but as we talked about 10 minutes ago, I'd be getting closer to a tornado shelter if I lived in Greenville as well, because we're looking back into the storm. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our partner on these cameras, and again, something that you can sponsor as well. If you so desire. Let's see if I can get it to autofocus a little bit better. It's got some stuff there in the foreground. I'd love it to look there toward the background. But this is that rotating part of the thunderstorm there as we're looking west. And that's, if I stay out of the way, you can see the wall cloud on that as well. That's an organized thunderstorm. Now, I don't have a tornado on the ground with this as we look back west toward Greenville. Okay, hold up a second here. Hey, Dawson, I'm sorry, but you're done for the night. I'm not going to put up with people being mean to one another in this. Put user in timeout. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put you in timeout for the moment there. We're going to be kind, all right? And we're going to be clean over here on the side, all right? Or we're not going to be doing this. So this is a way in which we can talk back and forth to one another, but this is a discussion here that thousands of people are watching right now. And I know there's always that one person looking to be an idiot. I'm going to be quick on the ban button here. So I put Dawson in timeout. That's kind of the warning for everybody. If I have to ban you, that's what we're going to do. Let's keep it clean, and let's try to ask questions and be kind again to one another. Out there in Greenville, looking toward, again, you can see the base of that thunderstorm there as that's moving in. So that is definitely a storm to watch. The rotation on that continue to increase, but no tornadoes on the ground at this point in time there with that storm. But that is a organized thunderstorm. And if we give that a track where we continue to move at about 45 miles per hour there, it definitely needs some kind of severe thunderstorm warning, probably at the very least there. But we show that timing there. If I pull that off for a moment, a lot of smaller places in that track. Well, am I going right over Greenville? I see Indianola there. I'm jumping past Greenville because I'm being impatient. Oh, Greenville's right at the top, 731. Apologize for that. So within about the next 10 minutes or so, we're looking toward right into the heart of that rotating thunderstorm. So let's go back up, check another storm here for a minute. We'll come back down to that storm here in just a second. I want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence. New severe thunderstorm warning issued kind of for the long area here on these thunderstorms up here between Memphis and Clarksdale there near West Helena. Let's get a storm track on the strongest portion of that line of thunderstorms. Right there. We'll go about 40, 45 miles per hour on that there. So click that again. So we show Reagan now. We're looking at Helen at 726 there. Let's go ahead and clean this up. And I'm going to change these sites a little bit bigger here in a moment. Let's change we're going to start at about a 3. So there we are, Tunica at 741, Jonestown 756 there, Hernando at 807, Coldwater 813, Marks 815, Senatobia 815, and Como looking at about 819 for you as we look on the extended part of that track. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning issued for your location. The spots involved in that, again, we're looking at Quitman County there. We're looking at Coahoma County, Tunica County, and I do think it clips Tate and DeSoto counties with that as well. Previously has prompted a tornado warning. At this instant here, as you can see, a scenario where we have the potential that this could produce damaging wind gusts. That's the main impact on this. So again, in this case, why was this issued? Doppler radar detects some rotation that could potentially lead to a development of a tornado, but we're also seeing strong wind gusts on this. So when a tornado warning is issued, it's issued for what you see below me here on this graphic. Caleb, I heard you behind the scenes here for a second, so I'm gonna go ahead and kind of pull you up for a moment, kind of check and see everything good as of 7:26 here.
Yeah, no, got the computer pulled up in the back so we can get the Facebook updates rolling, and then pulled up that meso scale discussion for you to kind of give you the latest, which was a lot of stuff that we've kind of talked about throughout our 6 o'clock broadcast, let everybody know of. It's basically talking about those tornado watches that were issued, and we're talking about those kind of almost line of cells kind of making their way through North Mississippi ahead of the actual line. It's talking about that line continues to move into a favorably unstable and strongly sheared environment. So kind of with that low cape, high shear continues to be the story. Any discrete cell ahead of the front will pose an increased hail and tornado risk, which is something else you were talking about earlier. But then they were also talking about how certain models that we have in the background, they were forecasting that low-level jet will continue to increase, particularly into northern Mississippi and into Tennessee over the next few hours. So the threat for damaging winds will continue with potential for an increase in the tornado threat as low-level shear continues to increase as those low-level hodographs enlarge. So just kind of the latest update with that mesoscale discussion, and just talk about that environment that these storms are heading into and just kind of the threat that they could impose across North Mississippi. But thankfully, everything that you've been talking about, making sure that we know ahead of time as we continue tracking that line out, Matt.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, as I'm working really hard to see if we can get this to try to behave on the focus on this camera here. Every lightning flash is kind of messing with everything that it is doing as well. As we bring it back here into the room-to-room weather center, you're looking at a thunderstorm moving into the Greenville area. It has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for Greenville in effect, as you can see there in Washington County until 8:45. For brief seconds there, it clears up just enough before it decides to go a little bit blurry on me, which anyway. But what we're looking at here, again, this is the low-hanging part. This is the kind of where the wind is going up and into that thunderstorm there, kind of rotating around. I do not see a tornado on it. That would be the hail core over there on that part of the screen, all the way on the right. I think we can probably, I don't want to pan this much because one of the spots I'm really trying to watch is kind of right in there as well, some of the low-hanging clouds. And unfortunately, we're having to wait lightning strike to lightning strike. That's a pretty interesting look on that there as well. And because we're so far away from different radar locations, that's one of the tricky parts on this. Caleb, behind the scenes, just so you know, I need you to keep an eye on some of these other storms as well. So to keep radar scope probably up on your phone off and on as we can to kind of look at this. But let's also get a screenshot of this as well, if we could, while we're looking at this. Just to kind of get a shot of what we're tracking there is where that spot in particular is where there's a little bit of rotation on this. Looking back toward that, this is going to be your big hail over there. So I'm going to try to stay out of the way of it, and I don't want to stay nonstop on it. But that is a very interesting looking storm, and that's the part we'd be looking at. A lot of electricity on this, and kind of right in the middle of the screen there is the spot right about there that we're watching the most closely on this here. Severe thunderstorm warning, large hail, damaging winds, and rotation that certainly is interesting on that as well. Hopefully does not produce a tornado. Again, hail could be up in excess of 1 inch in size on this storm. So we come back into Mama Justice Doppler. We'll come back to that camera here in just a moment. We're looking at the hail potential on this from our Jackson radar site. Again, the severe threats, that large hail potential. We look at the peak threat. This says up in excess of 2 inches possibly on that maximum hail size on this. The wind, there is rotation and probably strong wind, but we're too high up to get a really good look at that there. Though we do have some storm shear, storm rotation on it. And that hail, we've had a pretty consistent track on that, as well as the storm just to the north up there moving more toward Cleveland and Rossdale that we need to look on that camera about here in just a moment. As well. I'm going to look from Columbus, which is too far away on these radars. Double check some of the rest of these storms. All the ones in advance here. And I apologize for folks who are like, okay, come on. I'm up here in, Blue Mountain wanting to know about this. This initial wave, this is below severe limits. Whereas yesterday and the day before, we had hoped we'd be one and done. This has now produced storms ahead of the main storms. I went too far there. Storms ahead of the main storms. And so these are going to have more bark than bite. We will see if they can deepen enough, but to this point they have not, and they are kind of probably helping us to use up some of the fuel. Let's check our storm out here moving toward the Cleveland area. We have a camera right there in Shelby, and that camera, we've been watching directly kind of west into those storms as well. So there we go, kind of looking into that. I think that camera finally moved on me after all that time we tried to get to move earlier, and then it misbehaves. Now we want it back to the west. So I'm going to make it do an auto movement here. We'll see if it will go. You can kind of panning south, looking into it again. A lot of light out of that. We're going to go all the way back to the right here on this. And you're just a little bit behind me here on this, unfortunately. Looking directly west, we're going to have to come back to that camera. That one has some kind of a delay on it, unfortunately, tonight. Cleveland is back up. I checked Cleveland a minute ago and it wasn't working. Let's look at Cleveland. That's James with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. See, my Cleveland camera is not up for one reason or another. Let me see if I might have to pull it up the hard behind the scenes way. So give me a second to try to do that. Oh, man. Boy, sure enough, it looks like it is up. Pull it up behind the scenes here. Again, nonstop lightning and everything going on with this one here. I'm going to have to, sorry, give me a second to fix this. And now bring that up. There's that camera in Cleveland. Again, brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rainfall as that storm moves in, as we're looking west into the strongest part of that thunderstorm there. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Again, we're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo area here in North Mississippi. And in the Room to Room Weather Center, we've been tracking on these storms rotation that could at some point potentially try to produce tornadoes. This is one of the shots on one of the storms that we're watching very closely. Another one that I'm also balancing at the same time that we're watching is in the Greenville area, a storm that's moving into Greenville as well. With both cases, large hail and a potential that they could try to obviously have some rotation with them as well. This Greenville camera, again, Greenville, one of the larger locations in the Delta, fairly populated area. And as you can see, kind of the scary looking cloud there on the front end. This is where the big hail is on this. Moving kind of probably through the north portion of Greenville there, most likely to see some impacts with that, kind of moving through those spots there. We put a silence on that. And again, watching all of our behind the scenes stuff as well here that you guys are sending in. Caleb will also probably get the weather pictures ready to go if we need to on that computer there at the BAM. But I'm going to go back to the left here on this because that low-hanging stuff you see there is the scary-looking cloud. But the cloud we're going to have to watch is the one that's being illuminated by all the lightning strikes there if I kind of go to the left a little bit. So this is the one that we're watching right here. This is going to be our rotating part of a thunderstorm, and that is our wall cloud right there. So this is the cloud. This is the part of the thunderstorm. I'm going to step all the way to this side here. Make sure we have the warning information on it. So this is the part of the thunderstorm here that we have to watch, the rotating part of that thunderstorm. I'm again looking at the precipitation there. I believe that's rainfall that's back behind. We'll watch a few flashes there as well because that's a funny look to it, just the way in which it's lighting up. There we go. That's a good shot here of what looks primarily like, again, a wall cloud here where everything's going up. So this is the part of the thunderstorm where this rotating thunderstorm is trying, if it's going to produce a tornado, this is the spot there where it would do it. Definitely impressive looking wall cloud shot there on this camera, again, brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Looking closer at Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, we're just looking for so far away out here that we do not have anything that resembles a good look on this, unfortunately. That's just one of the problems that we always have. Big hail, yes. That hail track there trying to go through the north side there of the Greenville area. And then, of course, there's an example of some of the hail. Let's look three-dimensionally on this thunderstorm here. So look 3D, kind of cutting into what's up there. That's easily probably our most effective hail producer that we have at this point. And then cutting it down to the biggest hail. Yep, that is probably 1.5-inch sized hail there. That's going to move through probably the north part of Greenville. We'll make this a 30-minute loop to kind of show that. Winterville there, Brighton and McAfee, that's where this is heading with the biggest hail, but the rotating part of it is on the south side of that storm, and that's what's kind of moving into the Greenville area as we speak. So I'm going to track that biggest hail. Again, appreciate our friends over at True Shield Roofing for kind of partnering with us on the ability here to do some hail tracking. We do some extra computations thanks to them that allow us to kind of get that hail size whittled down there. So Metcalf at 742, again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you. Give me a moment to get that popped up, and there we go. So this is the large hail potential working out of it. You can see some times there on the screen. Eventually, as that moves towards Sunflower there, 821, Indianola 810, some large hail, and then really kind of moving through the north side there of the Greenville area. Checking back again behind the screens here behind the scenes here. I know that North Mississippi Storm Chasers watching. Let me know what that link is to Tyler's stream. If you'll put that in the chat, go ahead and pull that up if you're ready and willing on that there to allow that to happen. Let's go wider on the shot here. And again, look from the Columbus Air Force Base there. This entire line of storms we have on the front end, all of these are non-severe. Now, there's still probably some strong wind gusts that go along with that. But that is all a bunch of non-severe thunderstorms still at this point here, stretching from kind of north to south all the way through the area. There are more thunderstorms once this batch moves through. But just to give you an idea, some rough times here as this initial wave moves through. Track it eastward, we'll say 100 miles. That gets to the, well, let's go a little longer than that. 123 miles, sure. That should get us out of here. And so this will give you some times as we look ahead on that. So still some time as that works eastward. Duck Hill, we show about 740 for you. You know, you're all locations out here where we are under that that tornado watch, meaning ingredients are in place, but tornadoes aren't yet occurring. All the locations you see kind of at the top there involved in that. This is a picture that I'd recommend maybe sending somebody if you're thinking about this, because if you want to know how you can help, when you start talking about storms back to the west, especially the severe ones, call them and let them know, hey, stuff's coming toward them. Maybe send them a picture, nag them to let them know that, hey, you want them to go to their safe place. And when it's safe, of course, you can share your pictures with us in the Mississippi Live Weather app. It's one of the many layers that we recommend when we talk about building your armor is the Mississippi Live Weather app. You can download it using the different free apps that we have, those QR codes that we have there to download our free app. But all the locations we have in that track there, and I guess I need to shift that east a little bit more on my list, and we'll put Houston as the first one in that list, or at least closer to the first one there. There we go. So we're getting Tupelo about 8:30 on that initial round. The strongest part is going to be west of that. Okay, let's clear this all off. Let's go look at our severe thunderstorms, and we're going to have to change it back over here to our Memphis radar site to get a look at some of these that have previously prompted, had some rotation up here closer to Dean's Corner earlier. I know it's been a bit since we've been back up on this storm. That rotation pretty well died out pretty quickly there. We do have at least a little bit of rotation, maybe, but I think that's underwhelming in that regard there. So the strongest part of that thunderstorm up here, we show north of Olive Branch. Largely, we have had no reports out of that, and so maybe a good sign on that. By the way, Caleb, a new mesoscale discussion coming out a second ago there as well. So as I kind of clear things off of the screen, we'll kind of bring our chat back up here in a moment and check out some of what you all are saying. But this line of storms out here from Hughes to Tunica back to West Helena, one of the kind of parts where the overall main line of thunderstorms has really jutted ahead. So we need to check the speed on that there, because we do expect that there will be a point this evening where some of the storms kind of pick up some extra speed. And when that happens, that's when maybe we really start to push the limit on what they're capable of. I still show this about 40, 45 miles per hour. So it has not really picked up speed yet on that section. So from all the way up here, north of Tunica to Clarksdale, let's track that whole line there eastward about 40, 45 miles per hour. This would be the stronger section of it that has prompted severe thunderstorm warnings for some locations here. As you can see, if I get that to the latest scan there, so it stays on the severe thunderstorm warnings. And then I say that, and they've gone ahead and pulled on a severe warning up here. So we'll look at that in just a moment up in Tippah County. But this is the severe thunderstorm warning back out here in the Delta. Have not had a lot of reports of wind damage or anything like that on this yet, but we do expect that the number of reports typically can come in after the fact and be greater in number as we go into the evening. We'll be looking at power outages and stuff like that with our meteorologist Caleb Edelblue as well, come up here in a couple of minutes. But there's some times on that severe thunderstorm warning as it moves in. Have a minute looking at that before we're going to kind of check this very wobbly line up here that does include Tippah County, Alcorn County, and parts of Benton County under severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8:30 p.m. for strong damaging winds potentially out of this line. Stretches from Calebiot to Faulkner back to Whittentown. You can see how wobbly it is. Wobbly lines are always concerning because that means there are areas where there's extra shear, and in extra shear, maybe a little bit of rotation there. So sometimes you can see as that moves eastward, Collegiate now, Mount Zion now. As we kind of poke and prod this and look at the rotation on this, a couple ways. We'll look at it from down in Monroe County. Don't have a ton of rotation on it. Check it from up here in the Memphis area. A few little spots where we do have a little bit of rotation, where we show that there near Wittentown. Another spot near Tiplerville and Brownfield. Still looking a long ways away on this and fairly high up. I have mixed feelings on how strong I believe these storms are. We will look at the hail top on this, or the storm top, to get an idea of just how tall these are compared to our storms back southwest. 45,000 feet is probably enough. The storm back there closer to Greenville, as we change this over to the radar site out of Jackson. Yeah, see, the storm back toward Greenville, though, has a top of it that's about 50,000. But that tells us that these storms have strengthened a bit more. And so, yeah, could potentially be kicking some of those stronger wind gusts down closer to the surface up here, near Ripley and locations eastward. So you can see times there on your screen as it continues to move eastward. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning for your locations. And so not a bad idea to maybe snap a shot and send it some folks there ahead, that there could be some damaging wind potential and at least a little bit of rotation out of that line of storms. I look specifically at the shear. The one spot it kind of captures is this one spot close to the Blue Mountain area, as to how strong that is there. A little bit of broad rotation on that as well. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is out in the field with these storms this evening. Gabe, where are you at as of 7:44 p.m.?
Well, currently in the East Union area, tracking a little bit more towards the north, that is where the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. And there is a ton of lightning, very electric storm up there. And those lightning strikes have just become more and more frequent, meaning this storm is still maturing. And that is why the folks over there at the National Weather Service has put out that severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I will say, been watching it, that's the more significant part, but that line does carry over a little bit south of here, just basically going right across that Union County edge, and lightning plentiful. And that's an understatement when we're talking about these storms. Expect that to continue, but that's definitely our focal point, is up there towards the north. And being in Union County, you are getting that southerly wind still building back some of that moisture, and you can feel that unstable air still around. So a little bit higher than I will say earlier on today, and it kind of has a little bit more of that moisture in the air. And that, of course, you can see the electricity, but that is allowing these storms to continue to mature. Those winds haven't shifted, and that means that it is still soaking up those ingredients of that just-in-time moisture that we've been talking about to potentially produce some of these rotating storms, and already producing one of those severe thunderstorm warnings, Matt. So keeping eyes on that out in the field here in Union County, and kind of watching these storms move on in. But of course, this one has our attention over there towards the Tippah County area, just north of Union County. And as that line continues to progress, eating up some of those ingredients, and hopefully doesn't produce any more severe weather. But honestly, looking at what you've been tracking tonight, it seems more probable than possible.
Yes, I think we're going to get some damaging wind out of this. It's probably mixing some of that down to the surface already. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor there in the East Union area right now at this point in time. By the way, I see somebody there on luckily I don't have it up on YouTube, just spamming us. We're going to go ahead and put that user in timeout. We're going to not be taking any spam on that, but we do appreciate.
You click the same button again.
I did it again, joining the chat there behind the scenes, and continuing to kind of help us out on this here as we give your reports. You can share those with us. I know a lot of times it's more concerns than reports, but we do have, again, North Mississippi Storm Chasers kind of live on these thunderstorms as well. Let's go on the wider shot here and kind of check out the whole area. Again, our line of thunderstorms, some of the strongest sections back here toward the Greenville area. I know it doesn't look like much because we're looking so far away, but that is the reason why these cameras with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers are so important. We're looking beneath this storm here at some of the most intense parts of that thunderstorm. Give it a second to update here. It's kind of going in and out. Some of the low-hanging stuff there, kind of on the leading edge of that nearly nonstop lightning. I'm panning this to the right, kind of looking more toward the hail on this. Try not to jump it too far ahead to go toward the left there. But again, we've had some rotation on this thunderstorm. We briefly did have, well, not briefly, for a while there, we had a sustained wall cloud. I don't know that I have a great shot of that anymore because all the precipitation kind of showing up behind this here. We're just so far away that one of the things that's going to take a while for me to adjust to, just as a as a meteorologist utilizing these cameras in the new area is just how to adjust to the lack of radar data that we have in that area. And this thing is still kind of panning to the left here. It's in and out because of all of the disruptions that we have there there we are, with the internet at the site there. Again, a lot of lightning with that. So this is the spot there we're watching. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes, and appreciate, all the folks there for continuing to, sponsor us here in Mississippi Live Weather. Okay. We're going to bring it back in here again. A severe thunderstorm warning there in Washington County. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather at 7:48 p.m. What we've been discussing here in the Room to Room Weather Center is that strong wind potential, rotation as well. I want to send this to our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, who's been looking behind the scenes at power outages. And Caleb, that's what I want to discuss here for just a moment, if we could. How are power outages kind of coming at this point? Are we starting to get more?
As of right now, we're still looking pretty good with those power outages. I think if I actually click this button, should bring it up what I'm looking at. This is taking a look at our Mississippi power outages. And for us here in North Mississippi, we're not really seeing much going on, which is definitely a good thing. Now, granted, is that line just now entering North Mississippi? Yes, but we've been dealing with these windy conditions throughout the whole day, and they'll continue to worsen a little bit into the evening hours ahead. But Matt, overall, we're seeing good results as of right now, but unfortunately, I do expect those outages to start to increase as we continue into the evening overnight hours, especially as those windy and gusty conditions continue. But as we continue looking at our power outages, most of that continues to stay further down south in the Magnolia State, not really affecting us here in our area, pretty much just right below us, actually, in Neshoba County. 312 customers out, so around only 2.67%. But especially a little bit more apparent out there in Franklin County, 407 customers. But for us here in North Mississippi, we can even zoom in just a little bit on Lafayette County, coming in around 121. Actually, that just updated to 63. So already seeing good signs to where we could see some of those outages get reported. But quickly, your local emergency management people, they are getting it back and ready for you guys as we continue into the overnight hours ahead. So I'm going to continue tracking that out as we continue further into the evening, and that line is going to continue pushing on through North Mississippi as well, Matt.
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about, again, behind the scenes here, the part that's on the eastern edge there, a little rotation continuing to kind of increase on those storms up there around Tippah County, moving into Alcorn County. On Mama Justice Doppler radar, we'll kind of bring it in and we'll look at that storm rotation from a couple different ways. Again, a couple of shear markers on that closest radar site now showing up on there. 2 areas of circulation where we're kind of focusing on here. So while there is no tornado warning in effect for you out here in Tippah and Alcorn counties, I'd be thinking ahead and again, preparing ahead as rotation continues to increase on this. It's not inconceivable that perhaps this takes the next step and tries to produce a tornado. We'll look at a couple different ways from the Memphis, that rotation obviously a bit stronger there as well. And then looking from the Monroe County radar, 2 spots there. I would say that we need to, again, Caleb, behind the scenes here on the push alert, if we can do that, send one out on this here. I'm going to make it full screen, and then we'll kind of do that here for a moment. So again, 2 areas here where I think we have rotation that could at some point try to produce a tornado. Let's get tracks on both of these. Heads up for folks that are up here near Tiplerville, moving toward the Gift community, Winnesoga, and possibly eventually Corinth there as this moves northeast. This is, again, an area of Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially lead into the development of a tornado. So we're watching that for you, and then one that's right over top of Ripley as well. So there's some times on your screen for Tippah County. We need to be getting into that tornado safe place, I would say, in both cases here as shear continues to increase. No guarantees that this is going to produce a tornado. I'm going to pan it a little better so you can see exactly what we're talking about on that. But we have a severe thunderstorm warning, rotation possible. It's right over top of the Ripley area as well. So I'm going to try to put both of these tracks on here. About 40, 45 miles per hour on these so that we can kind of go back and forth between these as necessary. So our rotation with this is pretty much right over top of the Ripley area. So if you live in Ripley or you know someone that lives in Ripley, you might go ahead and give them a heads up. This is that how you can help scenario here. If you know someone in Ripley or east of Ripley in Tippah County, call them, let them know there's a rotating thunderstorm overhead and they need to be getting to that tornado safe place just in case. So this is that time. Again, we're tracking the southern of those 2 thunderstorms there. That's where this storm track is. In the next few minutes, Silver Springs, Collins Crossing there, Collinstown, Crumtown, Crow, Hightown, Kossuth, about 818 for the Kossuth area. Let's double check the angle on this, make sure we've got the angle right. I might have this going a little too east of north, but you get the sense there of where we're watching. And then one right here on the Alcorn and Tippah County line, right toward Theo is the next location in the pass. In the next few minutes, a severe thunderstorm warning with rotation possible there. For the Corinth area, we're looking at about 817 for you. So it's just south of Collegiate. Probably some damaging winds at the very least, but potentially a storm, a part of the storm where we're trying to produce a little bit more tornado. Our shear on this, the rotation, this kind of works the same as that rotation track we show you leading up the storms. That has increased somewhat on this thunderstorm here. Looking at the precipitation mode, looking at the debris mode, I have no debris out there that contend with that as well. But this is an area that we're looking that we need to watch very, very closely. So we come in street level here, approaching County Road 665 there in western Alcorn County, where we're looking at this east of the Tiplerville area. A Doppler indicated rotation, moving toward Theo, moving in the direction there of US 72 in Alcorn County. And there's again your track on this storm as it moves through some of those locations into the Corinth area, about 817 if it continues. So 2 areas of rotation here. Latest scan on Mama Justice Doppler radar, kind of updating this. Here's our track on the southern section of storms here. And as we check the shear and the wind on this, we continue to show that rotation, perhaps just a little bit outside. Sometimes when we get a rotation like this, see the position of it where I put my finger right there? How that's ahead of the precipitation? This can be what we call, a side lobe, where basically what we're doing is we're looking and it's misplacing it at a different level on the storm. Nonetheless, I would rather, out of an abundance of caution, make sure that you let some people know here in advance that, hey, there's a rotating thunderstorm moving toward all the folks you see on the screen. Snap a picture here, send it to your friends, because trust me, they'll listen to you probably before they would listen to me. That other area of rotation northward, again, moving toward Corinth, we're still looking at 817 for you for that area of rotation on Mama Justice Doppler radar. As we kind of clear that all out, we'll check out one of our other thunderstorms that we're looking at. Sorry, this is, I'm learning to run a radar. We're getting rid of one of these with one. And there, got it. I wanted to leave those 2 storm tracks up on there in case I need them in quick order here in a minute. We need to check out some of the other storms that have prompted our warnings around the area. We had that storm moving into the Greenville. I do think the Greenville camera is now down. So we're unfortunately not going to have a great shot of that as well. But they put out a longer range severe thunderstorm warning for those thunderstorms there. So track that eastward about 40 miles per hour. That would get it out toward Greenwood. So you could see some times there for Washington County under that severe thunderstorm warning. There for Sunflower County, eastward toward County. Some of the times there in the immediate future over the next 10 to 15 minutes where strong straight line winds could move toward your locations there. As we come northward here towards Senatobia and Coldwater, this storm just to your west, Doppler radar again shows some strong wind gusts with it as it approaches. So let's go ahead and get a storm track on this thunderstorm here. Not as much in the way of rotation. No, we got to clear that. That's a bad track. Want to make sure we get it right. There we go. So this storm here, eastward, we'll say 40, 45 miles per hour. And so we show Birdie now. We're looking at Hernando at 802, Sledge at 805. And as we kind of clean this up and get it to some other locations here farther out, we show, again, Coldwater at 809, Senatobia at 812, Como at 821, Byhalia 826, and then 830 there in Sardis, Holly Springs at about 848. As we come up here back to Alcorn County and Tippah County, again, rotation showing up from both sides. This is again from our radar site there in the Memphis area, showing that shear, that rotation, and also showing up from down there in Monroe County as well. We have a shot from kind of out here toward Kossuth and Biggersville, looking back into that. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning, Alcorn and Tippah counties in effect until 8:30. Sometimes I call this the South Alcorn camera. It's kind of between Biggersville and Kossuth near the Hinkle area there. Should have a shot again of kind of lowering there on that thunderstorm, as this is going to kind of pan back and forth a little bit. I'm going to double check behind the scenes to make sure we have this one kind of out of the AI mode as well. So we're looking kind of northwest into the storm. So that is kind of the low-hanging stuff. One of those two areas of rotation. I'm trying to figure out if that's inflow, which would be an odd direction to have the inflow out of the north on this, which is why I think that is outflow on that, and some of the clouds forming again on that outflow boundary. So I think this is out of the thunderstorm where that is coming there as opposed to what we have down south. I'm going to pan this again back to the left. I want to see that storm again. This is nonstop lightning as we're looking at that storm there, kind of back toward the Ripley area. Center of your screen, I'm waiting for a lightning strike back behind. These are all in front lightning strikes. I want one behind right here if I can. There's our lowering. That is the area of the thunderstorm with the rotation. I do not see a tornado on that camera at this point in time as well, but we can see the lowering. We're going to have a good shot at that as it approaches the Rienzi area. Tornado warning now issued. We'll do a push alert behind the scenes for folks here up here in Alcorn County. Rotation on this thunderstorm, we're increasing to the point back into Tippah County as well, where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for your locations. So the reason this hasn't been issued is because Doppler radar indicates rotation that could develop into a tornado soon. We're going to come back to that camera in a moment, but there again, the two areas that we are watching here. The wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, doing probably the best job of kind of showing that. Are two areas, the circulation up there right along US 72, moving toward Theo and Cuba, and up there toward Winnesoga and the Corinth area. That's the reason you're under a tornado warning there, and another one that's just northeast here of Ripley at this point in time. Caleb, I hear your microphone behind the scenes here. Do you have something you want to add real quick?
No, I didn't mean to unmute, but I'm sending out that push alert for that tornado warning as we speak.
Okay, I appreciate that. That push alert's for everybody. Go ahead and send that push alert for everybody in this case.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Just to let them know that we're doing issued here. There we go. I think we've got it off there for locations up here along US 72 and then back out in eastern Tippah County for the Doppler radar indicated rotation. So I'm going to track all along the leading edge of this batch here. So we have kind of one unified track, northeast movement, we'll say about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So a lot of folks going to show up on this here. This is one of those pictures to send your friends. How can you help? The best way that you can help in this scenario is to make sure that your friends ahead know what is coming. So, let them know, hey, that there is a storm that could potentially produce a tornado moving towards, say, Corinth, for example. 8:21, we show kind of at the slowest time there for you. We were tracking a little faster a moment ago, moving also there, as you can see, toward Kossuth, the Jobs area, all kind of in the path of this Winnesoga, Theo. Yeah. So a lot of folks obviously in the path of this thunderstorm. Again, coming back in street level here, this southern rotation has been one of the stronger that we're looking at just a little north of Mississippi Highway 2 east of Walnut Creek. We show that again going about 40, 45 miles per hour here. So if we're assuming about 45 miles per hour, which might be just a little bit slow, our rotation going to cross Highway 2 there. It's going to cross it in about 3 minutes and near Silver Springs. Ross crossings there, we're looking about 9 minutes for you. Crow, no more than 11 minutes. Doppler radar indicated rotation here on Mama Justice Doppler radar moving toward you. Up in Theo, we do have rotation. Our rotation tracker on this does show that shear just a little south of US 72, approaching County Road 605, north of County Road 600. A tornado warning for Doppler radar indicated rotation for you. Not a lot of hail track on this, but we do have a little bit of hail track on our True Shield hail track, but obviously the tornado threat is the more significant. And where you see this pink in here as well, this is oftentimes something that shows up when we get not just the wind, but rotation. It's looking aloft and saying, hey, that could be translating down to the surface. Rotation that could lead to the development of a tornado, a possibility out of this here. One of the other ways in which we can assess this for you folks there is, again, looking right at it. And that's where our camera there in southern Alcorn County is so important. Definitely bouncing around as we're looking into this tornado-warned thunderstorm here as the winds kind of being sucked into this site. The east and southeast remain pretty strong. We're widening this camera out just a little bit more. Hold on. Let's go ahead. Let's not go in and out so much. Let's try to keep this out here for a second. as we're looking back southwest into this. We're looking into the rotating part of this thunderstorm there. This is going to be our wall cloud. So I have some heavy precipitation back there as well. I'm going to come to this side of the graphic for the moment. Again, this is a live camera you'll see brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. And something you'll see only here on Mississippi Live Weather on broadcast. But this is the spot of the thunderstorm here where if we're going to see this produce a tornado, we're looking. This is going back and forth as the winds are being sucked into this. So we need to be in that tornado safe place if we're up here in Alcorn County. And a reminder about some unsafe places. We don't need to be in cars. We don't need to be in trucks. We don't need to be in mobile homes or large open rooms or upper floors or rooms with windows. These are all unsafe places to be in a tornado. So for folks in Alcorn County, Eastern Tippah County, that's why we want you in a sturdy structure. So we want to make sure you're in your tornado safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Now, these are still, thankfully, at this point in time here, Doppler radar indicated tornado rotations. We do not have one that I can say for sure has produced a tornado, but you can definitely see how this has kind of an S shape to it, right? Definitely looks like an S, though it's always an indication, always a spot there where we're going to have to kind of concentrate on what this storm is capable of. And so it definitely shows that this has some rotation with this as well. Here to make sure we're not missing something on the wider shot of Mama Justice Doppler radar. We are not. All severe thunderstorm warnings back west. We'll talk more about those, I think, at some point here in a minute. But because we do have a tornado warning in progress for locations in Alcorn and Tippah counties, we're going to obviously prioritize our tornado warnings over severe thunderstorm warnings today. So in saying that, know this. Any of these storms have the potential for 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. The strongest could have 65 mile per hour winds. There's going to be some rotation. We're going to come back and look at these as they're upgraded, if they're upgraded to tornado warnings, which remains a possibility on lists. Let's come back up here to our tornado warned thunderstorms in Tishomingo County. We're watching ahead for you. So if you're up here in northern Tishomingo County, you can make a real argument that we need to be getting to another safer place if we can, north of Burnsville, north of Iuka, that if this moves toward you, you still have a few minutes to maybe get in your car and go to a community shelter. But if you're out here in Corinth, this is too close. We have to shelter in place in the best location we possibly can. And again, I love leaving up these tornado safety rules simply because I think it's the most important thing that we show you. If you know where to go, you can stay safe. So let's look at the northern rotation here up toward Theo. Again, we do show that rotation, that shear on this, where we have the brighter reds, where that's where we have more issues with that. Looking at the wind direction on this, again, moving toward the Gift community and Rustler Junction there, some strong gusty winds, at the very least in a couple spots along this line. The north section there, as well as the south section, where we do have some strong rotation that could potentially be trying to spin up a tornado. I cannot say for sure we've had a tornado. Our tornadoes would typically be brief in this scenario here, but Chihuahua, looking at that for you at 8:08, 8:08 for the Gift community, Winnesoga at 8:12, Acton at 8:24 there. And again, we're largely showing this just a little bit north of Corinth on those areas of rotation. I am going to adjust this slightly to include Corinth because I do think you need a time on this just in case. And again, Corinth, we're about 8:19, so similar timing to what we've been talking about for you, but this is probably the more accurate of the two tracks I looked at. And then this area of rotation, where we're looking directly into this with our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, this is the one that we're looking at here. So let's track this. Collinstown moving toward Kossuth and the Biggersville area. Speed on this area of rotation, again, about 40, 45 miles per hour for that as well. So we come in close here. Again, tracking along Mississippi Highway 2 in the direction of Crow. As you can see, County Road 506, we're probably no more than about 2 minutes away from you. This has now moved into Alcorn County, and that does mean, I'll double check the one to the north as well, that our friends in Tippah County can come out of your tornado safe place. If you're in Tippah County, you can come out of your tornado safe place. If you are ahead of this, let's make sure that we are building our armor. Let's make sure we have the apps and we have the alerts and we have everything that it can take to make sure that you are tornado safe place here, because this storm is moving ahead of this. So let's build the armor. And if you have not had warnings tonight, they could still be coming. As we look north here, again, Corinth City Grid, middle part of the screen there. It's a severe thunderstorm, a tornado warning in effect for Alcorn County until 8:45 p.m. because of this area of rotation approaching locations on the north side of Corinth. I'm going to send this over. Caleb, if you have the cameras up on that computer, do you have the cameras up on that computer where you can pull them up behind you there? I want that with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Let's try to, again, pull that up if we can. I'm going to pull up the camera here the standard way for a moment. And this is, again, looking from southern Alcorn County into these thunderstorms here. There's our low-hanging part. That is our rotating part of the thunderstorm there. That area we're looking at is probably another part of the storm behind it there. This is the spot that we would be watching closely if this is going to produce a tornado. What you instantly see is nearly nonstop lightning strikes on this. So, and it's definitely moving that camera back and forth a lot. So rotation that could lead to the development of a tornado with this thunderstorm. One of the locations we're looking at here as we look kind of toward the west out of our camera in Rienzi. For perspective on that, as I bring it in super close here, you can see about where our camera is, right about there. So we're looking west into that thunderstorm. It's right there on the western part of the county as opposed to the one north. We'd be looking through the rain on the one north there. We're trying to not get caught up in that rain curtain that's coming right toward us as well. So again, that is the southern of these rotations. Closer here to say the Collins Crossing and Ross Crossing area. You are under this tornado warning in Alcorn County, and obviously it's moving toward you at this instant. Hightown at 8:15. We need to be in that tornado safe place. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. We thankfully have not had a tornado that has been spotted or confirmed on this thunderstorm here, but of course both those things happen after the fact. We're able to confirm, and luckily we can't, but this is at least 65 to 70 mile per hour winds or a tornado moving here toward Crow and Kossuth and Biggersville in your direction there. So make sure, folks, that you know in your sphere of influence know that this could be a damaging thunderstorm as it moves in those directions there. Let's go back to our camera in Alcorn County. It's a great way for us to take a look and poke and prod this storm and kind of see what it is all about under this tornado warning. Current time is now 8:10 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo areas. I'm looking into that storm. We're looking at the strong winds again, kind of behind that thunderstorm there. As we look toward the horizon, that's the heavy rainfall that's back behind it. But then these clouds there, those show again the kind of the area where we could see something try to spin up. I don't know that we're going to have great visuals on one of these thunderstorms here. This is largely just kind of straight line winds with this as it moves through. And so then your tornadoes tend to be very quick and brief as they try to spin up on there. So Doppler radar doesn't always give us a ton of lead time on this, but we know it's likely probably some damaging wind as well. So make sure you know your safe place. The lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there again until you can get the all clear. This is largely one of those shelf clouds and parts, that scary looking cloud that we oftentimes talk about. The main thing that this is at this point in time here. So you can see that track there. Let's look at the northern part of this rotation. And again, this is also in Alcorn County and the northern track on this. And let's check out the shear, the rotation on this. Again, we do show that rotation continually kind of showing up there close to US 80, that'd be US 72, excuse me. This is not as tight as it was before. Let's check a couple other radar sites on this. Let's go over to the Memphis radar site. Check the wind. This is broader rotation. This has weakened somewhat. So a good sign on this north rotation here. This has weakened a little bit more, hopefully a trend that will continue on this at this point in time, but still kind of waiting, looking behind the scenes here. I do not see any additional information coming in from the folks there at the National Weather Service on this. I want to bring in our Caleb Edelblut, who has been, again, monitoring our chat back and forth with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Anything that they're saying on these storms?
Well, I was monitoring Slack, and we were starting to get some storm reports, but I just opened up our power outages, and TIPA is noticing significant power outages. They track just over 1,000. And 440 are out. So I'm gonna have to pull up the local EPA for that region, try to give you the best visual on that behind the scenes real quick.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, looking at that as well. Current time is 8:12. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. This storm up here in Alcorn County is our strongest. You can see how it has kind of a bow and arrow sort of look. If I were to draw that in as a bow, I mean, well, I guess I can draw it in. Trying not to go too John Madden on this for you as well. But you can see how this looks like a bow, right? There's a string. You'd put the arrow on it. And so if you follow the bow and arrow, where the arrow is going is where the damaging winds will as well. So whether this is a tornado or not, Kossuth, Biggersville, you were obviously hard hit by the recent ice storm. This is probably going to cause some power outages as it knocks down trees that have not been fully cleaned up, that were damaged by this storm as it moved into your area. So we do expect it to continue to try to produce some damaging wind gusts with it as well. And certainly there's some rotation there that could potentially develop into a tornado. That's one of the things, one of the concerns. Brief tornadoes we've talked about last couple of days here in the Room to Room Weather Center. That's where we're most concerned with this, is that we have brief tornado touchdowns on this. And that one looks like it definitely has some rotation. Let's look at the rest of the line here. Let's widen things out for a moment, get like a full assessment. I want to come Pontotoc County here. We're going to look Springville, Randolph, Pontotoc County for a moment. Let's go again on the wind mode here. Just kind of look at some broad rotation there. That one not as organized, but kind of an early look at this one, that in 15 minutes, this could be another one that tries to do what the storm up north has done in Alcorn County, which is, we don't know, but it's producing some damaging winds likely. Could try to spin up a tornado. So I do want to get you a storm track ahead on this just in case it were to continue at that pace. So this one will go about 44 miles per hour there. Again, no official warning on this. If you're ahead of this, you still have a little bit of time to make your way, mosey your way on the shelter, wherever you need to go on this. But this storm is strengthening. And for locations, again, on the north side of Tupelo there, you can see somewhere around the 8:40 time period. But Pontotoc at 8:22 for you, current time at about 8:24. There might be a little hail that runs ahead of that as well. This is an early look. We're not at the point yet where I can say for sure that that's going to end up producing severe weather, but it is definitely trying. Checking these other thunderstorms here out toward Hernando. Let's get a quick storm track on this, and we got to get back up as we have cities being impacted by those storms farther north. Here's our storm track again. This includes Marshall County, Tate County, Panola County, I think DeSoto County as well. Take a snapshot of this there as it's heading towards some folks there. Lewisburg about 8:19, 8:34 there. Closer to the Bet community. And if we take that a little farther out than that, you could see eventually Santobia again, 8:18 over top of our Maggie McCauley up there. Como at 8:21, 8:34 by Byhalia, and Holly Springs at 8:58. Doppler radar indicated strong straight line winds for those locations. Wide shot here shows our tornado warning continues for locations up near the Tennessee state line. Let's come in a little closer here on Mama Justice Doppler radar close to Corinth, and we're going to come over to our camera before we lose it up there in Alcorn County, in the southern part of Alcorn County. This kind of looking back into this from Kossuth. Again, from some perspective on where we're at here, I'm going to kind of pull this. This wasn't the way this is designed, but the way I'm going to utilize it here. So there's about where our camera is near the Biggersville area, Kossuth, about here-ish. This looking right back toward Kossuth. Let's kind of look toward the west, northwest into this. So whether this is producing damaging wind, whether this is producing a tornado, we are looking back into the heart of where whatever this is. And so that's what we're kind of looking beneath again. That's the strong, heavy rainfall that's going to have some 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially as it's moving toward our camera location there. So 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, I think, possible out of this thunderstorm at the very least, and then potentially trying to spin up a tornado. We're awfully close. It's obviously awfully close to our camera site there as well. So I got to pan it up just a little bit. Obviously, it's nearly nonstop lightning. One of the things that's probably leading to some power disruptions for some locations out there as we kind of look northwest. Again, it's definitely a scary sort of look to this thunderstorm there. A lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of low-hanging stuff, but not a lot that we can for sure confirm on this moment. That's one of the hard things about trying to look for lightning strikes to figure this out. So again, that is the part of this thunderstorm. There's two areas where we've had rotation on this. So we have the one that's up here close to Winnesoga, the north side there, pretty much right at the Tennessee state line, and the other one that's farther south. Looking from Memphis, meh. Looking from Monroe County, The one up north looks a little stronger, but I think we're also looking higher up in the thunderstorm there. So that could be one of the things kind of affecting that. We do want to make sure that, of course, that you know where your safe place is. That's probably one of the most important things that we can do in this situation, making sure we're going to that tornado safe place just in case. That would be, again, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, protect yourself from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. Let me pull off again. Appreciate Mama Justice and Room to Room, some of our big sponsors here on Mississippi Live Weather. But on Mama Justice Doppler radar, that rotation right at the Tennessee state line, one of the stronger. But this one here down south has been pretty consistent. So I'm going to get you a track, again, about 40 miles per hour here, that takes that right there into Corinth. So I can get you a time into Corinth. And we show the time into Corinth there about 8:30. Again, Doppler radar rotation, Allentown, we're at 8:20 Kossuth. It's over top of you now. And this does slice off just a moment there. We've got an updated location. I'm going to have to change something about our tracks here behind the scenes so that it works better for now. So give me just a moment to do that. Storm tracks, we're going to change our duration here to 30 minutes. So that way we don't have to drag it out as far to make these adjustments. So give me a moment to do that. Let's update this storm track based on the updated location. And there we go. At about 40 miles per hour, we need Corinth in that track. But third time's the charm. Apologize for that. It doesn't take me usually three times to get a storm track right, but here we go tonight. Okay, so Corinth, I show 8:29 for you. Farmington, 8:34. Kendrick, 8:41 there. Damon, 8:46. Southside, we show at 8:47 there, in Pine Flat at 8:48. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially try to allow this to produce a tornado if it gets strong enough. And then north up here near the Tennessee state line, where you see this kind of rotating cylinder, we call that a shear marker or rotation track. That's where Mama Justice Doppler radar is starting to see stronger rotation on that part of this thunderstorm as well. The rainfall mode, you can kind of see it just looks like a bunch of rainfall. We go to the shear, and this shows again some of that stronger wind and rotation with this. Maybe some hail. Our True Shield hail track does show some hail on this, but obviously the wind and rotation threats are the ones that have the greatest concern for us as well. So as we track that, again, this is exiting the Mississippi Live coverage area as it goes up here into Tennessee. So this will be the last track we're getting on the north side here. Acton, we show at 8:25 for you. Liberty, 8:28. Chambers at 8:33. Counts at 8:40. Nixon up there, 8:44. Maddox there at 8:49. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially lead to the development of a tornado. Our friends at Tennessee Valley Weather will be taking care of you. That's Tennessee Valley Weather. They're our partners here in the Digital Weather Network. Check them out for the latest. I apologize that we have to disengage from that, but we have to continue to kind of concentrate on folks here in North Mississippi in our primary coverage area. And so that's what we're doing here as well. So sliding back out wide for a moment, because I'm going to have to kind of keep poking and prodding that storm there in Pontotoc County, just to kind of check what it has as well. On the rainfall mode of Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, some broad rotation showing up there. We'll look closer in a second. We still do have these storms back out here from Sunflower back toward Eudora. Let's get a motion on these. Again, clearing off some of the old data for a moment. And checking the wind mode. And we're going to be looking super high up, so we're not going to have anything that resembles a great look at these, unfortunately. The only great look we honestly have is from our camera there in the Greenwood area. Let's check out what that camera looks like here for a moment. In Greenwood, that camera down, unfortunately. Maybe I'll remember at some point here which these cameras are down. Unfortunately, every time we kind of have some, you know, these take lightning strikes, power outages, those things unfortunately affect as well. So let's go back here to the regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And again, going up this line of storms and looking northward here, closer to Charleston. Again, this whole batch starting to congeal into one line. We talked earlier about how we had multiple lines. Now we kind of have sort of one line for the second batch here, which has previously prompted some severe thunderstorm warnings. Tracking that eastward, pulling down that Skycam information. We show that getting there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for you in Panola County, in Tallahatchie County. Just tornado watches, southern Tallahatchie County there. And then, of course, the severe thunderstorm watches. We have warnings. We have LaFork County as well, but also up here into Benton and Lafayette counties. I think both, actually Marshall and Lafayette counties there on that. But there's some times as that moves eastward. We'll check and see if the camera in Oxford is back up. Unfortunately, some of these have taken some power hits. I think Oxford might be one that's not coming back tonight, unfortunately for us. Nope, that one looks down. Panola County, you're kind of under the gun there in the Batesville area. We should kind of have a shot of what this looks like, a severe thunderstorm warning there in the Batesville areas. You can kind of see that thunderstorm. We're looking beneath it. Again, there's going to be some scary looking clouds on this. Batesville, we're 72 degrees for your current temperature. That dew point at 61. We're just hopeful that these scary looking clouds don't end up fully producing severe weather. I've got to come back up north here. I did promise Pontotoc. We've got to look Pontotoc briefly, and then I got to go north to check out those storms there. These have not taken that next step, thankfully. Any rotation there still pretty broad west of Pontotoc, but we'll get you a track on it nonetheless. And tracking that eastward, we'll say about 40 miles per hour there. Pontotoc, north side there, Nixon, in the next 5 minutes or so, we're north side of Pontotoc where this is moving through. Broad rotation there. Can't actually get a shot of that with our camera just to make sure, and we've got to get up north. Back up north there on this. So that's the Pontotoc camera. Again, this would be that rotating part of the thunderstorm there, kind of the leading edge. Not nearly as much lightning out of this thunderstorm. There is a little bit. I need a strike on the other side. God, can I get a strike on the other side there real quick? Just to make sure of what we're looking at for a moment. I'm going to try to zip across. We're going to give this 10 more seconds, but I need a strike back there if we could get one, please. Well, the very fact I don't have that much lightning is a sign that this is still increasing in intensity. Can't wait on it forever on a lightning strike to pull up. Caleb will be watching that one behind the scenes as well. Then up here into Alcorn County, again, our tornado warning with a storm that is moving in the direction there of the Corinth area. Back here on Mama Justice Doppler to our wind mode up there. The wind rotation still looks a little broader than it did before, God willing. That will continue related to this. Looking at the shear, again, we still have some of that. Pretty much right there along US 45 is where our strongest wind is. So this is at least probably 55, 65 mile per hour winds moving toward Farmington and Strickland. And it is rotating still somewhat, but it is not as organized on rotation as it was just a little bit ago here. So a good sign, and one that we, again, hope will continue. As we track that northeast about 39 miles per hour or so. There are some times on your screen as this tornado warning continues until 8:45 there for Alcorn County. Doppler radar indicated rotation with this. Our camera up there in Alcorn County, again, kind of because we're so far away from the radar site there, one of the things we have to keep coming back to, and I think it's amazing that this has not been enveloped by the rainfall yet, but it definitely will be, definitely bobbing back and forth there in the Alcorn County areas. We look back toward the northwest. I'm going to pan this back to where we're looking more northward. We're going to kind of be looking back into the tower on that, unfortunately. So don't have a great shot on that. We'll look a little more northeast just in case. And I think we probably look through the tower, almost directly through the tower there, unfortunately, if that's the case. So we'll go back southwest. And we'll go back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, which has some more useful information to us. So again, strong straight line winds a possibility out of this storm. And there is still some rotation, though that tornado rotation is not what it was. Certainly, hopefully, we're hunkering down there in the Corinth area. There's a lot of lightning with this thunderstorm, and obviously some damaging wind possible. The rotation as far as tornadoes go, probably on this cell up north, but as we talked about, that has now exited the Mississippi Live coverage area up there. Liberty, though, for you at 8:28. Mitchie there at 8:29. Tulu at 8:32. Our friends up at Tennessee Valley Weather covering that storm very, very closely. So check them out for the latest. Let's come back to the regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar here. And I have a couple other things that I can do to try and kind of look for the hail threat on this, just to double check hail, which we have had at least some hail out of these thunderstorms today. You see, we show a little bit, but we have not had any true hail reports with this. I think it's mainly the wind that is one of the biggest factors. Wider shot here shows some on that storm back toward Pontotoc County. These back into the Delta have less than they had before. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut has again been monitoring the power outage situation in particular there, and those numbers starting to increase, right?
Yes, no, definitely increasing and increasing pretty quickly as we're starting to see those new colors start to pop up. Benton and Timpa continue to be our biggest issues right now. Benton County, 538 customers without power. We were comparing that earlier to the total customers tracked, which is around just over 1,000. We were around 400, so already bumped up another 100 out there in Benton. But for Tipa's definitely going through it as well. 2,000 customers out for pretty much around 13,000 customers tracked. We can even take a view of that here. Take a look at Tipa and take a look at all these circles. I'll move it for you guys. That way y'all can see it. Let me go the right way. That way y'all can actually see what I'm talking about. All these different circles mean different things. That red one right there is 500 plus customers without power. That orange is around 100 to 500 people, and then those yellows around 11 to 100. So Tipa still got a lot of work to do, but those power outages definitely starting to creep up as we continue into the evening, Matt.
They are. Meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, thank you so much there. Again, you're right. The number of power outages increasing, not just in that county, but other locations there. Percentage-wise, that's what we're talking about. A fairly higher percentage there, partially because of lightning, partially because, again, so affected by the recent ice storm. As we go back to the regular rainfall mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar, looking from the Memphis site, storms up that direction. As I'll put our warnings back on here. This one near Byhalia is interesting because it has the look of a pretty strong wind producer up here as well, near Warshaw, moving eastward. We are tracking this, we're going to go about 40, 45 miles per hour with that eastward. And so there's some times, again, that's the next round that's moving toward you there in the Ripley area. It's prompted severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Marshall County, 9:15, Lafayette County, northern Lafayette County there at 9:15, Tate County until 9:15, Panola County until 9:15, and eastern DeSoto County there until 9:15. Strong straight line winds in particular, the main impact this is probably producing. Don't really have a lot of rotation along the leading edge of that, but something we'll certainly continue to watch in case that changes there. Let's reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. We cover severe weather. We cover all sorts of weather, and we want to make sure that you are building your armor. Part of that is, of course, the apps that we have. Weather Call, it's phone alert service, but making sure you have multiple layers to let you know if bad weather is coming towards you. We'll be here to let you, try to dissect the information, let you know everything that we can related to it. But ultimately, part of that whole keeping your family safe thing comes down to you making sure you have layers. It's not just on tornado sirens. Tornado sirens really only do so much. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again with us behind the scenes as well this evening. Gabe, in studio, you're looking at some of these cameras here. Have you seen anything of significance yet?
Driving,
a lot
no.
of scary looking clouds.
Do what?
A lot of scary looking clouds.
A lot of SLCs for sure, Matt, but I was actually out in Union County, as you guys saw earlier on this evening, and I did not see anything that exactly told me there was a tornado touchdown, but I did see a ton of lightning. So that shows that these are very strong thunderstorms, and I have gotten reports of some of those stronger wind gusts as well. So nonetheless, that's really what I have right now confirmed, but we're looking for more of those reports through the Mississippi Live Weather app and some of those power outages as well.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor there, again, checking what's in the app as well. Alcorn County, again, under a tornado warning until 8:45. I'm going to come down here to Pontotoc County. As we look down in Pontotoc County here, these storms, a little bit of broad rotation on these, as we've talked about before here. Not super organized. I just don't know that we have enough fuel for them to work off of. We're going to take a moment and check that camera there in Pontotoc as well for just a second here. Again, hopefully we're up in Alcorn County. We're in shelter. The broader rotation on that storm than what we had a little earlier. I think it's more likely damaging winds than tornadoes at this point here. Let's go. The reason I'm in Pontotoc County is I need to see what a developing storm in this looks like. 57 for a dew point is low, really low. We need to go northeast on this. Let's go northeast a little bit more. I'm going to look through that tower, unfortunately. Yeah, we're just not going to have a great shot of it because we're looking through the tower. But this number here is the best thing I can show you tonight. My hope is that these flirt with producing tornadoes all night long and never actually do it. But looking back toward the east there. I know that looks suspicious. That's a raindrop refracting the light there as well. That's why that looks as suspicious as that is. Caught my eye for a second as well there. So we're going to have, again, some scary looking clouds from time to time. See how we move it there? And that moves as well. But no rotation that I can see on there that's overly impressive as we wait for lightning strikes. It's always hard when you're waiting for lightning strikes to figure out exactly what is happening on these. Let's go and clear that off and check a kind of wider shot here. I think the new, that severe thunderstorm warning, I did not have mentioned Union County before, but Union County also in that warning as they kind of warned well ahead of those thunderstorms there. So Union County, again, Eastern Union, we have some storms. Western Union, we have some storms approaching. I'm going to change this to where instead of our lightning L's that are pop on there, that we're going to change this to where we do more of the lines for the lightning strikes. We just have too much lightning showing up right now. And so I think it's kind of overdoing that so we can see more of the data this way. But coming and checking the rotation on this here. Again, still broad rotation, but that is not screaming tornado by any stretch of the imagination. So I kind of check a few different radar sites here. No, I would say I'm less impressed with our tornado threat than I was before, certainly out of this part of this thunderstorm that's up here moving east of the Corinth area. So still maybe some hail. This is probably still some damaging winds. And admittedly, we are a long ways away from the radar site. And so there's so much we don't know about this storm when you get that far away. We'll make this a loop for the last 30 minutes. And I want you to kind of compare how this has looked over the last 30 minutes here, right? So here's where it is now. Notice how bright, some dark blacks, bright pinks that was versus what it is now. That is a strong or significant weakening phase on this as it's moved eastward. Still some wind damage. We're also looking higher up, but and that we could be kind of looking over the top of this. We typically would expect these to be kind of shorter thunderstorms than maybe usual. But again, tornado warning continuing there for eastern Alcorn County until 8:45. Let's do some all clears for a moment. Corinth, we can give you in the primary city grid there of Corinth an all clear. Kossuth, Allentown, we can give you an all clear. Biggersville, interesting. So no severe thunderstorm warning technically on this part of the thunderstorm, but down here south of the synagogue area, as we check the shear, where you see this near Pisgah, we do have a little bit of wind rotation showing up there as well. It sounds like getting a weather call coming in there, and I think I might have forgot to change mine here real quick. So there's my weather call coming in, so that means we've got something coming from my house. So we'll find out what that is here in just a second. So that's what weather call is, and I jokingly said before that occasionally I don't find out until I'm on the air and we get my weather call here. Do you see how it disrupted everything? That's why weather call is important. So let's come here to Pontotoc County. So this is the storm that's moving toward my house, toward Gabe's house, and toward many other people's houses as well. Looking at this with some rotation on this, some kind of broad rotation. Looking at the wind mode, I think wind is the main factor. Maybe some hailstones on this that could be, though, up to 1 inch in size, a possibility as this line moves eastward. So let's get a storm track on this. We'll double check the speed for a moment here. I have this going northeast. They're going 55 miles per hour on this. That's a little faster than I would have gone, but we'll go ahead. You can track it at that speed there. Oops. I already had my storm track on. Got to go a little wider. So again, here's our storm track for damaging wind potential. There's been a little bit of rotation on this, but this is primarily damaging wind potential on this. And they're going 55, which I think is a little fast, but I'll agree 50. How about that? So this would include a severe thunderstorm warning for Pontotoc, for Lee, Itawamba, and Prentiss and Union counties for strong straight line winds and the possibility that this could have some rotation and produce some large hail. So again, as we have some more folks come online here on our various discussions, let's talk about what we have and what we don't have. What we don't have is confirmation of this producing a tornado. The way in which we can say that, let's be clear on this, is to check our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers here. This is our camera that is in the Tupelo area here, and we're going to have to kind of flip this around, which has already been done. I think we're looking kind of northeastward out of that. Give me a moment here to pull up our camera there and make sure I've got this the right direction. So yeah, so we're looking northwest. We're looking through the tower northwest. Got it. That makes sense. The city grid makes more sense that way. Okay, so severe thunderstorm kind of looking northwest through the tower. I'm going to try to kind of look back toward the west here. So give me a moment to see if we can get a shot back that direction there. You can see some of those strong, bright lightning strikes there toward the horizon as that storm is going to stay a little north, the strongest part there of where our camera location is. Hence the reason why the storm chaser to kind of move that camera to the right a little bit. So looking back into that storm, again, this is going to be some heavy rainfall, some strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We have some broad rotation on it, but it's not yet to a strength where it would produce a tornado. This is looking back toward kind of the west and northwest. Unfortunately, the best shot of this, we're looking through the tower here. I don't have a great shot of this, but this does also mean that we'll have a good shot if it gets kind of the right as well here in a minute. But let's see if I can get my preset back to the northwest, if it'll go back to the right spot there. There we go. So let's get off of that. Again, appreciate Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam there, and all the sponsors with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. I do show some hail with that close to the Innville area, moving toward Belden, Frog Island, and again, Birmingham Ridge area, Blair, Guntown, all in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning. The broad rotation, again, is not super strong. A couple of spots there where you can kind of see little bits of rotation, but it's going to have to go up a few notches before that's going to prompt a tornado warning. Hopefully it doesn't. But again, now is the time before one is issued to kind of understand where that safe place is and make those decisions to kind of head toward that tornado safe place. Speaking of tornado safe place, we have had a tornado warning that was previously issued up here for Alcorn County. The areas of rotation of greatest concern have now both kind of exited Alcorn County, one up here into Tennessee close to the Counts area. Again, looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar on the rotation, you can clearly see that. Our friends up at Tennessee Valley Weather tracking that area of rotation up there. The area of rotation that moved through the Corinth area is kind of east now as well. This is mainly damaging wind, I think, north of Burnsville here that this is most capable of. But there's another area of broad rotation back here closer to the synagogue area. So let's do the track up north and then the track south. So back on the rainfall mode. Again, this part up here will say 45 to 50 miles per hour. We show Pine Flat at 846, 847 Dosky, the Sandy Creek subdivision. This is going to be some wind gusts up to around 60 miles per hour. I think the tornado threat has passed. That's why Corinth, we can come out of that tornado safe place. Farmington, we can come out of that tornado safe place. Strickland, we can come out of that tornado safe place as this has moved eastward. Now, obviously, Kendrick, this is close enough. While I don't believe it's necessarily producing a tornado, I'm far from perfect. Let's stay in that tornado safe place for you just because we're kind of already sheltered and already in that location at this point in time. Let's look at the southern area here that has a little bit more rotation with it here closer to Biggersville. See, I have this little bend back in Biggersville, and then we have another area where we have kind of that wind change there closer to the synagogue area. I think it's all kind of the same issue there. So I'm going to kind of track the whole batch eastward as opposed to necessarily pinpoint the rotation because I don't want to miss something by being more pinpoint than we should. So again, this is our severe thunderstorm warning there for southern Alcorn County and Biggersville, where our camera location is there. One of the spots that's kind of being impacted by this right now. I'll see behind the scenes, Ryanzi, Biggersville sort of area there. Again, there's our track, Ryanzi at 844 there. We want to try to treat this as though this is a tornado warning for you, but for Iuka, this is damaging winds moving more toward you. Burnsville, damaging winds at 858. As it moves through your locations there. We have had some hail, not really much out of this. Looking at that rotation, that's primarily what we're concentrating on. And on our severe threats, again, the hail, when we have it in this lightest purple, typically that's pea size or smaller hail that we're getting out of it as we're kind of learning how to calibrate things here on Mama Justice Doppler radar with all kind of the amazing tools that we do have here. But looking at these, we're going to look closer at that in 2 seconds. We got to spend some time on that in a minute. Let's go out to Charleston and Oakland, Coffeyville. Again, we have not talked a lot about you in Yallowbush and Calhoun County now. As these storms kind of move through your area there, some strong straight line winds. The main impact out of these, though some broad rotation possible on our severe threats, not really much in the way of hail, and any shear remains limited. I know I just popped through about 10 bagajillion things there. We've got a lot of storms that we're tracking this evening, so I want to make sure we're doing the most effective job possible of that. So we're going to track this at about 40, 45 miles per hour there. So Tillatoba, we show at about 845 for you. This is Doppler radar indicated a strong straight line winds primarily. There's a little broad rotation there, but Scobie, we're at 848. Take a picture, maybe send this ahead. That's one of the ways, and again, where you can help is by, taking a picture, calling friends and family in the path and saying, hey, Matt says 845. It's 843 right now in Tillatoba. Or if you look down that list, Water Valley Landing there, we're about 855. Or Coffeyville at about 903. 906 there, Water Valley. Pine Valley at 911. The Bentwood area there about 916. So send that picture ahead. I'm going to kind of put a few other folks on there. So I think, again, where are we at? 918. I'll make that my first one. We'll say Tyson as the first one there. So again, Schoona, we're looking about 921 for you. Shepherd, 925. Bruce at 930, 929, 930. Pittsboro, about 931. And then eventually Randolph, close to about 942, because that's right. While we're talking about storms there in eastern Pontotoc County, we do have spots in western Pontotoc County, and really, I guess, all of Pontotoc County that eventually will potentially be impacted by that thunderstorm as well. New tornado warning issued up into Tennessee related to the rotation up there with the storms exiting. Our tornado warning here for North Mississippi and Alcorn County will likely be allowed to expire at its conclusion time here in a minute. Some of the pictures coming out of Alcorn County look pretty impressive here of some of the lightning, and Gabe will talk more about that sort of stuff here in a minute. From the emergency management up there in Alcorn County, a shot here of what some of the lightnings look like. A lot of, nonstop lightning going on there. Appreciate Kim McCrell helping out there in the Alcorn County area in the emergency management. Again, that's an example of some of the lightning. You can share your pictures with us. I know that's something that our meteorologist Gabe Maynor is kind of checking behind the scenes. But as we come back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, just wanted to be on here in time to watch that that tornado warning that's set to expire kind of pop off the map right there. So now we no longer have tornado warnings in effect for any locations here in North Mississippi, but we do have some thunderstorms that we're watching very closely. Hail, wind here in Lee, Eastern Union, Southern Prentiss, moving into northern Itawamba counties. You're all under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 as that hail and wind potential kind of increasing on a thunderstorm moving into your areas. We appreciate all of you for your support. Again, you can join a conversation, a chat going on, a robust chat here. A lot of folks saying a lot of things. I see Judy mentioning big hail in Enville. The question is can you send us a picture of that if you're getting big hail? That's a way in which you can work with us. Join the conversation right now on social media. We have about 15,000 people watching us live on social media. And on the Mississippi Live Weather app, we have about another 40,000 people. So some rough math. 30 plus 15 is 45. God, we have about 60,000 people watching this live right now. We appreciate y'all for your support. Support those people right there that support us here on Mississippi Live Weather, because without them stepping up, we could not provide this coverage to you. So let them know you appreciate them, that you value them. They have a zillion different ways in which they can spend their money, and they're spending it trying to provide life-saving weather information to you. So tell them thank you on behalf of all of us here, if you would. I'm going to bring the chat down here for a moment, and we're going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, who's been watching, again, behind the scenes, a lot of those lightning strikes and other things. Gabe, let's take a look at a couple pictures real quick as I get some storm tracks ready.
For sure. Okay, so this is a look actually over there in the Ecru area, and Addie submitted this picture, and I wanted to point out one thing. It was saying how the wind was strong enough to blow their hats off, as you can see there on the ground, but the lightning in the background is really what catches my attention, because that is a ton of cloud-to-ground strikes. not just in Ecru, but if we look around the surrounding North Mississippi area, you can see some of these strikes. And of course, cloud to ground is what we're talking about, with the clouds, it being produced from the clouds and making it all the way to the surface. And those are where we get the concerning strikes, because that does mean some power outages are possible. And potentially we've seen some house fires also start from this, and it just can cause some damage. So we're hopeful that that's not the case, but seeing this amount of cloud to ground strikes is of course something that adds to already those severe weather parameters. This one showing the bright flash of light there, and then of course a few more of those strikes. But Matt, electric storms. I also wanted to jump on here real quick because I saw Saltillo on the map and pulled up. I have my home camera right now, monitoring in case I see any hail on the stones. So I'll let you know if anything does happen here in the next few moments.
Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, watching things behind the scenes here for us in the Room to Room Weather Center there in our Tupelo studios. So, if you're in the Lee County area, I'd still recommend that we are in our safest location here: Lee, Eastern Union County, Prentiss County, Tisch County, and Northern Itawamba County. As we're checking our cameras there in the Sherman area, again, showing some strong gusty winds a little bit, but not a ton. Let's go back to Blue Springs, more deeply kind of near this. Storm's looking north there. Again, that's some rough looking stuff out of that camera. This honestly is probably my very favorite of all the Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras that we ever can look at there, looking towards some of those thunderstorms. A lot of lightning with this. That's some of the heavy rainfall and probably some of the hail on one of those storms that's falling there. In fact, that I don't see any rotation on that there. So looking from Blue Springs, kind of looking at the backside of this storm up there closer to the Bethany area as well. And the fact that this is so jagged is one of the reasons why, you can see again our track of locations there. But the jaggedness is one of the reasons I get, concerned about when we look for wind and if we see rotation on this. I feel pretty confident that this is probably some 60 to 65 mile per hour winds on this as it moves eastward, continuing to kind of strengthen here. And our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, trying to get my attention for a second here. Gabe, what you got?
Okay, so this is hail over in Pontotoc, but that same storm moving through Saltillo was this storm, and we are getting confirmation that hail is on the ground. What I'm getting there looks to be about pea-sized, and neighbors saying the same thing. So this is producing hail on the ground.
Okay, so this is producing some hail. Again, if you have the largest hailstone, the folks at True Shield Roofing, it's just kind of a side thing that we do with them, where it does not take the same precedence as damaging wind and those sorts of things. But they sponsor our hail tracker here. And if you have the largest hailstone sent in using the app and it's greater than 1 inch in size, you could win a $100 gift card from the folks at True Shield Roofing. Appreciate that. Gabe, just a behind the scenes mention, double check that last winner if you would, please, on that. Let's make sure we've got that taken care of. So back here again, the Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, I do see broad rotation on this in a few different spots. And as Gabe was mentioned a moment ago, some hail falling out of this. Let's look three-dimensionally out of this batch of thunderstorms here to see again where it is the strongest aloft there. And that can also help us to understand the structure of these thunderstorms, because the tallest storms typically are going to be the ones that are most effective. We're going to have to look at the storms back out there closer to Yalobusha County and out toward Greenwood as well here in a minute. Let's bring it all the way back in, though, here on this storm. We're going to cut it down to the most intense returns, which allows us to then kind of see where that biggest hail is and how much of it is still up in the clouds and how much of it is falling out. And I think where Gabe was mentioning that a moment ago there, that's where some of that large hail is falling out on the north side of Saltillo, west side of Saltillo there. This would be Old South there. Of course, that's US 45 right there. And so that, and the black line you see kind of in the middle there, that is just where our storm track started, where we're kind of tracking it there. So you can see some of the locations, again, in our track: heavy rainfall, gusty winds, some hail possible out of that batch of thunderstorms there. And kind of looking back toward the west, let's double check some of the rotation on this as well. Any of the rotation fairly broad. Honestly, this looks more like straight line winds there, kind of pushing toward Beach Springs area and County Road 681 there. Probably more straight line winds out of that part of that thunderstorm than rotation. I'd say the same on all of that at this point here. And hopefully that is a trend that continues there as well. But the hail size starting to increase on that thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for Lee, Itawamba, and Prentiss counties until 9:15. If you're out here in Pontotoc County, We are all clear from this storm. Same thing for Union County. You're all clear from this storm here. At some point, National Weather Service will cancel you out of that warning. Sliding northward, checking the spots where we did have some rotation before we go west. All that rotation fairly broad. The more significant rotation up into Tennessee. We'll get you a quick storm track here on these storms. Again, severe thunderstorms. And we'll kind of track the entire line here and thin out locations a little bit all the way down there toward Boonville. That whole line moving eastward about 40 miles per hour or so. You can see that track there. We'll go and change the size of the locations. Make sure we've kind of got everybody, larger locations on there. So Tishomingo about 918 for you. Iuka 911, 959, 859 there, the Burnsville area. If we kind of put everything back on there for a moment so you can see all those other locations, you get that there. So I'm going to leave that storm track on for a moment. We're going to go to a different thunderstorm here. So that storm track still applies to the last thunderstorm, but this one's probably producing some 65 mile per hour winds up here in Yalobusha County. Yalobusha County, we come to the wind here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Again, I have some broad rotation. The main thing I'm seeing on this, though, is this push of wind right here. See how you have the brighter green with this? This is one of those spots where we're having that 60, 65 mile per hour wind. Some wind damage, and we expect the power outages to probably pick up on this as it moves eastward. So a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for you in Yalobusha, western Calhoun, and parts of Lafayette County until 9:15 p.m. Let's get a storm track on this on Mama Justice Doppler radar. So I put our, no, actually, hold on. I want to go to the wind, back to the wind mode to make sure I got the exact spot right. So I'm looking for this area where it just gets a little bit brighter green. See, we got a new update. Third time's the charm. Maybe that's the name of this severe weather event. We go back after it. Third time's the charm. And hopefully I can say that tongue in cheek because hopefully it doesn't get any worse. But there's the track of this forward. Again, Randolph 936 on kind of the eastern edge of this. But in the short term here, we're looking at Water Valley, strong damaging winds for you in the next few minutes as this kind of moves into Water Valley within really the next 2 or 3 minutes or so. So if we're looking at how you can help, let somebody ahead here know. I see you, Gabe. We'll get to hail in a minute, but we're going to take care of wind stuff first. So, okay. Anyway, I'm not going to read lips. I got to finish this first here. Okay. So anyway, here's our storm track as we look ahead of this. Strong straight line winds, some hail. There is some rotation on this as well. When I look at kind of the rotation mode on this, the north side of this in particular up here, close, moving toward Water Valley, Springdale, and Tula. You're in the zone here. We're going to have to watch. So if you're ahead of this, send this storm track if you know somebody lives in Paris, you know somebody lives in Banner, you know somebody lives in Sarepta or Bruce, and let them know about what time this is moving toward them. And you can tell them that the way they can build their armor, one of the ways, is with the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all of those different devices. We stream live on there. We appreciate all of you for supporting us on there and all the other versions of social media and different platforms where you can watch us. All about 60,000 of you watching live with us at this instant here. Okay, now I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Just wanted to get a second there to make sure we kind of completed all that. Gabe, I do see some decent sized hail there, right?
At least 1 inch hail, and this was closer to Trace State Park out there in Pontotoc. So before this moved into the area, but nonetheless, you're getting 1 inch hailstones reported out there. That quarter kind of aligning with 1 inch. That one bigger than 1 inch. I would say almost 1 1/4, maybe 1 1/2. And then this continues to just flood in.
This is about where Trace State Park. So this is what it would look like when it went over Trace State Park.
Oh yeah,
that's probably dropped a lot of its biggest hail already. We'll look 3D on it, but go ahead.
And I was going to say, well, and here's kind of the numerous reports of it, and I was seeing it come down heavy on my porch here just a moment ago. But Caleb is live outside right now. If you do want to cut to him, he's kind of got eyes out in the scenes on this storm as it moves just north of, or the northern part of Lee County.
Okay, let's take a look here with this, our meteorologist, Caleb Edelbluth there. Okay, so what you got, Caleb?
Yeah, no, I'm just outside the station here in Tupelo facing north, and it's definitely been a lightning show as that storm y'all have been tracking just north of Tupelo continues to move on through. Definitely showing off lots of lightning. But another thing I wanted to point out, a little bit more noticeable just a second ago, but take a look at that flag. may just kind of look like an ordinary flag blowing in the wind, but it's blowing north. So still kind of feeding in that moisture as that wind continues to kind of travel towards the north, towards these storms, building on that fuel, that dew point that we've been talking about the past few days. So these storms continue to move on through. You can definitely see that lightning in the background, but definitely some decent lightning shows, especially for those not really affecting or being affected by that rain and wind yet. Definitely fun to watch out here in Tupelo, but still got to get ready for some more storms moving on through, Matt.
Absolutely. We'll try to get back in here, in a minute and stay safe. I appreciate you out there. But you point out that flag, and that's an important note here. One of the questions that we had was how disrupted would the atmosphere get by these initial thunderstorms? If Caleb's showing what he's showing there, what that means is we still have flow out of the south right into these storms, and it's still somewhat clean inflow. Why that matters is that then means there's more fuel for thunderstorms to work off of. That still means, in particular, the south one of these thunderstorms here, right over the Saltillo area, we're going to have to watch that. We've had some large hail out of it. And it's also in a zone where it could potentially see more rotation try to pick up on it. It's one of the things I was looking at while Caleb was full screen a moment ago there, was kind of looking at the rotation on this thunderstorm. And we do have at least some broad rotation with that near the Saltillo area as well. Our camera up there, Mississippi Department of Transportation camera, and then we're going to look at some other spots. I know we've got a lot of locations experiencing some stuff right now. So what I'm prioritizing for the moment here are rotating thunderstorms a little bit. No good shot there, just heavy rainfall. That camera, I guess, just a little bit south, and I don't have a good north look on that, as well as that's now moved a little bit east of Saltillo. That is, let's look here. That's my rotation, just a little east of Saltillo. See if it jives up with what we have. That latest scan doesn't look quite like what it did a moment ago there. So we'll have to see. That's, God, I wish we had a really good look at that. Our camera in Tupelo, though, is not going to be able to look north well enough. Let me think. Pontotoc, that's going to be, hold on, we might have, it'd be a long shot from Pontotoc. Let's take, no, Pontotoc's through a tower as well. Maybe we can see from Smithville. Hey, Gabe, go to Smithville, adjust the Smithville camera northward. We're looking the wrong direction for it as well. Adjust Smithville northward, and we'll come back that here in a second so we can tackle some other thunderstorms. Again, that has some broad rotation on that thunderstorm there. We have not talked about the Grenada storm here in a little while. North of Greenwood here, moving toward Holcomb, moving toward Causilia there. This is a Doppler radar indicated straight line winds. We come back into the wind mode here. Again, some broad rotation with this as well. This is one of those kind of long-lived wind potential storms that we are tracking. When we were looking at those rotation tracks, this is one that we would have been looking for and looking at that had some of that rotation. So we see the severe thunderstorm warning does continue there for Grenada County, for Carroll County until 9:30. Again, Greenwood, we're kind of this, so still plenty of thunderstorms overhead with this. Cleveland, we're all clear. If you're basically behind this main line here, you are all clear from any tornado threat tonight. There's still going to be some strong gusty winds. But Grenada obviously is moving toward you. Tie Plant, we're at 9:11 there. Dubbard at 9:03. We show Grenada, kind of midtown there in Grenada. We're looking at 9:11. Scobie at 9:14. Grenada Landing, of course, on Grenada Lake there, as well as Hurricane Branch, somewhere around 9:15 to 9:20. Dear God, I hope there's not anybody out there on Turkey Creek this evening, but nonetheless, something to just mention. Hopefully we don't have folks in those spots there, but this is Doppler radar indicated straight line winds. Moving eastward, maybe some very broad rotation. Again, we're going to look way high up on this, so that's going to have to tighten up a lot more right there in western Grenada County. I would be in my safer location if we are there. Again, no tornado warning for you, but I would be in my safe place, which is in a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows to protect yourself if for whatever reason something happens, and then stay there until we can give you the all clear. But maybe just as important, we want to avoid these unsafe places. Cars and trucks are the most vulnerable places you will be when it comes to severe weather and tornadoes. And so we need to make sure we're not in cars and trucks or mobile homes because obviously those are spots that are somewhat vulnerable. Come to Hickory Flat for a moment. Do have, again, some broad kind of rotation there as well. I think damaging winds be more likely the scenario based on this, but up there in the flat, heads up that this is what we are watching. Checking the kind of shear rate, the rotation, we do show a little bit, not as much as we have east of Guntown. We've got to get east of Guntown. So I'm going to put this severe track on this. I don't have a lot of time because I think we could be getting closer to a tornado warning on that one east of Guntown if it continues to strengthen at this rate. But this is for the Hickory Flat storm there, the one that's prompted a severe thunderstorm warning for you until 9:45 for Union, Tippah, Benton. I think the northern part there of Southern Marshall, northern Lafayette County, all involved in that one there. I need to get a look on this one here near Chapelville and Guntown. I think this one is really ratcheting up. And you see the shear rate, the rotation on this, a little bit less than it was just a moment ago there. Let me take this back a scan. Yeah, you can see that rotation just a little bit less than it was a moment ago there. I have my rotation with this trying to kind of push in, but I don't have that for sure. Let's look from our camera down in Smithville. Again, this is kind of a long shot here. And as I bring up our Smithville camera, I'm going to also, again, bring up our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, for a moment on this as well. So we can kind of talk about what he is seeing, because he's been watching this behind the scenes for the last few minutes here. And Gabe, just kind of looking at this here, a lot of lightning, obviously. Probably too far to really get a good look at it. Agree?
It is. Do we need to be looking more west than north out of the Smithville camera?
No, we need to be pretty north, I think, on that. I'm going to change the monitor behind you so it kind of has a little bigger there. It's look toward the middle, right next to where those wires are. I can't point at it. Right there. Pull the hand back. Wait. So look right at the ground level there. If I get a lightning strike right there. Did you see that? That one? That's... you can still kind of see some sort of a lowering on that. It's a long, long ways away. Man, do we dare? We're going to try. If you don't mind, I'm going to give you a moment to try to zoom that in and get me a closer shot on that if you can. So okay. I'm going to go away from it for a moment.
I will try not to let you down.
You'll do the best you can, which is about all I could do. It's just going to save me from kind of moving it back and forth while we're on the air.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to react on air. Sorry, there was a big lightning strike and it caught me off guard. I didn't know I was still live.
Okay, I'll put you down for a minute so I'll wait for you to kind of wave me back in. As we come in here to the digital room-to-room weather center, we'll kind of reset things for a moment. It's just after 9 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. You can watch us on all the different social medias where we have about 14,000 people watching us right now between YouTube and Facebook primarily. We have we got a bunch on all of the apps watching as well. But what we're watching for is the potential for rotation on this storm here in northern Lee County to possibly continue to strengthen. This is probably some hail and strong winds as well on this part of this Guntown back toward Chapelville, kind of rotating in there. What I'm interested to see is whether or not that's trying to wrap up around it. Because if it does, that could enhance the rotation just a little bit. And it's not impossible to see a brief tornado spin up on this storm if it continues at this pace. So I'm looking Kirkville here. We're going to say this keeps going there toward, hold on. We're going to fix that. I don't like that yet. Let's clear that off. Let's get a better storm track on that. But my rotation right on the Lee-Itawamba County line, just east of Kirkville, has kind of picked up a little bit more on this there. So rotation increasing a bit there east of Chapelville, east of Guntown, north of Unity, northeast of Saltillo. Rotation on the increase. My shear rate on this kind of increasing somewhat as well. Still some hail potential on that. But this is a zone here we're going to have to watch very, very closely. They're pretty much right along the Natchez Trace Parkway. That's kind of that gray line going right in the middle there. That's the Natchez Trace. Which always seems to be a magnet for damage from time to time there. So hopefully this is not another instance of that occurring. Our Smithville camera, as we look down into Smithville, why are we looking Smithville? We're looking so far away to the north, trying to see if we can keep it focused, despite the fact that we're kind of looking around some wires there. Okay, I see what we're seeing there. So bring Gabe back in here as we'll both stare at a camera
I mean, yeah, it's a tough look, Matt. You're unfortunately seeing the wires and the pole and kind of that. And if I go any more north, unfortunately, I think that we're going to still be blocked by a bit of that pole. And so, I'll keep eyes on it behind the scenes, but you're kind of getting I haven't seen much of a lowering just yet. I've just seen a lot of lightning out of this storm.
Okay, maybe Amory would. I mean, Amory's not that far south. Let's try Amory and see if we flip it north here for a moment. We just have to remember to flip these back to the west when the time comes. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here, tracking behind the scenes, and you guys, appreciate all of the reports you're sending us using the Mississippi Live Weather app as well. That's a lot of big hail. While I'm tracking rotation on this, let's not miss the fact that this all up north here. This is all probably some pretty good size hail trying to fall out of that storm. We'll look 3D on Mama Justice Doppler and show actually we're still holding a decent amount of that hail up aloft in it. So as I kind of cut that down here, look at that. That's interesting how far south of kind of the main area we still have that. So that shows that this is an organized storm, that it does have some rotation with it, and that it is still holding up. Probably whatever its biggest hail is still above the surface there, somewhat above the Pratt's area. So Marietta, north of Kirksville, you're in the target zone here for some big hail in excess of 1 inch to 1.5 inches in size. The rotation continuing to strengthen on this as well. Those two things are linked. The rotation on an individual storm and hail in this situation both kind of linked to one another as we await kind of the next batch of this kind of moving toward the east there. Let's go ahead and, again, go wider on this, and we're going to check back with our storm toward the Water Valley area. We've been watching this thunderstorm here with some at least broad rotation from time to time. At this point in time here, looks like more straight line wind there south of the Oxford area in Lafayette County, where this has really kind of picked up a bit more. So I'll kind of draw it on first. You see that white line there? That's kind of like a bow and arrow, right? You pull it back, you shoot it forward. That's going to be the strong wind going ahead of this. And there's one other spot ahead, maybe rotation I want to look at as well in a second. So we'll go about 47 miles per hour. If you're ahead of this storm, we expect strong straight line winds to be the main factor that you experience as this heads eastward. Speed on this, we're going about 45 miles per hour. While we're looking at that, I do see kind of an area up here on the north side near Altus there along 278, maybe some broad rotation on that there. But I think more than anything, it's going to be the straight line winds, 65, 70 miles per hour that are possible there. That's what's prompted additional severe thunderstorm warnings now that do include Pontotoc County, Chickasaw County, Calhoun County, and locations eastward. We have also warnings down south for Webster County, Grenada County, and Montgomery County. The takeaway should be we're all probably going to be under warnings at some point here as this line moves in and hopefully transitions more to, well, we don't want any strong straight line winds or damaging winds of any kind. But I mean, if we're choosing, most people would probably choose that over tornado potential, and hopefully that is a trend that continues. So you saw that again, strong straight line winds with this northern storm there, moving there east of Water Valley and the Pontotoc area. I'm gonna go north in just a second. I need to hit the Grenada storm here. We'll slide, double check southward toward Belzona and Hollandale. Let's start south to north on this. And so that means we're gonna have to change this over to our radar site down in the Jackson area. And so we show, again, strong hail potential out of that thunderstorm there as well. Our hail, pretty consistent, so maybe 1.5 inch hail, not impossible. The rotation on this, we don't show anything of significant concern there. It's primarily, we see that purple there, the large hail that's our peak threat to go along with the very heavy rainfall on this. Not a ton of rotation. And then, of course, obviously strong straight line winds out of that as well. We check out the wind mode there. And while I have the green next to the red, that looks more like straight line wind sort of wind than anything else. So severe thunderstorm warning for Humphrey County there, for locations up into Holmes County as well with that thunderstorm as it moves eastward at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let's clear that off and let's come up here north. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continue for Kruger, Morgan City there as well. Checking the wind mode here. I do in some spots a very choppy look to our velocity. That tends to happen when we have these big straight line wind events. And then some strong wind, again, moving through Grenada as well. I see up here behind the scenes, a lot of folks mentioning Grenada, some hail there and some hail in the Water Valley area as well. And kind of balancing a bunch of these storms all at the same time. So I apologize that it takes us a while to kind of get through some of these. Another bow echo here, another area where we have strong straight line winds, probably some hail. And as we kind of track that batch there toward the east, I need to clear that again. Let's get a taller track north to south. There we go. East, about 45 miles per hour. Calhoun City, of course, in the path of this, as well as Bruce, Gore Springs, Duck Hill, in the path of this strong straight line winds. And some rotation from time to time on this as well. Duck Hill, we show 920, Pittsboro 945, Bruce at 946, Calhoun City 947, 948 there in Derma, Vardaman 957, and Houston at 1010. This is Doppler radar indicated straight line winds that could potentially from time to time try to spin up a tornado if everything goes the wrong way. East of Grenada, right along Highway 8 is one of those locations that we're going to have to watch closely here, where this could potentially try to spin something up. So heads up here, again, just south of Grenada Lake right there. So this is just south of Grenada Lake, an area where this is trying to show more signs of rotation. So refining again the spot we're looking at here, Grenada County, as well as Webster County, Calhoun County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. As we track that eastward at 40, 45 miles per hour, you can see Gray's Crossing, the Susie area, Sabugala, Big Creek on the path. If you're ahead of this particular one, you'd be one of those folks. I would say it makes a lot of sense for you to probably try to get within steps of that tornado safe place, just in case. I would say it's certainly a recommendation on our behalf that could spike up and try to produce a tornado at some point in possibly the near future. Looking ahead, we've got to come up here toward Marietta. This one rotating right over top of Marietta. Cannot guarantee it's producing a tornado. Gabe, I don't know if we ever got a shot on this from the Amory area, where we ever able to get one all the way north on that there. I'll go ahead and check and see. Thumbs up there. Okay, so looking at that, trying to look all the way north toward that from Amory, we're just too far south. We're not going to be able to get it. We're just too far south. Okay. Yeah, well, I say that. That's not true, actually, but we'll get in a minute. Let's get a storm track on this first. Because rotation's kind of picked up enough on this. So Marietta, East Prentice there, Bay Springs Lake, just north of the Natchez Trace Parkway, all locations under the gun for this severe thunderstorm warning with large hail and the potential that the rotation that we're looking at here in Prentice County could try to produce a tornado. So as I track that northeast, speed will go for spots up there in Tishomingo County. We'll say about 45, 49 miles per hour, somewhere like that. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation for you. And so if we're kind of preparing ahead out here in Dennis or the Neal community, we probably need to be, making sure we have our shoes on, our hard-soled shoes. What is it they say? Bra on, teeth in, the whole thing. Make sure to have those documents ready. Make sure that we have everything we need to, in case we need to evacuate. And again, if you know some folks out here ahead, we need to make sure to call and give them a heads up that this is coming toward them. Send us a picture, send them a picture, this picture right here, to let them know what's on the way there, so they can have a heads up on what is possible. Rotation has increased on this thunderstorm here near the Marietta area. Hopefully does not take that next step and try to produce a tornado, but certainly that plus large hail potential, the two main threats that we're looking at. This might also be dropping some of that big hail there near the Marietta area right now. Estimations on Mama Justice Doppler radar, hail could be approaching 2 inches in size. Our hail swath, again, provided by the folks at True Shield, definitely shows that there's some hail with that. That's my old school weather call mobile. Let me know that the warning is passed. With the old mobile, you got that. That's not something that's available anymore. I have to upgrade to our version of weather call here pretty soon. Take care of everybody else. Don't always take care of yourself, right? Back here again on the wider shot, the thunderstorms up here northwest of New Albany. Let's look here at the wind mode. Some broad rotation with that batch as well. Just a notchy look to this. And then north of Coffeyville, another spot there, or north of Grenada, another spot. Okay, so we're going to do a long track on this stuff out here in parts of Lafayette County, moving into Pontotoc County. And then Gabe will move the camera back toward the north and west. So what I'm looking for, Gabe, is after you've moved Pontotoc camera back to the north and west, give me a thumbs up so I remember it, and just kind of hold the thumbs up there so that I know it's a thing, because I'll forget about it here in a second probably. But severe thunderstorm warning, Lafayette County, eastern Lafayette, western Pontotoc County. This is potentially 55, 60 miles per hour, maybe 65 mile per hour winds. If I check to see how fast it's showing up on Mama Justice Doppler, it's not going to be as fast there, but we show some wind gusts up in excess of 57 miles per hour. Looking back into the teeth of this with our camera there in the Pontotoc area, and then we'll kind of flip our camera back in Tupelo, back that direction as well. Looking back into this, give it a moment for that to start updating there. Again, not nonstop lightning like some of the thunderstorms we had up there in Alcorn County earlier, but just kind of a dark gray sort of look at things. So just preparing ahead, making sure we know where to go, probably an important factor in this scenario here as we look back out of this. Again, appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for partnering with us on these cameras. The only time I'll probably say this, your logo could go right there. All these cameras sponsorable by you to show people in your community that you care about them. North Mississippi Storm Chasers, I'm glad to be their partners in this scenario as we look back into that storm. And again, some of the low-hanging areas right there where we'd be eventually watching for tornadoes, but we're waiting too long between lightning strikes, so we're not going to stick with it. But do again have a severe thunderstorm warning there in Pontotoc County until 9:45 p.m. Back on Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, that part of the storm has advanced. Takapola here. Again, a few little spots, little bits of rotation. We just had that track on for you a moment ago. I would recommend as this moves in, now is the time. People were asking earlier, well, when do we go to our safe place? I'm going to give you, I would say that, if you're directly ahead of this, we need to be in that safe place, safest location as this thunderstorm moves in. New Albany, Myrtle, obviously there now, Ecru, Pontotoc, Bruce, and then, obviously East of Grenada, Coffeyville, Duck Hill, Winona, all locations where as this line moves in, wind damage is possible, and hopefully doesn't become a big issue there. I'm going to watch this part near Takapola. See how that's sticking out a little bit right there? That would be one of those locations where eventually going to have to watch the potential for this to try to rotate a bit more and possibly produce a tornado. So cars, trucks, mobile homes, we need to be out of those in those locations there. Coming back here toward Grenada County, our rotation there near the Bryant community, south of Coffeyville, it's mid-level rotation, but we're showing it there near Turkey Creek. Again, we're on the north side there of Grenada Lake. If I were to clear off all of our returns on that for just a moment, you could see Grenada Lake there kind of showing up on the graphic. For folks out here in Grenada Lake, hopefully we've already had them in shelter, but the rotation on this has picked up on the north side here near the Bryant area. That's borderline on a tornado warning at this point here. Looking at our severe threats, some hail. Obviously, the rotation that we're looking at here, concern, and hopefully not something that ends up taking the next step on this as well. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. He's been watching power outages. And again, those power outages remain significant. Before we do that, I'm hearing some bings behind the scenes. I want to make sure that I don't have something here that we're keeping a close eye on rotation in Yalobusha County, okay? So the folks at the National Weather Service also kind of looking at that as well. Before we go to power outages, dare I say, if your power's out, let's get a track on this here. Again, eastward, about 45 miles per hour to give you some times. Let's go back in and look at the rotation on this once again. Near the Bryant community, south of Coffeyville, I have that whole line tracked, but that individual area of rotation is moving more northeastward. South side of Coffeyville heads up. This is a different track here I'm going to put on for a moment. South side of Coffeyville, Gums area, Ellard there, and Banner. All in the path of this storm that has rotation on it that is increasing. That rotation pretty much right where that white line is intersecting there. I need you in your tornado safe place if you live in Gums. We have 4 minutes for you, an area of rotation increasing on the southeast side of Coffeyville there. Now I show it right over Mississippi Highway 330. Man, I drove that highway back after the ice storm there. That is got a lot of trees along that, so you're not going to have a whole lot of view, and I do expect that that's probably pushing down some more of those trees that got damaged by the recent ice storm that went through there. So kind of heads up for folks there. We need to be in that tornado safe place. The overall line itself moving eastward, that's what kind of this main track is here that we're showing up as well as that kind of main track showing that moving eastward with a speed there at around 45 miles per hour or so. So Doppler radar indicating rotation out of that section. We'll check back in on that here in a moment. We got to come all the way back up here to Marietta. I'm going to look up Tippah, Alcorn County. We haven't looked at you for a little while. Let's just double check very, very fast if we can. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, Tippah, Western Prentiss County, and Union County until 9:45. And by the way, if you are behind this, I'm not doing a whole lot of all clears tonight. Ashland, we're all clear. Holly Springs, we're all clear. Hickory Flat, we're all clear. Everything west back there toward Sardis Lake, we're all clear as well. Oxford, we're all clear. But ahead of this, we are obviously not. Strong straight line winds, some sporadic rotation along the leading edge of this, lots of little spots to watch, none that are immediately screaming tornado, but we will get you a track on this whole batch here at around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So there's our track there. Again, hurricane, we're looking right for you as of this instant. Glenfield now as well. This is Doppler radar indicating strong straight line winds, primarily a few spots like north of New Albany there, where we also have some rotation that we'll look at here in a moment. Rocky Ford, 924, Mitchell, Martintown, Buchanan, all kind of the path of this line. I tracked a huge long section of it, so I'm going to have to kind of shrink it down to locations that are a little bit larger. And so there's some times there in New Albany for you within the next couple of minutes. We showed Jumpertown, Algoma. You can help by sending this picture to somebody who's ahead of this. And then I got to get up there near Pumpkin Center, north of New Albany. But again, this is the whole line here and the spots that are being tracked there to that as well. Tishmingo, we have a closer to you near Marietta. Golden, looking for that is you as well as Belmont, though it might be a little bit north of both of you here in just a second. So that's the whole line here. Let's look at where our shear marker, our rotation is showing up stronger on Mama Justice Doppler radar here, just north on the north side there of New Albany. Checking the rotation. Again, strong straight line winds there. Some rotation. I think that's strong winds more than anything else. Strong straight line winds, the most likely thing that is producing there. So we'll keep watching that, but that is not a tornado at this moment in time here. Neither is this necessarily in Tishmingo and Prentiss County, though this rotation is a bit stronger on this and kind of has been for a while. This produced the quarter-size hail when it was back there closer to Saltillo. I'll bring up Gabe beside me for a moment here, and I'm going to keep tracking at the same time Gabe is bringing that up. But again, a lot of pictures that have been sent in from around the area. Ooh, what is that?
So initially thought it was hail. Glad to know it was not, but unfortunate because you know what it was? A hanging limb from the ice storm being knocked over by the strong winds.
Man, we were hoping that wouldn't be the case, but we knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, one of those limbs coming in. Gabe, I'm going to get off of this for a second. I'm going to go over because I'm getting a little bit more shear starting to show up. When I get some of the peak returns on our peak impacts here, that usually is a sign that it's seeing not just strong straight line winds in there, but also the rotation starting to increase a bit more as well. One of those things to try to grab our attention. We have a number of tools to do that, is the rotation increasing on this storm here in northern Tishmingo County. There we are, tornado warning now issued on that thunderstorm there in southern Tishmingo County, eastern Prentiss County. So Gabe, behind the scenes, we'll do a push alert on this as well. We'll reshare, we'll do all the things, and we need your help at home to do those same things to make sure people at home know. Bay Springs Lake, rotation increasing on the storm to the point where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for this over top of the Bay Springs Lake area. Again, the rotation on this is radar indicated. So let's kind of walk through the why this is issued here for a moment. Again, this issued by the folks at the National Weather Service because of Doppler radar indicated rotation on this storm as it moves eastward. So let's get a storm track on the most likely locations to have impact from this. So again, it's right over Bay Springs Lake at this instant here. And I guess that means also the Tin-Tom Waterway. Let's take it eastward about 43 miles per hour as it exits eastern Prentiss County. We're looking at Dennis View at 934 for the Neal community. Bloody Springs there at 941. Burnstown, not Burnsville, Burnstown at 944. Maud at 944 and Minot there at 949. Doppler radar indicated rotation. Again, that's tornado warning is issued. Hey, Gabe, for one reason or another, I don't know why, but your mic is going to come up hot when I pop up this, at least that alert there. We'll see if the rest of them do it, or maybe it's just that alert. But again, Doppler radar indicated rotation that could lead to the development of tornado, kind of indicated on Mama Justice Doppler radar with this at this moment. So we're hoping that's not going to produce a tornado, but certainly it is a possibility that we have to consider. So we need to make sure that you find your safe place. That's going to be on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we're able to give you the all clear. So Highway 25 in the path of this rotating thunderstorm here, as it moves eastward, we anticipate that it will continue to produce large hail, and then obviously that chance that it could produce a tornado. Let's kind of talk specifically about a few individual spots. Again, crossing Bay Springs Lake as we speak, just east of County Road 3501. We need to make sure if you're out here on the east side of Bay Springs Lake that we are not in a car, a truck, or a manufactured home. Now, let's be honest, we say that a lot. And we're kind of running a little low on time here. So at this point here, we kind of have to do the best we can, but we don't want to find ourselves in that if we're in Neal or Dennis. If you do have somebody, a neighbor, and I don't mean a get in the car neighbor, I mean a neighbor, next door neighbor, perhaps there's something that we need to get into a shelter at their location. That might be a safer spot for us as well, because the rotation on this is definitely increasing. And even if we don't have this producing a tornado, I see inbound winds here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, right where that orange is. It says 0 there. That's a radar error. That's incorrect. Let's peel that all off. That orange there, that's some of the spots where we have some very strong winds being ingested into this storm as well. So 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds trying to rotate into this. That's why we want to avoid these unsafe locations at this time. So again, find your safe place, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows and stay there until we're able to give you the all clear. Tornado warning in effect there for Tishomingo County. This primarily south of Tishomingo proper, though this overall thunderstorm there does have obviously rotation on the increase with this. So be in your tornado safe place in Tishomingo County. We have a lot of storms. I've got to double check some of these because, as you've probably noticed, I've mentioned a number of them and talking about rotation recently. I need to make sure there's not others that we're missing as well. So you have some times up there. We'll be right back in Tishomingo County, I promise, here in just a moment. So near New Albany, North Haven there, rotation, a little bit of broad rotation, primarily straight line winds on that thunderstorm here. This whole line, if you're east of this, I'm not going to be able to give you Ecru moving in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Pontotoc within about the next 7 to 8 minutes. Strong straight line winds for your locations out of this thunderstorm there. This is probably our strongest, though, on the winds back out here into Coffeyville, locations back toward Grenada County, where you see this kind of whitish green sort of color here. You're one of the spots, like right there, where I'm kind of putting the line to kind of point out where we're talking. Those are spots where it's estimating the winds to be in excess of 60 miles per hour. And so not all that's making it to the surface, but some of it could be. And that's where, again, that potential is for wind damage out of this storm. So again, wind damage spreading eastward with this at around 50 miles per hour. So get your storm track on this, and then we've got to get back up to our tornado warned thunderstorm. I apologize, we can't spend a whole lot of time on this there, but there's kind of some of the times on that severe thunderstorm warning. Does include Pontotoc County, does include Lafayette County, does include Calhoun County, does include Webster County and Grenada County, all under that severe thunderstorm warning for strong and damaging winds as that line moves eastward with a speed at right around 45 miles per hour. So you can see again, Shannon eventually 1026 for you, Houston 1004, 1009 Algoma, Calhoun City at 940, and then Pittsburgh about 940 as well. Doppler radar indicated strong winds with that. Coming up to our tornado warned thunderstorm up here in Tishomingo County. We're now east of Bay Springs Lake. This has crossed, in all likelihood, Bay Springs Lake with its greatest rotation. This is going to be the Natchez Trace Parkway right here, kind of that zigzag right there. That's the Natchez Trace Parkway. So this is paralleling the north side of Natchez Trace Parkway and heading in the direction there of Tishomingo State Park. Let's get a track on this and make sure that I had the correct angle the last time we were talking about this. So I want to make sure that we include the Tishomingo in the track this time here. We'll say 40, 45 miles per hour of forward motion on this storm here. And you can see some of the times on your screen. I'm checking our discussion behind the scenes with the National Weather Service. Again, hail on this could still be up in excess of 1.5 inches in size. They're going 40 miles per hour on the movement on this thunderstorm here. Strong straight line winds possible, maybe, but I think hail much more likely, and the possibility this could try to produce a tornado, hence the reason it's prompted a tornado warning. I see behind him there our meteorologist Gabe Maynor with some pictures, again, that you have been submitting, hopefully, where he's reposting some of those on my Facebook page. You can see some of those there. That's one of the lowerings that you had a second ago, Gabe. Let's show it. Don't have a lot of time for pictures while we have a tornado warning here, but where's that at?
The Marietta area, showing that some of that wall cloud has moved through.
Yeah.
So the exact same storm you're tracking. So it does show that lowering, verifying what you're seeing on radar with some of that shear and that rotation. So right here, hasn't touched down, but that doesn't mean it hasn't touched down just yet. But of course, we're watching it in case it does.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, again, kind of watching this. I'm going to put on every single location. I can make Mama Justice Doppler radar kind of plot on here for you for a moment. And in doing so, again, tornado warning until 10 p.m. here in the digital room, the Room Weather Center. Tishomingo proper, we show 9:37. So within the next few minutes here, when that rotation would be moving toward you, looking specifically at the rotation. I know, I mean, I've been up to Tishomingo a lot over the course of the last few years. Just y'all get it. And this is kind of moving toward you. Strong rotation is it's okay. It's not as strong as when we've had some of the big bad ones in the past. But again, all of those kind of bits of information, that's stuff that of course we find out and figure out after the fact on this. Let's look for tornado debris. I do not see any tornado debris on here. So nothing that I can confirm in that regard on this thunderstorm. The rotation is there. I would put my rotation right where the white line connects there. Again, this is the Natchez Trace Parkway right there. And so this is going to parallel the Natchez Trace Parkway as it goes to right about there, which is where Tishomingo State Park is. So this is headed right toward Tishomingo State Park, the big hail on the north side, something that's probably also falling on this as well. We appreciate, all of you guys in our chat here behind the scenes on all the different social medias. We're doing our best to try to, talk about all of the different locations there. Amory, you're still way ahead of any thunderstorms. Your chances are still coming, but a lot of other folks there under the gun at this point here. Power out in Ecru. Let us know what you are seeing. Share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. You can do that, again, free and available for all those different devices. It should be one of the layers in your armor that you are building to let you know when warnings are issued. A tornado warning now extended there to Colbert, Alabama. Our friends at Tennessee Valley Weather cover Colbert County. We do not here, especially not when we have other thunderstorms in the area. There might be high impact scenarios where we will, but Tennessee Valley Weather does a great job on that. And so you can check them out if you have not heard from them before. They do a great job on that. But tornado warning there in Tishomingo County. We've got to check the other thunderstorms that we have out here. Let's look at the whole area here for a moment and kind of reassess where things stand. Current time is now just after 9:30. We're at 9:34. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather 24/7 streaming service here based out of the Tupelo area, tracking a line of rotating thunderstorms that are producing primarily damaging winds. Let's take a breath here for a second. Let's say that. This is producing primarily damaging winds. It's not impossible that one of these tries to spin up a tornado, but most of these storms, especially in the main line here, it's strong gusty winds. Like back here toward Calhoun County, as we kind of pull off that tornado warning there for a moment, look at these thunderstorms, look at the strong wind. Again, this is all straight line wind here where we have some of the brighter greens showing up, 60 plus miles per hour. And the leading edge of that right there is where that strong wind on a bow echo is moving eastward. So we're still looking fairly high up. The winds at the surface could actually end up being, believe it or not, a little stronger from time to time in this scenario. So let's track that whole line there eastward, damaging wind potential out of this. And so I'm going to take it at 45 miles per hour. We're going to go all the way into Alabama and cycle through this here for a moment. So severe thunderstorm warning, Calhoun County in particular, kind of the most focused in on that potential out of this storm. So as we show this going all the way eastward there, let's take it 90 miles. There we go. So Hamilton, Alabama, you can see about 1125 out of this. Looking towards Shannon, 1030. Houston, 1006. Okolona, 1023. But in the short term, it's Bruce at 939, 3 minutes from now. Honestly, looking at the update there, it's basically into Bruce now with its strongest straight line winds. And I do want to check a little bit of the rotation. So that time there, relative on that, as this is just kind of, I think it's probably picked up a little bit of speed. I want to check with Gabe here for a second on that. If you can, the speed on the thunderstorm moving through Calhoun County. Give me a big thumbs up when you've got that. And we'll talk about what else you have in the moment there as well. But I want to double check, make sure that speed is accurate. I think 40-45 might end up being a little bit slow. Looking up here into Union and northern Pontotoc County with storms moving through those locations there. I think hail, the most likely out of the storm near the Dumas area. And so up here close to Dumas, as we check out the hail tracker, we show a little bit there. Obviously, most of the hail has been with that one big storm that has prompted that tornado warning up there closer to Tishomingo County. So we're going to have to get back up to that there. Just know that it's probable that this line of storms there east of Dumas, producing some strong winds in Jumpertown as well. Back up here to Tishomingo County, again, Mama Justice Doppler radar showing that rotation, the red and the green next to each other. Again, one of the ways in which we do that, we're looking fairly high up. I cannot confirm this producing a tornado. If it were to be producing one, it would be just east of the intersection of Mississippi Highway 25 and the Natchez Trace Parkway. Following along the Natchez Trace Parkway, very near Tishomingo State Park. The hail up there toward Carter Branch is more significant, as if you haven't had significant hail recently, and the tornado warning in effect until 10 p.m. for Tishomingo County. Payton, the tornado threat is primarily south of you, and if you are west here, everything west of Bay Springs Lake, obviously, we're in the clear. Give me another 3 minutes if you're west of Mississippi Highway 25, and we're in the clear from this as well. All the white lines you see here are lightning strikes, tons of lightning coming out of this thunderstorm. Let's bring in Gabe here, again, with the thumbs up there. Gabe, what are we getting on speed on that?
60? Is that insane? I had 54 knots on it.
That's exactly what I thought. I thought it had to be moving faster.
That is
Sorry, go
fast. Ahead. No, that is just fast. Okay,
no, and that's what happens. Like when they start getting the bow echo, they put down the accelerator and they go. So no way is that shocking at all.
Well, I do want to also point your attention back there towards Union County a little bit. A broad rotation being shown. I know we do have that not confirmed. Apologies. Tornado warning up there towards Tishomingo, but this is a look out of I-22 closer to Blue Springs, keeping eyes behind the scenes. But you know, it embedded within that line, trying to get a little bit of that rotation, but for sure some strong winds.
Absolutely. We will look at that here in a minute. You know, peak impact here on Mama Justice Doppler, saying that when this storm was back kind of west of Neal a minute ago, as it did its assessment, it says possibly winds approaching maybe 80 miles per hour on this as well. It says less than 80, but that's just the way I have the color table set up on what it spits out with that there. So some strong winds with this as well, as this part kind of wraps down here and continues to track right along the Natchez Trace Parkway. So let's get a new storm track on that as well. Taking that eastward, again, it's over top of probably Tishomingo State Park. There's our updated track. If you live west of Mississippi Highway 15, 25. Okay, something's happening there. Gabe, you might have to step a little farther away from the computer. My thing is continuing to grab there. So I think maybe it was on the monitor. If you were back a little closer to the monitor, either way, it was one reason or another. It was not. It kept moving it and doing it. So there we go. We're good now. Either way, whatever it was, we fixed it. So Mingo we show at 9:42, Petertown at 9:44, Burnstown at 9:45. Maud, we're ahead of this. If you're in this list here, we need to be in that tornado safe place, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, protect yourself from the potential for debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Again, we know that's still going to be some time, but if you know somebody ahead, make sure that they know that this is coming toward them. So the best way to do that is to call friends and family that are in the path. We mentioned weather call, the grandmother call probably works just as well to get somebody in their safe place. So this is a tornado warning for Tishomingo County. It will cross fairly soon into Colbert County, Alabama, but it's moving toward Mississippi Highway 30 up there, kind of east of Tishomingo. I was on this road on Friday there, out there, and it's obviously hilly, a decent amount of terrain there and trees, so not a lot of good visibility. So you're not going to see it if you're in this zone here. So hopefully we are in that tornado safe place. So you can help by calling picture this and maybe sending it to your friends and family that are ahead of this. Unsafe places, a reminder, mobile homes, cars and trucks. In all of these storms, whether it's straight line wind or whether it's tornadoes, those all qualify as unsafe places. New severe thunderstorm warning to include my location here. That's what you're hearing, my weather call. I could hear that coming in. So that's my weather call from my house here in the North Tupelo area, as a damaging wind potential on this continuing to move eastward as well. Let's check again for the rotation. Gabe was mentioning some of the broad rotation. I don't know that I necessarily see it at this moment in time there. By the way, we might be having some issues with Roku. Is it back on? Okay. For one reason or another, we're having some issues there with Roku a moment ago. We have two main streaming providers we're using right now. We have our primary streaming provider, and most everything is going through that on the mobile apps. And then Roku is the old streaming provider. I don't know if we're pushing the top end on bandwidth or what exactly is going on that there, because I showed we have about 30,000 people watching us on Roku right now. So hopefully, if for whatever reason your Roku goes out, we are on the app. You can pull us up on there as well. And again, I'll put the Build Armor graphic up that has the app information on there. So this is that new severe thunderstorm warning issued. Some areas where, as Gabe was mentioning, maybe some rotation. Here's why I'm not as concerned about the rotation specifically on this here. Number one, it's in advance of the line. Number two, the green and the red are down the beam here. And when they're down the beam like this versus like this, that's when we're more likely to see strong straight line winds out of it. So still potentially damaging winds. I don't really see a lot of rotation out of that I'm overly concerned of at this point. But I don't necessarily think it matters. I think it's the strong straight line wind that's going to be the big factor on this as well as this line moves in. An example of what it looks like once the line moves in. I don't know what that phone number is. That might be my code red, actually. Hello? So that's my code red. So point on that story being, you can kind of see the difference there between what it's like looking with weather call a little bit faster than code red on those alerts. So kind of, I guess, a real-time example of that there. I haven't programmed in the new code red number there. So we're looking from our Tupelo camera here. Did get a text message a minute ago here. Let's see how far back that was there. Okay, that was a little bit ago. So that camera has moved a little bit looking at that other storm. So Tupelo camera still bouncing around. We'll probably try to adjust that one a little bit wider on that shot here in a moment. So whole line here for a second. Again, straight line winds, main impact on basically that whole line there. Looking for rotation. I don't see a lot out of this line. I think it's primarily straight line winds at this point in time. Hopefully that continues. So because of that, let's come up here and let's look northeast of the Tishmingo area. That's where our rotation is the most significant up here near Petertown and Carter Branch. That's what's prompted, again, the tornado warning that we have in effect up here north east of Tishmingo. Tishmingo proper, if you live in the city limits of Tishmingo, we can come out of that safe place. If you live south of Mississippi Highway 30, we can come out of that tornado safe place here. Our rotation, pretty much right here where that white line is connected, that's where our rotation is on this. And so that would put it pretty much right south of County Road 104, near County Road 110, east of County Road 95 is where our rotation is the strongest at this moment. I know it's easy to kind of see this circle and look right at that circle. That circle kind of assesses where the rotation is aloft. We're looking right where that line is. That's precisely where we think if we have a tornado that it would be. Latest update places it now just across the Mississippi-Alabama state line. And that's perfectly on target with where our rotation now is showing up here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. And so just kind of checking and poking and prod this. I do not see anything that relates to tornado debris. Obviously, a lot of large hail possible out of this, but our rotation now moving into Alabama. So this is what I will say on this. Again, our friends over at Tennessee Valley Weather do a great job of covering everything east here on this. So that's what we're going to watch. Gabe, I need you to go to radar. I need you to talk about this for a minute. I've got to figure out what's going on Roku. I think of all times that Roku could decide to change to the new stream, that they chose right now. So anyway, Gabe, let me look into that for just a moment and send it to you.
All right, Matt. Well, let's go ahead and toss this back to radar behind me there. And as you can see, this tornado warned storm continues into Colbert County as well as Tishomingo County. I will say, you know, Matt, you kind of lined it up to where it is crossing the state line. So moving closer to Alabama and around the Bishop and Allsboro area. That is until Sunday at, let me make sure the same thing for Alabama, until 10:15 as the National Weather Service there in Huntsville has continued this warning. And as we can see, as we saw just a moment ago, that radar at least picking up on that rotation. So we are still tracking a rotating storm, and of course our shear marker highlighting that exact area we're watching. But as this continues to move up into the northeast, and Caleb, if you want to correct me on this one, I mean, we're probably talking 50 to 60 miles an hour. Can you get me an exact speed on that? And we'll kind of drag out this track. Right now I'm going to put it on a little bit more of a heads up. So we're going to go all the way to 60, and I might be a little bit fast, but what I want to do... Around 45. Okay. So that tells me what I need to know. This is much slower than that line back behind it. So as we pushed it about 45, you can see a few towns listed in there. Bishop, again, right over the top of you right now. We are state line. 956 Mount Hester, Barton 1005, Smithsonia 1008, Woodland 1010. Now, as of right now, as Matt was mentioning, this is not a confirmed tornado, but nonetheless, we do have that rotating storm, and that looks more interesting. Whenever you start to get some of those different colors, that could be a potential glitch in the radar, but I could be watching for a potential tornado trying. That is moving over the top of Allsboro and Bishop right now up there in northwest Alabama. And of course, debris not being tracked on this. We're not seeing any debris signature on that, but nonetheless, there is still a strong rotating storm, and you get that RFD kind of wrapping around, potentially resulting in some of those stronger winds. So Matt, again, paying attention to it, looks a little bit more intriguing as it's crossing into Alabama, but so far, no confirmation, and that is a good thing.
Absolutely, and exiting our area. I can say we can give the all clear to folks there in Tishomingo County. If you live or if you're presently in Tishomingo County, Mississippi, we can give you the all clear from that tornado warning. That tornado, if it is occurring, has exited into Alabama. We are thankful of that. Looking back toward Boonville, strong straight line winds possible out of this thunderstorm here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We're a 24/7 weather streaming service brought to you out of the Tupelo area. And again, as we track this, again, a lot of little notches in this line here that we've been looking at in the room-to-room weather center here. And those notches are going to continue to bring strong straight line winds. Boonville, Guntown eastward as this line moves eastward. So still some strong straight line winds in this whole section here, what we are watching. We're going to have speed about 40, let's go 50 miles per hour on that. 51 miles per hour. There we go. So again, some of the spots you see on that there. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, strong straight line winds. The reason this has been issued for Itawamba, Lee, Prentiss. This would be the rest of Tishomingo County, Pontotoc County as well as part of this, but we'll look more at those other warnings here in a minute. This is strong straight line winds. This is certainly something we're going to have to watch very, very closely as it moves eastward. And when we check the rotation on this, on Mama, I have some green next to the red, but the green next to the red is the wind shift more than it is rotation. I don't really see anything in there that concerns me as far as rotation is concerned at this instant. Hopefully that is what will continue to be the case on this as well. I'm going to slide down this line here, look at the part moving out of Calhoun County into Chickasaw County. I know it's been a while since we've been down to you, and we're going to come down to Winona here in a moment as well. This part of the line here, the one that's kind of wrapped back there toward Takapola, does not look as impressive as it did a little bit ago. You know, we did have, again, some of that broad rotation on the north side of this, closer to Algoma there, southern Pontotoc County. But kind of looking at this, I would say that's primarily straight line winds in all likelihood at this time. So we kind of get that whole section there. And you will see some similar spots possibly kind of come into this track here. So we'll show about 50 miles per hour there. And so you can see the Thorn community. We're looking at that for you in Chickasaw County pretty much now. Pannell now. Holka, we're at about 954 there. Thelma at 955. Eventually closer to Woodland about 10 o'clock. And we'll kind of change this over where we have some smaller locations, and we're going to actually have to kind of come between, because I realize we kind of skipped over everybody up there in Lee County, or in the Tupelo area in particular. as we went north and south on that. But we saw Houston at 9:59, Okolona at 10:13, Shannon 10:15, Amory at 10:32, Aberdeen about 10:36. This is Doppler indicated strong wind gusts that could lead to sporadic wind damage. In between those two areas, again, Lee County here, just kind of looking along this line, I see just strong straight line winds. That's the only thing to be concerned with on this. I do not see anything that looks like it could be a tornado. So to be clear, no tornadoes out of this part of this line, not based on what I'm looking at this moment in time here. Could something change? Absolutely. But I think, again, more concerned about the strong straight line wind gusts. So 48 miles per hour. Most locations are going to show up here. Neighborhoods in the Tupelo area like Praise Acres right now. Bissell at 9:53. 9:54 there in Tracewood. This is strong straight line winds here at Beach Springs, which should be about where I'm at, which is what I heard. So my track here is behind. Heard that just a minute ago as it hit here. So my track's behind. Let's get you a better track then, a little farther out. So we get that a little bit better. There we go. So there's some times. I'm not going to read every location on there for this, but as you can see, a lot of different subdivisions in and around the Tupelo area where it's moving through at this instant. Another camera to kind of give us an idea what this looks like. We've been looking at that Tupelo camera off and on as we've gone throughout this event, looking kind of back into the heart of this. Looks like we're going northward on this viewpoint here once again. And I'll kind of go back to the left here as we're kind of, oops, sorry, that was Rienzi looking northwest. Tupelo, again, appreciate the folks at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling for sponsoring our Tupelo Tower Cam here. Look back west into this. There's that shelf cloud, what we sometimes call the scary looking cloud coming in. Again, you're going to have all kinds of fingers and sort of look of things that are just kind of scary, hanging down below this. This is damaging wind. This is not a tornado. Let me be clear and say it again. This is damaging wind. This is not a tornado. Now listen, with the ice storm, depending on those limbs that are still dangling out there, we've had some of those fall, still could potentially have some of those as well, but not nonstop lightning, not as much lightning as what some of those other thunderstorms have had out of this. As we talked about, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be weak. That just means we've had less lightning showing up on that show there. We'll check our camera in Pontotoc. That's an example of what it's like when you're back under and in it. And our Pontotoc camera, again, a lot of rainfall. And in the midst of one of those big kind of walls of wind, the north side of that one there that had maybe some broad rotation kind of showing up with it as well. What is the one moving into the Pontotoc area at this moment? Check our camera there. This is looking kind of northwest. I'm going to actually kind of swing this around kind of west, southwest, looking right into the heart of whatever this is. And if this had some rotation, we're just not going to be able to really see it, I don't think. Yeah, probably not. Because we're just in the midst of the rain there. Again, Pontotoc County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 p.m. So as we go wider and slide south along this line, we talked about Chickasaw, Calhoun. We have not talked about Webster County for a while. Let's check out the part of the storm in Webster County, and then looking back closer to Winona. We'll check our radar site out of down in, this would be in Jackson. And strong straight line winds, possible out of maybe some of that, not a lot of big rotation or anything like that showing up on any of those thunderstorms as well. So what we have down here in Winona, a lesser number of lightning strikes. We show still some lightning down here in Winona. Our camera with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. Again, no official warnings there in the Montgomery County area. Looks like, again, it's quite a bit of lightning and all that heavy rainfall moving through the area. Still power there, which is kind of an exception to the rule in some locations where we've had some more significant power outages, which is something that Gabe is always watching for us behind the scenes. Gabe, those power outage numbers, I know, in sporadic in some spots, mounting in others, right?
Big time. We're talking 3,600 outages there in Panola County, specifically Panola County and surrounding areas. You can see that extending up there towards Tate. But I mean, look at the amount of outages just concentrated on specific spots. The Crowder region, just on the southwest side of Panola County, 1,218 outages. And as we look closer to Tallahatchie County, that's where we're 356 outages. So numbers are climbing. And then 451 just east there of, I believe that's the Charleston community. So Yeah, these are large numbers, and as you look up there towards northwest of Coffeyville in Yalobusha County, those numbers climbing as well. So, folks over there at Tallahatchie EPA going to be busy tonight getting those restored. I was looking real quick to see if Prentiss County was reporting any. We do have 53 outages. That's where some of those storms have just moved on through, and I am looking behind the scenes to see if we have any Tishomingo County outages, which I assume we do based off of some of the reports. I mean, this is in some of the spots. Let me actually show a little bit of those. This is the hail over there towards Hobo Station. So that would be on the north side of where that rotation that went through. So of course that's the hail core as that's kind of lofted into the air, moved up towards the north side of the storm. And this is where we're getting those confirmed reports. That's up to about an inch in size and been pretty consistent on some of those reports that are coming in. There's a look at some of the broken hail there on the ground, just covering the porch right there. And that looks to be a covered porch, so probably being blown in by some of those strong gusts. This was an insane shot there at Marietta as well. So a lightning strike actually happened so close that it reflected off the camera and actually showed up on this tree right here. So that's not a strike going through the tree. That's reflecting off of the camera, but still a visual element that only happens if those strikes are close. So when we say thunder wars go indoors, we mean it, folks, because this is what it means. Technology can't even handle it. And trust me, your body cannot either. So as we look at, did I lose service? Okay, no, I thought my house just lost power. So another thing I'm tracking, Matt, is the line moving through the North Lee County area. Sorry, my camera said reconnect and I got scared we just lost power. But when I say it's windy, it has blown the pillow on our porch. And my wife is hearing about this for the first time. Our pillow is currently in the front yard. So we'll have to track that down.
It is a pillow, not an anvil.
But usually it holds its own. But for some reason tonight, that sucker flew.
Flying pillows. Didn't know that we'd have that on our list of things here. I guess work that off our bingo card here. Hey, we're going to go ahead and start the 10 o'clock show here real quick. So let us get that going here.
When CK Little opened his doors in downtown Corinth nearly 80 years ago, his plan was simple: deliver excellent service and exceed expectations. That's why we say a little gift goes a long way.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 10.
Welcome into the Room to Room Weather Center on Mississippi Live Weather at 10. We have severe thunderstorms producing wind damage in many locations here across North Mississippi, and we're going to get right to that as well. We are at the peak, if not even a little bit beyond the peak, of a severe weather threat for tonight that does continue into the overnight time. We have tornado watches that have been issued, but we also have locations that have been canceled out of those watches. Grenada County, Greenwood, Batesville, Holly Springs, everywhere back to the west, no longer under tornado watches. You can go to bed. You're in good shape. To the east, the threat still remains, at least to some extent. We'll try to do go to sleep alerts, all that kind of stuff here in a minute. But first, we want to get to the first 12 here for a second, telling you we're at the peak of storm coverage and it diminishes from here. And while we don't have actual percentages on there, I could argue with Caleb and Gabe behind the scenes that maybe we should, on the potential to see some flakes as we go throughout tomorrow morning to midday. I see them both shaking their heads. Put a percentage on there for that. It's not going to be much, but we're going to probably have some flakes out there. That's how volatile the system is, going from severe weather to that. So we have the watches placed on here. We also have on this kind of a mess of everything, these boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings. Red box tornado warnings. There's more for Tishomingo County. Tornado warning should expire here within the next few moments. As you see it pop off their map, now damaging wind remains the primary threat out of all these thunderstorms. And from time to time, some of those damaging wind reports could include wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. This loosely is associated with this front, much colder air behind this front moving in. Get a regular version of Mama Justice Doppler radar here. Again, tracking those storms where the strongest wind is now, halfway through the Tupelo area. I mean, pretty much dividing Lee County in two. Let's start north, work south. on what is a line of storms here. Again, our previous tornado warning that was in effect there for locations in Tishomingo County, now Colbert County, Alabama. Our friends over at Tennessee Valley Weather are in control of that. Check them out for the latest as they track those storms. As we start north here in Tishomingo County, you don't see the brightest reds. These aren't as intense as maybe some other thunderstorms that we have had recently or today. And we look at the wind there, it's a little less impressive. Nonetheless, could it still be some sporadic wind damage? Yes, and that's the reason we track it. So tracking here from Tishomingo through Prentiss County eastward, speed of this line. And after this line, by the way, you are all done. So we show the speed of this line, about 50 miles per hour or so on that severe thunderstorm warning there in Tishomingo County. So Holcott now, New Hope up there in the northern part of Mississippi there. At this instant, we're looking at Burton about 10:04 for you, Pinedale 10:04, Bacon Springs 10:05, Iuka at 10:05. So within the next 4 minutes, strong straight line winds with this, mainly 40 to 50 miles per hour, but it does not matter considering the ice storm we came off of. It doesn't take much to bring down tree limbs, and that then means to cause power outages. We show that Eastport there at 10:07, Tishomingo, the city, Tishomingo at 10:11, Carter Branch at 10:15, Marjoram there about 10:15, Mingo at 10:17, and Peterstown there shortly after. Burnstown, Bloody Springs also in the path of this as it moves into Alabama. And for our friends over there, as we kind of look south, we'll do our next track from Marietta back to really the Tupelo areas. We're giving you kind of the tracks on the leading edge of the strong straight line winds. I'll say that most locations along this, I do not see any rotation. This is kind of strong wind, and that is the main impact. So if you're at the beginning of this track, your times are going to be close-ish, within a couple minutes here. So Forest Hills over you now, Post Hill Estates over, Post Estates, I should say, within the next couple of moments. But Eggville, we're now about 10:05 for you. Skyline at 10:05. We're looking at East Prentiss at 10:06. Leotis close to around, I had it there a second ago, 10:08. Shannon at 10:08. Morville, we're looking at 10:09 at the bottom of that list there. If we continue that track eastward, let's see there. We'll change the size of the locations we're talking about. Eventually, this is making it toward Mantachie at 10:11. 10:18 there, Belmont, Golden 10:20, Fulton 10:20, Red Bay 10:26, Tremont 10:32, Hodges 10:50, Littleville there at 10:50, Russellville 10:50, Hamilton, Alabama at 10:55, and Hackleburg at about 11 o'clock. This is strong straight line winds. Way we've been kind of assessing that is using our camera in the Tupelo area, brought to you by Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling on the south side of town. I might have just gotten into the heavy rainfall on this. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning there for Lee County. Yeah, the heavy rainfall just starting to hit it, meaning we're not going to have a good shot at that low-hanging, what we call shelf cloud. Perhaps Smithville will have a slightly better shot at that as well. You know, we have not mentioned Monroe County hardly at all today. I'm going to go from the Smithville camera to the Amory camera. I think Amory might have a better shot there. Again, kind of looking back toward the west and northwest. Not a ton of lightning on what we're looking at on there. But again, there's a slightly more unstable air. So while you have not had anything, hardly even a stitch of rainfall there in the Amory area or Smithville so far the last few hours, your chances for active and severe weather increase going forward over the next few hours. And so the part of the thunderstorm moving toward you, moving through Chickasaw County, checking the wind mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar. A few spots where we do have, again, some wind enhancements. I do not show a rotation or a tornado potential out of this part of the thunderstorm here in Chickasaw County. So I'm going to track everything from Webster, Chickasaw County northward, and I need to apologize to Webster County. I did not do a very good job of getting to you before we started the 10 o'clock broadcast, and I apologize for that. So hopefully we'll do better here in the next few minutes. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings, Chickasaw, Monroe, Webster counties, Clay counties there. Webster and Clay County until 10:30. For Chickasaw and Monroe, we're looking 10:45. But one thing I need to note with this, even though I show the worst of this through Bruce and Dennis, notice how I still have strong straight line winds showing up here on our graphic. There's going to be strong winds aloft behind this that mix down to the surface. That's one of the things we've been talking about last couple of days. As that big wall of wind pushes in, it's going to cause the potential to have some wind damage even after the line of thunderstorms moves through. So again, wind gusts could potentially exceed 70 miles per hour out of parts of this line of thunderstorm here in Chickasaw, Monroe, Lee, Calhoun, and Pontotoc County. Most of the hail is going to be a little smaller. I see Gabe with that picture behind the scenes there. We probably need to check in on that here for a moment. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, what he was looking at there. Again, it looks like some wind damage, I'm guessing.
It would be, yeah. There was no rotation in this area. It's over in Grenada County off of Clay Road. Sydney submitting these pictures, and you know, these are close-up pictures, but we can clearly see the tree limb draped over the truck, and unfortunately looks like it did crush a bit of the cab as well. So that's a pretty large tree, all things considered, and some of the wind damage that we're seeing as well might be a little bit tough to see, but I can definitely see where some of those shingles have lifted off. I'm hoping that's not a branch right there. But a little bit hard to see with the night settling in, unfortunately. But yeah, just not exactly what you want to see. And you can see, you know, some of the roofing basically ripped off there on the top. So strong winds, Matt, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, we are getting strong winds here in North Mississippi.
We absolutely are. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again reporting. We'll talk a lot more to Gabe about some of the pictures you sent in, the damage, power outages, all those sorts of things. Caleb and Gabe have been doing a great job behind the scenes. Some other folks this evening kind of help us out with that. We're very appreciative of that. Looking here, Clarkston, Manti. Again, this does not look as impressive as storms farther north. Still could have maybe some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts right along the Natchez Trace where that is at this moment in time here. The reason, by the way, down in Choctaw County, you do not have a severe thunderstorm warning. See how you notice some gray between this and the line ahead? The outflow has detached the strongest winds, the rotation, if there were to be any, is kind of back in here and not really connected. That's one of the things that thankfully has limited the severe weather potential down here west of the Golden Triangle so far this evening. Hopefully a trend that will continue over the course of the next hour or so. But this line of wind, we're getting closer to its end as it works to exit. So back in here again on Mama Justice Doppler on the wide shot here, you heard us kind of talking about a minute ago, some snowfall with this storm system up there toward Missouri and locations back into Kansas. Believe it or not, snow squall warnings for the strong wind and everything else that went with it, with this system back up that direction, and much, much colder, dangerously cold air behind this system as it moves through the area, kind of from west to east through the area. So kind of the overview here on a Futurecast shows that between now and 3 o'clock in the morning, it's all out of here. And yes, we will walk in more detail hour by hour through this here in a moment. But for folks here across really the whole Magnolia State, with the exception of down at the coast, is all out of here 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Behind this, a little bit of precipitation and still a lot of strong wind with this continuing all the way through the overnight period. And then possibility, that's right, some blue stuff there. Gabe, this is why I was telling you we need to put it in the graphic there. That's a whole lot to not have a percentage on there. Just a thought on that one. So we'll put some percentages in there here in the commercial break. But a few flakes with this, and then much, much colder air behind this as we go toward tomorrow, a day where temperatures just really don't increase hardly at all. For one reason or another, that decided to go backward a graphic. So we're going to force it to go forward to the next 24, and then we're going to take a brief break, and we're going to go back to Mama Justice Doppler. So tomorrow, yes, some flakes possible early in the day, possibly 9, even toward noontime, some flakes out there as well. We're 43 by 3. We're 40 degrees as we look toward tomorrow evening, and wind chills make it to where it never even feels that warm. In 60 seconds, we're looking at...
Every legend starts somewhere.
Not with perfection, but with a decision.
The decision to show up, work harder, and believe this place can change everything.
At Northeast, you're more than just a number.
We're built on opportunity, and our students are willing to rise to the occasion.
Here, success isn't handed to you. It's earned.
You don't just leave with a degree, you leave as a legend.
When you've been injured, don't settle for a lawyer who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
At Room to Room, our mattress gallery brings you the best in sleep. Experience unmatched comfort with Heirloom, the mattress of choice for true luxury. Customer favorite Heirloom. Start sleeping and living better. Room to Room.
Right now, from the Room to Room Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lovhawn.
Well, while I have it zoomed in here to Lee County, it just as easily could be about half of our viewing area here under severe thunderstorm warnings. That's what these yellow boxes are. Locations where damaging wind is a possibility out of these thunderstorms for the next few hours. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are a 24/7 weather streaming service based out of the Tupelo area. And if you're ahead of this, one of the things that we've talked about a lot today is making sure that we have those multiple ways to find out if we're in danger. The thing is at this point here, in my opinion, the primary danger that we have is damaging wind potential out of this line. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, some questions here. You've been monitoring, again, the chat very, very closely behind the scenes. Have you really heard very many reports of wind damage to this point? We've seen some of those. We haven't heard from emergency managers at this point either at this time.
I think Grenada County is worth a call because we did have some of that roof damage out there off of Clay Road, but we also have some reports of those, what looks to be large oak trees down out there as well. And so I wish I had archived data real quick. And Matt, if you want to pull it up behind the scenes earlier, what moved through Grenada, I know we are still dealing with a few of those severe thunderstorm warnings, but this is where the concentrated area of damage is coming from. And, you know, this is multiple reports now, and that's a pretty decent sized tree. And that did look pretty healthy earlier on, but that does look like where emergency crews are out working to clear that because it did unfortunately cross a road or driveway. Don't have many details out of this. Do what?
What was the road?
So Clay Road was the other one. I don't know if this is close to it, but both of them were kind of Grenada County.
Now, there was one in Grenada County there where there was power line down, so that's probably different than that as well. Let's make sure we pass that along to the National Weather Service there.
I'm going to look up Clay Road on maps behind the scenes and see if it's close.
Okay, that'll work. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. So let's go ahead and track this line, starting kind of north, working our way south across it. And again, straight line wind is the main story. And that does mean that we need to just mention that there will be strong winds on the backside of this, even after storms move through. But any tornado threats can be concentrated in this very narrow corridor right here at the front end of this line. And still some spots up there in Tishomingo County that we are watching as well. So let's look at rotation mode here on Mama Justice Doppler radar, just east of Tishomingo, just pretty much right where we had a little bit ago. Still some rotation on this where that thunderstorm's hitting. Again, it's primarily straight line winds, not impossible that something weird happened with that. But Iuka, you're past any tornado threat there. And, you know, if that's one of those things we talk about from time to time, you want to go to sleep, you're probably in okay shape as far as that is concerned. But I'm going to get from Centerville all to the east there. Again, tracking about 40 miles per hour. This is a line of strong straight line winds. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Tishomingo County till at least 10:45 there for some spots. For Itawamba County until 10:45. And yeah, I do see the red county there. Again, tornado warning back up there outside of our area. Our friends over at Tennessee Valley Weather covering that right now. But Red Bay, 10:33 for you. Strong straight line winds out of this line as it moves eastward. Coming back in here toward the Tupelo area, again, where we've had some thunderstorms. This was a storm that for a long time has had some decent rotation with them. I'm going to put this to a 2-hour loop here for a moment. Double check. Yeah, that was our Yalobusha County storm. Long-lived kind of arching area of strong straight line winds out here, Saltillo back toward around the Okolona area there as well. We're thinking again, could have some wind gusts in this spot here up there closer to say 60 miles per hour, maybe 65 miles per hour. This is the part that's moving through Tupelo. So probably should get a storm track on that. That might be a little more useful here. So right along that area, those are the spots that we are watching. Let's say about 45 to 50 miles per hour moving eastward there. And so I'm going to change this to where we do slightly larger locations, just so kind of everybody, we get some better spots or larger locations in the path of this. So Smithville will show about 10:34 there, Fulton about 10:30, Mantachie about 10:29 as it moves into there. But yeah, ultimately this is damaging wind, and I don't really see tornado sort of rotation on this. So that's what's tracking eastward. Again, whether it's tornado or not, we recommend that you are in your safest location, an interior room. I hear some of the thunder clapping and the wind blowing outside of my house here on the north side of Tupelo as well. Strong gusty winds with this, absolutely. So, prepare accordingly, build in, kind of that barrier around you so that we're in good shape. But thankfully, this is not looking like it has rotation that could produce a tornado. Hopefully that remains the case on this. Reports from a power line down on Jackson Avenue extended, a home with some damage in the Oak Grove area in Tupelo. This with Chris with emergency management here in Lee County. Multiple power outages at this time. Still some rumbles, but everything dying down. Okay, now appreciate that. So this is again, appreciate some of the reports as they continue to come in here. Power outages do remain one of the more substantial things that we've had reports of. In fact, according to Alcorn County EMA Evan Gibbons, reports of some minor damage, trees down, nothing too terribly bad or extreme, about 1,150 to 1,200 people, homes without power at this point here in Alcorn County for some of the wind damage. So power outages, as you would imagine, we've dealt with a lot this year. Unfortunately, still a lot of those out there. Or I guess another round of a lot of those for tonight. I'll pull off some of the warnings for a second. So looking at some of those power outages here, Gabe will show us a better look at all of these here in a minute, but significant numbers. We're talking thousands here across North Mississippi without power. Maybe as effectively here, I'll change this to statewide power outages. Only about 1% of the state without power. That's their power outages total. There we are. But as you can see on the wider shot here, a lot statewide. So about 20,000 statewide on the power outages there. A greater number back out into Arkansas, and a similar amount back into Louisiana. Let's bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, talking about some of those power outages that we have seen. And we use those specific maps, Natchez Trace Electric Power. It's a lot.
6,000. 6,000 for a pretty concentrated area amongst Webster, Calhoun, over there towards Grenada County, and moving up, well, not, I guess a few in Chickasaw County, but nonetheless, 6,000 outages, and you can see those purples that are showing up. That's in the 300 plus, and we're well over 300. We have 2,600 there, right along the northeast corner of Grenada, moving into Calhoun County, just the southern portion of Calhoun County and Webster County. 2,600 outages there, including parts of Vardaman as well as closer to Eupora. So those numbers are getting steep. And as we look at those total outages, a large part of those actually coming out of Prentiss County too, where those earlier storms moved through. You know how we looked at that and I said there wasn't a ton of outages, but I did expect that number to climb. Well, climate did, and we have 1,100 outages just there on the east side of the city. And the east side of Prentiss County, 186 outages, so still a pretty large number. And let me actually drag it to where you can see it yourself. But Prentiss County EPA currently having about 1,353 outages, so another large portion of North Mississippi having those outages. So yeah, those numbers are climbing, Matt. And with this next round of storms moving through and those gusty winds, maybe even not severe winds, but gusty winds, it's going to knock down a few more of those power lines, unfortunately.
Well, I think the important thing you said is maybe more the last round of storms, but there's going to be strong winds even behind that, right?
Yeah, and that's what, Annalise, she's back behind the line now, and she was telling me that it's to a point where she can barely stand. It's blowing pretty hard on the backside of this.
I'm going to say that the pregnant lady should probably be inside, not stand.
Well, I told her, I said, what are you doing outside?
Pregnant woman, what she's capable of, but, I would prefer every person be inside as these thunderstorms come through.
She's trying to go to sleep at some point because they got school tomorrow. Spring break is over and starting the final stretch with a little bit of a bang here in North Mississippi.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of bangs going on with that. Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Again, you guys are blowing up the conversation beside me here, so I definitely cannot read what things are going on there. Appreciate y'all for your support and everybody who's, kind of monitoring it up on there. Someone says, is this 10 p.m. weather? It's still showing at 6. Let's go ahead and we'll change the name there if we can, Gabe, on the most recent update to say 10 p.m. on that there. Because ultimately, while it says 6 p.m., this is still the latest one. It's just we started at 6 and we just never quit the 6 o'clock show. Severe thunderstorm warnings for southern Lee and Monroe County, as well as Itawamba County, stretching back toward Chickasaw and Clay counties as well. We're going to check our camera there in the Aberdeen area, kind of looking into some of these other thunderstorms. Again, strong straight line winds possible with this line kind of moving in from the west. Aberdeen, one of those many locations, again, under severe thunderstorm warnings this time in effect there until 10:45. As I kind of pan that camera around a little bit, kind of looking northwestward into this. Again, there's one of the scary looking clouds. That's all the heavy precipitation back there in the background. That heavy precipitation is going to be associated with the potential for some, again, strong straight line wind gusts, but I don't see anything on this shot here that even remotely makes me think that there could be a tornado in this at this point in time. We'll be able to use shots like this, Amory, and in Smithville and in Aberdeen over the next little bit. And I appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for being partners with us here on Mississippi Live Weather. I see that picture that you have there behind the scenes, Gabe. Let's talk about that for a second, as I'll go back to Mama Justice Doppler in a moment here. I don't think we clicked back into the switcher. There we go.
Oh, my fault.
So
yeah, I updated the titles and forgot to
Okay.
click back.
So that looks like kind of a rain foot and some scary looking stuff as well, but I don't think that is what it looks like.
It is not, but this is over close to Dennis, so of course that is the area that was kind of our focal point earlier on. But I will say you can definitely see a pretty pronounced wall cloud there, at least trying to form. But for folks up there in Biggersville that may have seen something looking similar, that is more of an SLC. We never had any rotating storms that moved through on this round. Granted, we did have that tornado warning earlier on this evening, but this was from much later, and that might look like a funnel cloud. It is not. It was actually just some of that scud cloud underneath and not really showing anything rotating. But nonetheless, that was a report up there towards Biggersville, and appreciate all the weather watchers actually showed multiple angles of it. And I mean, that looks pretty scary. It definitely would catch my attention, but the radar not exactly lining up with any tight rotation there, and haven't gotten any damage reports either, except for some power outages up there around the Alcorn and Prentice County area. But this one, being that this was where radar kind of matched some of that data, this is where we would look for something that looks similar to this, and that's why this is, of course, what stands out. Wall cloud, pretty pronounced right there, and yeah, and that looks like a funnel, but Matt, like you were mentioning, I wouldn't say that that was a full-blown funnel reaching the ground. So I think that we definitely dodged a bullet there, and we're grateful that damage remains minimal. I say that. There are still impacts, and as I drag it over here to our power outage map, this is Tishomingo County EPA, you can see that there's a large number of outages just east of Bay Springs Lake, and that's where the storm actually went through. So if we're looking in the Dennis area, well, we have 659 outages. So something in that storm, whether it was the hail or the wind, caused those outages. And of course, there's 659 in total right now in Dennis. There's 179 just east of the Payden community, north of Tishomingo. And as we keep working our way north, you can see a few of those outages closer to the Tennessee state line. That was from the tornado warned storm much earlier on this evening as we started our broadcast closer to about 6 o'clock. Around that time frame is when those power outages started to occur. But you know, all eyes kind of on Dennis, whether it's in the sky or on the ground with those power outages. And those numbers hopefully coming down here soon. I know crews are out and about. They always do a phenomenal job of knocking those out early. So Matt, hopeful that these near over 20,000 outages become very minimal here in the next at least couple of hours, because it's going to be cold tomorrow. We need that heat.
I think they will. You know, I mean, you have a lot of big clusters there, not a lot of singles, right?
Yes.
A big cluster, they get everybody there, and we appreciate, you know, everybody for all the hard work that they put into, you know, that our linemen and women and all the first responders that have to go out on nights like this. Appreciate that, Gabe. As we bring it back in here into the Room to Room Weather Center, let's go ahead and look at a few other things here. Now, let's stay with this. We'll do another on this real quick, and then what we'll do is we're going to kind of get you some parts of the rest of your forecast for a minute. In theory, look up here to Itawamba County. One of the things that's interesting in Itawamba County is you can see the strong winds from the south buffeting the edge of this, so it's why it's real choppy at the front end here. If I go back on the precip mode, I previously had a storm, and if I make this only a 15-minute loop, I still should probably catch it there. This thunderstorm right there near Mantachie that did kind of try to wrap up briefly, but just couldn't pull it off. I would say I have a very low confidence that we could see a tornado going forward. I think it's highly likely that it is strong straight line winds causing strong straight line wind damage from here on out the remainder of today. I'm hoping that's the case. Certainly, I would say that's most likely to be the case going forward. So let's go ahead and bring this again to now and track the whole shebang here. Again, I'm going to track it, and I'm going to include locations down around the Golden Triangle as well. Despite and obviously Clay County, we have West Point under a severe thunderstorm warning, so that would definitely count for you. But if we look at locations, you know, Oktibbeha County back toward Columbus, I would say we're borderline on whether or not those storms are certainly that strong. So it's going to make this a track. We're going to have to, because it's such a large swath of area, we're going You have to shrink the size of, change the size of the people involved here. So Belmont, about 1028 for you. This is damaging winds trying to move toward Amory by 1036. It's 1025, so I'm going to have to flip through the forecast fast to get to you. Red Bay 1037, Smithville 1039, Florence 1039, Aberdeen 1041. And you can generally, again, see the different times there ahead. Ackerman 1044, Starkville 1050, West Point 1047, Solent there at about 1101, Caledonia 1105 there, Hackleburg 1105, and Columbus 1109. So strong straight line winds, and that is primarily it on what this line is capable of at this point here. Let's go ahead and get through a few forecast pieces with this, and then we're going to look at storm rotation. We're going to talk a little bit about snowflakes, because yes, snowflakes, believe it or not, are in the forecast here for tomorrow. So overnight, we are beyond the peak of storms. There will still be strong winds mixing in behind this. We're 40% on that coverage of storms as we go into your early Monday morning. Lost track of the day of the week here, apparently. 42 by 3 a.m. and 36 as you look toward early morning. Winds remain breezy. That wind chill remains probably teens to low 20s. And then here's a look at storm rotation. It's all on this leading edge here, and it's all exiting over the course of the next couple of hours. As it moves on out, there's nothing behind it. So once this main line moves through, there still could be some damaging wind from trees falling and things like that, but it's not going to be from necessarily the individual thunderstorms, and definitely won't be from tornadoes. We're not talking about tornadoes with this overnight beyond locations east of this line, but it will be windy on the backside of this. So we are past any significant issues related to storm rotation from this storm system here. So Futurecast, again, showing those storms eastward, midnight or so. We're now east of Columbus and Fayette, Alabama, up here toward the Huntsville area. But we still have enough showers back here that's going to mix down some strong winds for a loft. I'll pull up those winds here in just a moment. That remains kind of one of the bigger factors with what we experience here. But all the activity out of here by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And yes, it's possible that this could include some early day flakes on your early Monday morning. Before we get there, I'm going to find the wind here. We're going to look at wind gusts. Give me a second here to kind of pull this in. Wind gusts. There we go. And so this will be a look at, again, the strong wind gusts on kind of a wide sort of regional scale here. As you can see, it's a lot worse back out to the north and west. But as you'll also see over the next few hours here, we show 11 o'clock, midnight, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, still fairly widespread wind gusts in excess of 30 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour. That's still going to be enough that we're going to lose some trees and some tree limbs damaged, especially by the ice storm. Those winds calm down a little bit as we go toward early tomorrow morning for East Mississippi, but pick up back out here in the Delta. The orange is 35, 40 mile per hour wind gusts, and we keep breezy into your Monday. Still showing some of those oranges on the map there by noontime, wind gusts 30 miles per hour or so, and then calming down a little bit as we head toward tomorrow in the evening. So low temperatures tomorrow morning are cold. And this is one of the factors. We have frost and freeze issues that are going to be a part of this forecast the next couple of days. And we have those frost and freeze advisories in effect. So we're looking at 33, that low temperature, Tupelo, 31, Boonville and Corinth. That does mean we have some spots, obviously, with a freeze tomorrow morning and all the issues that go along with that. Mid-20s, maybe some teens out there for wind chill temperatures early tomorrow. This model is always conservative on that. If I were doing this by hand, I probably would have had some teens. Back to school for the kids. IMPC school day forecast. 34 in the morning, 38 at lunch, 42 by the final bell. Could you see flakes? Yes. Are you going to school? Absolutely. Will we look at that flake potential and all stuff with that in more detail here in just a moment? Absolutely, we will. But it will never feel warm tomorrow. Wind chills in the afternoon in the 30s. Bundle up those kiddos as they go back to school. And yes, there are some flakes. Right there. See them? But notice how it's either flakes or showers, because they are melting as they get close to the surface. Is this going to add up to anything? No. Will you see it? I wouldn't be at all shocked to see a few flakes out there early tomorrow. It's going to be really windy and blowing whatever it is. It's not going to accumulate because we were 70 plus today, in some cases 80 plus today. But will you see some flakes? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, noontime. Look at that. There's still some showing up there into the afternoon as well. Actually, give me a second. I'm going to break this model. I'm going to go back and fix it again. Give me just 2 seconds here to make sure it's on the updated latest version of this. There we are. I like that better. That's the latest one. Now, let's make sure that that all still matches up correctly. So yes, it still has, again, some flakes with this 9 a.m. from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee to Florence, back toward Russellville, Ewan, and toward around Columbus and Macon and Aliceville. Even a few rogue flakes behind this into the center of this very, very cold core system and all the cold weather that it has. But it will be windy, and it's very rare that we get blowing snowflakes. Not going to be blowing snow on the ground, but blowing snowflakes, not impossible. And then obviously this has more of a winter weather impact when you get in the higher elevations up there toward the northeastern United States, where they also have a level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk for tomorrow. But yes, we still have some flakes in here even into the afternoon. So best case scenario, middle to upper 40s for highs. It will not be a warm day, period. It's going to be chilly, and it's well below that normal for this time of year at 66 degrees. We're down in the mid-20s for early morning on your Tuesday. This is important because growing season has already started for a lot of folks. Protect those plants. When we are actual temperatures lower 20s, that could be a killing freeze for some spots. So big concerns revolving around that for your plants for early morning Tuesday. Covering them up as necessary, but it's going to be rough. So that's why we have freeze warnings in effect for all locations. Wind chill temperatures, by the way, in the teens. I mean, low teens in some cases early Tuesday morning. So yes, it is still technically on the books as winter for a little while longer. I think we're less than a week now away from the beginning of spring. And then high temperatures, upper 40s, low 50s on your Tuesday. Low temperatures by Wednesday morning, again, back below freezing, not as cold. So the next 3 mornings, some of us down around the freezing point there. As you can see, though, beyond that, we warm things up a lot more. Not going to spend a lot of time on a 7-day forecast. You can find that in the app. You can find that everywhere else. Okay, just wanted to get you guys through an actual sort of forecast for those folks that actually have some concerns, questions, interest in that. Let's get back now to Mama Justice Doppler radar and what you guys are now currently experiencing. So I apologize. It takes me a minute sometimes to get through that. Let's come up here to Monroe County, Bigby, Tranquil, Carolina, in Itawamba County, moving toward Amory, Becker, and Aberdeen, a line of strong wind gusts with this. Our cameras there all kind of showing the low-hanging sort of stuff moving in. And again, this is strong straight line winds. So as you can see this here kind of bouncing around a little bit there. But strong winds kind of moving toward the Amory area. Honestly, it's bouncing around because of the strong winds moving into Amory right now as well. I'll bet we have a similar shot there in Aberdeen. Maybe just slightly farther away. The low-hanging clouds, a bit of a gap there between the base of the clouds, and a lot of stuff that looks pretty gnarly. But looking at that shot there, I don't see anything that looks like tornadoes or that kind of weather. Again, Monroe County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 p.m. Current time is 10:33 p.m. Again, apologize for the fact that we kind of went through the forecast. That's something we try to get through there as well. And I know that we're always trying to kind of balance what folks want on that with everything else as well. The reality on that now, looking back and thinking about that for future is, again, I'm learning things now that I'm no longer on regular TV. You're just going to watch the recorded forecast on that anyway. So that's what I'll prioritize next time there, is making sure we stay on radar on that scenario as well. So I apologize for that here, but I did want to at least try to address the fact that we have a killing freeze on the way a couple days from now. So making sure that we're prepared for that. Prairie, we're looking at this for 10:36 for you. But again, Amory, about 10:37, so about 3 minutes from now. Got a lot of spots on this here. So let's go ahead and shrink down the number of subdivisions that show up and kind of isolate this back to cities for a moment. So there's more cities on our list here. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings do continue for Monroe and Clay counties. Clay County now till 11:15 p.m., but now extended to include Lamar, Marion County, Alabama. I think Franklin County also under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point here as well until 11:15. So as we talked about earlier, pretty much everybody getting into the act on the northern half of this line at some point in time or another. As you can see that track there of when it's kind of moving through some locations. I've been watching behind the scenes here while we were doing our broadcast a moment ago there. Meteorologist Gabe Maynor, he has been looking at a number of damage sort of reports coming in And I should mention that according to Bud Lindsay, the Prentiss County Emergency Manager, some trees down and power outages there in and around Prentiss County. Gabe, what are you getting reports in about?
Well, that, of course, verifies our outage map that we just showed a few moments ago up there in Prentiss County with upwards of, let me update it. Yeah, still 1,300 outages as of now. But I wanted to bring it over to Grenada County once again because this is adding to the numerous reports we've already had. This is from the Grenada County Sheriff's Office, and this is along Highway 8 West in front of the Ratliff Well Service, and it's currently impassable due to the electric transmission lines being down across the roadway. So they don't know how long it'll take before Delta Electric will be out there, but nonetheless, that road is going to be shut down because you can see some of those live wires that are across Highway 8. So I know a lot of folks need to travel over there in Grenada County. Just try to use some of those back roads to kind of navigate around it so you don't get stuck in those situations because, of course, you don't want to mess with live wires. That is something we know for sure. And then, Caleb, remind me, this was damage out of Pontotoc?
Yes.
So out of Pontotoc, Caleb getting this report, and you can see some of the roof damage attached to it. And we know a strong storm went through there for sure, as those large hailstones in excess of 1 inch and some of those damaging wind gusts happened as well. I know that's sideways, but you can make out that tree that is fallen. It just would be more horizontal in this case. And then you can see, of course, another view of the tree. So nonetheless, damage reports starting to come in out of Pontotoc, out of Grenada, out of Prentiss County, outages galore across North Mississippi. And so those reports starting to come in now that those storms are settling down out west and continuing to settle down as those progress into the Alabama state line. But Matt, unfortunately, damage did happen. We said these storms would be impactful, and we've seen that with both the power outages as well as those damage reports. And a reminder, please do not drive on Highway 8 right now over there in Grenada in front of the, let me get the exact location one more time, the Ratliff Well Service because of that live wire across the road.
Okay, and gosh, I hope those crews get out there and get it all taken care of, but do it in a safe fashion. Appreciate that. Sure. Gabe, I'm gonna utilize your shot there behind the scenes. We're gonna do some all clears here in just a moment, so I'm gonna kind of pop it up on front of the camera here. He's got his, I guess, writing fingers ready to go for this. So let's do some all clears here for a moment. First off, in the upper left-hand corner, actually, I would just write go to sleep on there because I think we can do a regular go to sleep on this as well. So everybody in this blue zone here, back behind, we can go to sleep. Everything ahead of this, we're still watching it. So we're still watching for you in Amory. We're still watching for you in Aberdeen, in West Point, in Starkville, in Louisville, in Kosciuszko, in Macon. You are all in a zone here where we're going to have to keep watching either even Fulton here, Russellville, Florence, Haleyville, Hamilton, Soligent, and Detroit. We're all in, as well as Aliceville there, in the spots that are ahead. So everything that is back here in the blue, we can go to sleep. And I know that's one of those things that some of you just wait and wait and wait for. I'm sure if we check out the comment section, that is the case. But even if you're ahead of some of these, I would say that if you have weather call, then I don't feel too terribly bad about sending you to sleep for some of those spots as well. But everybody kind of in the sort of blue zone here that we're looking at, you are in the go to sleep zone. And so I think it is what it says it is. You can go to sleep and be okay. But let's talk about where that's not the case. Let's kind of look in a little bit. So we can't go to sleep in Amory. Not yet, Tanaya. We're not yet at the point here where we can go to sleep in Amory. And let's look a little closer at that. I think we're getting closer to it. The strongest winds aren't yet there. In fact, in Amory, they're pretty much arriving. Smithville, Amory along Highway 25 as we speak, from Highland Park there to Colonial Acres. Again, strong straight line winds, not tornadoes. Though I do show that it looks like our wind on the actual wind mode there is running a little ahead of the wind where it is on the precipitation mode. So you kind of had one big gust of wind there, sort of where we show this brightest green there. Here's some of the spots there where we need to say that we have some strong wind still potential. Could have some wind gusts up around 60 miles per hour out of this storm for you. Don't really show any significant sort of rotation along the leading edge here. But I think sporadic damaging wind is a possibility. We'll go to our camera up there in the Smithville area. Again, should be just getting it right now by the heavy precipitation. Again, this probably still looking back in a northerly direction there. And appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for partnering with us on these cameras. This one, I'm going to go ahead and instead kind of rotate the direction here. We'll look kind of along this back toward the Amory area, so back toward the southwest. So we kind of pan it back that direction there. Amory, actually Aberdeen, I'll check that one behind the scenes here. Again, Aberdeen kind of about to get hit as well. Another one of those spots. Looks like that is pointed a little too far down there in Smithville. Gabe, behind the scenes, I'm going to let you adjust that camera shot up a little bit, if you would, there in the Smithville area. So we walk down this line closer to Aberdeen. The strong straight line winds kind of moving pretty close to town yet, not quite into town at this point here. Aberdeen kind of bobbing back and forth just a little bit on that camera as it's trying to resolve the fact that it's pretty windy out there, even ahead of these storms. Lots of little low-hanging stuff. Again, Monroe County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45 p.m. Strong straight line winds in Aberdeen could approach 60 miles per hour. Some sporadic wind damage is a possibility at this point here in the Aberdeen area as well. As we go up again to Amory, and I do see that Amory has kind of shown up in that chat a few times there. I get that, understand the sensitivity that we have there in the Amory area. This is mainly going to be heavy rainfall. There is no tornado threat out of this in Amory based on anything that we are looking at this point. Tons of lightning. That means power outages. From time to time, we're going to have some tree limbs and things that get knocked down because of this, but we're not talking about tornadoes out of this, thankfully. So not at least for the portion that's kind of moving through there, not unless something changes pretty dramatically on this. So yeah, in Monroe County, in the Amory area, again, some strong gusty winds. Hatley, again, any rotation, we're probably done now in Amory here in Bigby and out toward around Central Grove and Wren and Tranquil. I know back out there, kind of southwest of Wren, we've got some folks who live out there. You can come out of that tornado safe place as well. I think, Elizabeth, you know who I'm talking to on that one there. Smithville, but down toward Amory, again, this is still some strong gusty winds, but I don't see any areas of precise rotation on this. We're close enough to the radar site. We should see that if that were there, and I don't think it is there. Coming up to Itawamba County and out here toward Red Bay in Franklin County, Alabama. Again, kind of looking at the wind on that. Nothing that concerns me. I think this is just heavy rainfall and gusty winds. Again, from Pogo to Red Bay to Tremont, Academy to Turon. Moving that eastward about 40, 45 miles per hour. And so you can see there again, Turon, Academy, and Red Bay, it's right now pretty much. I got my position a little off on that. Red Bay, it should be basically right now. Scottsville at 10:50. We're looking again, mainly locations outside of the area for some of those spots there. We show Old Burleson there at about 53, Burnout at 10:53, Vine at 10:52, and then getting closer to Hamilton by about 11:06 there. As that moves eastward at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Walking down that line toward West Point. Let's see if that camera down there in West Point is up and working at the moment here. Again, a lot of lightning on the camera down in Aberdeen, so I might hit that one again. Up, looks like West Point still down from some storms that we had earlier this week. Another shot in Aberdeen. Hold on, that'll update here in a second. Kind of looking back into some of the gross sort of scud clouds. That cloud's detached from the line, or it's possibly maybe attached to the shelf cloud. Monroe County under a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is one of those scenarios where we say the bark is greater than the bite. There is not going to be tornadoes out of this, and we're hopeful that we don't have storms that are super duper strong in that, but still watching that potential here as well. Okay, so reports from the Grenada emergency manager here again. Wires down across Highway 8, tree damage, Oak Grove subdivision, along Scenic Drive there. Multiple power outages on Carrollton Jefferson Road. Still assessing. Similar some of the situation, some of the information that Gabe had a little bit ago there from Grenada County. Again, some wind damage reports. Of course, all of our damage reports tend to come in, after the fact, so it takes a little while after the storms come in for that. But looking at here toward Griffith and Salome. Let's check for hail. We have not done that for a little while because this has transitioned more wind. I don't have a lot of big hail out of this. Honestly, probably not much hail at all. Some small pea-size hail possible on this. Again, this is our True Shield Roofing hail threat. I want to check some of those hail reports again from our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, what he has kind of been watching as well back behind the scenes. And Gabe, you've had some of those reports, not just hail, but also some other damage and things. What are you getting in?
Well, yeah, right now it's just some of those hail reports. This is out of Tishomingo earlier on, and I just am blown away by the numerous amount of hailstones that they got. And this was in excess of an inch in some spots. And I can, nitpick this and find a few hailstones larger than the others. But nonetheless, that is why we are having these numerous outages. That's why we're seeing these numerous hail reports and damage reports. Still working on getting some of that, trying to contact emergency managers behind the scenes. Unfortunately, could not get a hold of Grenada. Were we ever able to get a hold of Tishomingo County? Okay, we're going to try Tishomingo County here in just a moment. But of course, we are continuing to look at your pictures behind the scenes. And a lot of it is just the intense clouds that we did have across North Mississippi, whether that was over there in Iuka, again, Tishomingo County. Actually, that might have been that same storm, but it would have been looking south. So you're looking into the storm, and this is from the hospital up there. And or the ambulance bay. So as you look down south, you can see that, yeah, this is definitely the storm. That wall of rain, you can see the southerly winds still in effect. And yeah, this is when the storm was still pretty intense. I did actually have earlier on, let me pull it up behind the scenes here. One of my friends forwarded me a video from Tuscumbia, Alabama. And that was over there by, the Colbert County area. And that was where this tornado-warned storm did move through. Let me work to get this on screen. Yes, there we go. Okay, pulling it back up here behind the scenes. So there's a look as it moved into northwest Alabama. You can see the heavy amount of lightning, which honestly, I know there's rumbles of thunder now, but the heavy lightning producing storms, those were the ones that we were primarily concerned about because it showed the intensity and the magnitude that these had. Now, not exactly as comparable, so that's why I wouldn't say that we're dealing with those strong thunderstorms, but still can be up to about 40, 45, 50 mile an hour winds, which is impactful.
I still think we could have 60 mile per hour more winds on this. Let's be clear about that. I just don't think we're talking about tornadoes anymore.
Yes, I would agree with that. And the gradient winds on top of it as well, it's not going to have a severe thunderstorm tag on the gradient winds, but we're dealing with that as this kind of moves on through, as that, tighter pressure gradient that's causing this front is happening.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The pressure gradient winds behind this will continue to be breezy. Keep that wind blowing all night long, even after the storms move through. Appreciate that, Gabe. And again, you can share your pictures with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app. Again, free and available for all of those different devices there, iOS and Android. We had a little hiccup where we moved our stream behind the scenes on the Roku stuff, on the Roku app. If anybody's having some issues with that, hit refresh on that. It should be up and going again. There are just so many of you on there. We had to kind of move some stuff around, but appreciate that. Again, you guys are redefining the way this weather stuff works across the entire country. Nobody's using it like you guys are using it. Thank you so much for your support. Gabe, yes.
Hang on. Is that from tonight?
I'll let you do a little deeper dive on that, if you would, please.
Well, it says tonight. This is close to Alcorn County, the Pleasant Hill Pentecostal Church. So we need to call Alcorn County, too, and confirm that with them, because that looks intense.
Okay, go ahead and call, and if you need to, get Evan Gibbons on there, and we can talk to him here in a minute as well. So we'll get him that link if we need to. Let me know, and we'll have him on. But I'm hoping that's not the case. Again, as you can see that picture there from Alcorn County of some damage. Sad to see, for sure.
For sure. We'll keep you updated. I'll wave you down when we can get a hold of them.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, reporting again behind the scenes. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, or a digital streaming service based out of the Tupelo area, and appreciate the 25 to 30,000 of you that are watching live here at this point here. Let's talk about a few things. First off, we'll continue watching this storm moving toward the West Point area. This is weaker than some. That's why we have not spent a lot of time on it, looking at the wind mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. I still think maybe some 50 to maybe 60 mile per hour winds about to move into the West Point area as this line approaches you and moves into and through your area. But you don't see on really any version of this I look, is we don't have a lot of the red and the green interacting. Just a rough way to say, I don't see anything that looks like tornado producing thunderstorms on this. And so that's, in my mind, great news, and that works us closer to, I think, the final goal that probably you have of when can I go to sleep? And anywhere where you are behind this line, you can go to sleep. If you're out here ahead of it, I could make some arguments you can go to sleep as well, with a few caveats. First and foremost, do you have weather call? Because I love what I do. I love what our app does. But the reality is that every app noise, it seems like, goes bloop, And, our app does the same thing. It's a similar noise to every other app noise. So because of that, you can miss it. So weather call is a phone call, and phone calls are more difficult to miss. And so if you have weather call and you're in that danger zone, it will call you and let you know, hey, we're in danger. And so if you have weather call, I think I can place most of us in the move on with our night category here. The other caveat, though, related to that is this, that we need to make sure that we know where our safe place is and we're at least can get to it if the weather call happens. Like say the weather call happens, we got to go right now. Are you within steps of that safe place? Are you within steps of a place where, it's a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room? If you're in one of those locations, then you're going to be fine. If you have one of those close by, you'll be fine. But if you don't have one of these, then maybe you do have to stay up with us a little bit longer. But I can tell you that I'm less and less impressed by what I'm looking at down here. Oktibbeha County, for Clay County, it's going to be a hard uphill battle for that to produce severe weather. Monroe County still potentially could be in it. Northern Monroe County looks a little more impressive than Southern Monroe County. Again, checking out our camera there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers in Amory, showing that severe thunderstorm warning there in the Amory area. And it looks just like heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, and a decent amount of lightning. Nothing that really super captures my attention there, nor is that the case out here on the west side of Starkville. I see someone, Carol behind the scenes, asking the question, well, what about Starkville? She asks kids at Mississippi State, I don't like doing a lot of whatabouts because hopefully the overall thing that we're explaining here kind of explains it better. But with storms moving towards Starkville, these storms are below severe levels. And that means, can the kids go to sleep in the Starkville area? Yeah, I think so. I think it'd be very, 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 5 more varies, difficult to produce a tornado down as far south as Starkville based on what we're looking at. So I would say Starkville, certainly bottom floor apartments, but in general, I think that we are past the worst of the. Your worst is still ahead, but I don't think it is the worst that we're going to be experiencing. So I think that we're okay there. Mississippi State campus, again, looking the opposite direction, looking south there from. Oh no, actually, this is the MDOT cams there. Again, you can see kind of the sheets of rainfall moving across the ground there as we look south. I believe that's south there on Blackjack. And then, of course, the west side of town kind of bopping around there as well on the bypass. So some strong gusty winds, but on those there, I'm not impressed by what I'm looking at. And so, again, I think you can go to sleep probably down here closer to the Starkville area and locations back southwest of that. I see my watch died. So now all the noises are going to come through on my phone. So give me just a moment to see if I can mute that, put that back on the silent mode as well. See, that's why phone calls matter, because there I had to silence my phone. And now if there was an important message that came from our app, it's not going to show up there as well. So let's look back toward Ackerman. Again, Ackerman, I don't see anything of concern there either. Look at our camera there in Ackerman, brought to you by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. 75, that dew point just not quite high enough for tornadoes there. So I think we're good there. You can probably go to sleep in Ackerman. Kosciusko, again, pretty heavy thunderstorm moving through Kosciusko right now. Actually, I'm going to check both that, Kosciusko and Ackerman, against the radar site down there in the Jackson area to make sure that we... Yeah. Yep, no, but I don't, that does not look impressive because this rain-cooled outflow you see in advance there, that's the rain-cooled air running in advance. And so that tells me that you're not going to rotate this in. No tornado threat out of these storms here. I think Louisville, it's going to be past you. If in the wildest dreams it were to strengthen, it'd be past Louisville, be out more toward Noxubee County before it got stronger. But even then, weird stuff always happens in Noxubee County, so I'm not going to say anything. But I would say Kosciusko, Ackerman, you can go to sleep. Starkville, you can go to sleep. West Point, give me 10 minutes and you go to sleep. Eupora, Houston, Okolona, Shannon, Tupelo, Saltillo, go to sleep. Smithville, Amory, Aberdeen, go to sleep. Fulton, Red Bay, Belmont, Iuka, Boonville, Rienzi, and everything back to the west, we can go to sleep. Very narrow corridor at the front end here. We're still watching. So Columbus, that's the question I see there, asking, can Columbus go to sleep? I'd say let's give it a little more time here. But the storms I have just west of you are not terribly impressive. Nonetheless, anytime I get one of these that goes a little bit more, see how that's north-south there? That's one of the spots that we have to watch. What is that? Okay, hold on. No, I wouldn't say I got upset at anybody this morning. I'm interested to see what Ann had to say there, and I'll take it down kind of while I'm looking at that here behind the scenes for a moment. My phone download 3 times does not have to take phone. Interesting. I'll look at that here in a second. I'll read that. Gabe's got some pictures here and some other things that he's looking at. Gabe, what do you got?
All right, we were making phone calls. I did not want to interrupt. So we got in touch with Alcorn County EMA Director Evan Gibbons, and he did tell us that, minor damage around the area, but, this is pretty major damage. And this is that church that we were talking about just a moment ago.
Let me tell him about that church.
We're telling him now because, we're looking behind the scenes, and I actually did get, you and I got tagged in a post from the church. Let me make sure I have the right one here. Pleasant Hill Pentecostal Church, close to the Kossuth area. And that's some pretty significant damage. And that's one where I'm curious to see where the...
Okay, so if it's Kossuth area, one of the first big bad
Was that the tornado-warned storm?
That was a tornado-warned storm, but it looked like it had a very concentrated bow echo when it moved through there as well. So whether it was a tornado or not, that was one of the stronger looking wind sort of signatures just on the precipitation mode that we had today. So... yeah, whether it's a tornado or not, I think
that's pretty decent damage. Here, you might want to take a full screen here so you can show the folks.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second here. I think I have the ability to do that right here. Let's check and see. There we go. Okay, so you can see again there's the damage peeled back. That's a lot of insulation blown out on that there. I'd love to know the direction this is facing. Gabe, what we need to do behind the scenes here, or Caleb on a different computer, is find this on a map and figure out the orientation of this church. I think it's highly likely that back corner there we are looking at is probably on the west side. But if it's not, that gets really interesting. But man, sad stuff. So that's the folks up there. Gabe's going to give me the name one more time because he knows that I'm only so paying attention.
I was waving you down. So I actually did just look at it. And so the orientation of the church, this would have been the main sanctuary. And unfortunately, it's on my phone. But if we want to pull it up full screen here in a second.
Go ahead. Explain it.
So this part right here is actually facing east. So it's oriented west to east. So that would have been ripped off and moving northeast then with this insulation right there in the parking lot.
So that would have been the west. That would have been the west side there.
Yeah. So west side is the back side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So west side there. Sometimes if you get strong enough wind, it just gets a little bit there and then it starts peeling it back. That's a lot of insulation though.
Yeah.
But it looks like it might be a bricked metal building.
I don't know what that roof is made out of. If it's metal, it's easier to be peeled back. If it's shingles,
it's metal. It's metal.
It is?
You can. Well,
oh yeah.
But you can see it. Okay. Anyway, we'll look more at that here in a minute.
Do you want me to send that over to the National Weather Service?
Yeah, please send that over to the National Weather Service. Have Caleb. Can Caleb do that on the other computer? Or are the only one?
I just had access to it. I was going to do it real quick.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead and do that. When you're done with that, we'll look at some other storm reports here, and I'll have you track on the monitor here for a minute as well. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard here, kind of reporting again behind the scenes. Current time is now just about 11 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. And we are watching the potential for storms tonight to try to, from time to time, have some rotation. But I think most of these are now at that stage where damaging wind is the primary threat we will see from east of Vina, Alabama to near Russellville. One of the strongest sections of this thunderstorm here is the north part of this, stretching down to Detroit. As we track that eastward, 45, 46 miles per hour, it'll continue moving through quite a few communities there. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, again, tracking that behind the scenes as well here. Gabe?
Yeah, so looking at that basically line of showers and storms that continues to move through northwest Alabama, you can see that the severe thunderstorm warnings are attached to it as they continue more into the Huntsville and Birmingham coverage area. But as we look at those initial cities, we're talking the Hodges area, 1102, Pleasant Ridge, 1103, Hamilton, 1105. I saw a few folks actually asking about Hamilton, Alabama. So there you go, 1105 here in the next 5 minutes or so. We're Wigington by 1107, Hester Heights, 1108, Rockwood 1109, Reedtown 1110, Isbell by about 1111, Russellville 1111, and as we move more towards the Liberty Hill region, about 1114. So that's going to continue to progress in that easterly direction. It has this northeast flow to it, but just have that band of rainfall, band of heavy rainfall, and thunderstorms kind of working their way in. And we're still about 1,200 strikes, so we've seen a ton of lightning strikes. And you guys have done a phenomenal job submitting those, I will say. Some of those strikes are a little bit close, so please do it cautiously. But nonetheless, it is going to cause a lot of those power outages, as we saw just a moment ago, and we expect that to carry over into Alabama as well. And Matt talked about it a little bit earlier on about how we do have that level 4 risk over towards the Atlantic coast. So this threat is not over. This line is very strong, has a very sharp gradient to it. And of course, it does have those a little bit of those ingredients out there towards the east as well. So if you know anyone in Georgia or the Carolinas, go ahead and let them know, hey, there's going to be a powerful system headed your way. As we can see, it already carrying east into Alabama. So I want to change this over here to those winds because I do want to see how those have gradually progressed. And I do expect that we do still have some of those stronger gusts there on the backside. It is going to be kind of lining up there with the radar sites, so the inflow, outflow not going to be as apparent. But we are going to continue to see some of those stronger winds. Let me go straight velocity mode. I mean, yeah, we're probably getting upwards of 40, 50, potentially 60 miles an hour there as that kind of surges more into northwest Alabama. If we look at our threat tracker, our peak threats, not going to be impossible to see some of these hail reports. You guys have done a phenomenal job submitting those hail reports, and we do have at least a winner tonight. I have to go through some of the pictures that we have, and we'll email the winner, of course, who submitted the largest hailstone, but we were in excess of an inch. That is for sure in multiple spots in North Mississippi. So we'll look at that behind the scenes here in just a moment, and I'll finalize that winner. But Matt,
did we ever get the email sent the last for the Monday storms?
I did not, but I know who it was, so we can email them and the winner for tonight together.
Okay, yeah, let's go if you can, but I would say before we get done here tonight, because I don't think we're going to probably beat the winner that we've had so far tonight with any storms that we have going forward. I think the hail threat has peaked and now it comes down from here. So yeah, go ahead and send those both out. Make sure to shoot it to me, and then remind me tomorrow so we can make sure, or copy me in as well. Copy Foster with True Shield Roofing there to make sure that all gets done.
For sure. And actually, real quick, before you take it back, I do want to show this off real quick. This was over in Vardaman, another tree knocked down. She did say that this was a dying tree, so it makes sense that, maybe some even sub-severe gusts would have knocked it over, but for sure some strong wind gusts knocking down that larger tree. And so this is why, I'm grateful that it was far away from the house, because that means it wasn't going to cause any structural damage. If anything, it would fall on the road and maybe make that impassable. But we do recommend clearing some of these dying branches, some of the hanging branches. We saw earlier tonight a windshield was actually cracked because of the branch falling from the ice storm earlier on this year. Some of those stronger gusts knocked it off and it hit the windshield, and unfortunately for that person, they're going to have to replace that heading into tomorrow. But that's why we say clear these branches, clear these limbs, clear these dying trees, because sub-severe gusts can get it. But nevertheless, a strong system that we had tonight that had winds in excess of 60, 65 miles an hour, that'll for sure knock those over. And we're seeing that time and time again over there in Grenada, Webster County, over in Pontotoc, and even up in Tishomingo. So glad that we have not heard any injuries, no fatalities. That's always what we want heading into these events. We did go into this expecting some sort of damage or some sort of impacts, but we're grateful that everyone is still intact. So Matt, that is always a positive heading into tonight. Definitely brings a smile to my face knowing that everyone in North Mississippi is okay, and let's hope that carries over as the system moves off there towards the east. And again, for those folks that are looking at those severe thunderstorm warnings that are over in Alabama, I do want to real quick put this on the latest scan so that way we can look at those warnings, because that's in place till 11:15. So that's going to continue to impact folks there in Lamar County with Soligent, Bedford, Flint Hill, Star. You can see a few counties listed in there. We're talking Caledonia, 11:14, so that'd be northern Lowndes County. Not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but arguably could be kind of on the outskirts of that. But nonetheless, we'll include you in that time frame. Soligent 11:15 or 11:14, Woodlawn 11:15, Moscow 11:18. We're seeing the Vernon area by 11:24, the Gouin area 26, and High Togi 11:28. So continuing to move on the rest of these storms, Matt. I'm glad. Get a little, but
I'm going to let you tracking. So let's go kind of north and work through some of these thunderstorms.
So you'll just have to draw some.
Oops, hold on. Well, I'm gonna let then Gabe go ahead and get ready on the chroma key so you can do it over there, so you can draw the tracks over there as well. Make sure that's logged in and everything on what you need to have with that. Current time is now we're at 11:05, and we're at that time of the evening where I start saying thank you for all of the watching that you're doing on our different systems here, but like it's about time to go to bed, folks. So so I'm going to stick with this. We're going to stick with you here, and we appreciate all of you for liking, subscribing, supporting, and all the things that you're doing. If you're watching us still on social media, thank you. But again, you can get our app. It's probably the easiest way to consistently know where we're at, and certainly watching through the app helps us. We're on still Monday through Friday, 5, 6, 10 p.m. like I've always been. And then also 6:30, 7, and 7:30 a.m. with our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. But download the app for the latest on that. I'm going to send it over to Gabe here. And again, Gabe is kind of tracking these thunderstorms as they move through North Mississippi as well, right?
Yes, Matt, exactly. And grateful that, the severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to taper off there towards our east. But I do want to say, if we want to look up there towards Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, our friends over there at Tennessee Valley Weather are going to have another pretty busy night, as that does still look to be the most interesting storm as we continue into the 11 o'clock hour. But looking for our folks there in northwest Alabama, Russellville, continuing to see some of those stronger portions, and that does extend all the way south and west into Monroe County as those severe thunderstorm warnings continue to progress towards the east. So as we look at the latest on the warnings, 11:15 there for Franklin County, 11:15 for Marion County, and 11:15 there for Lamar County. This along that leading edge. I'm going to go the whole line, and then we're going to go individual sections that, of course, stand out. So drawing that out, and a new warning, of course, gets issued as soon as I'm drawing this. So we will look at that here in just a moment. And we're going to carry it about, that might be a little slower, but nonetheless, and I'm going to have to actually edit this real quick to include more locations. So we're talking Hamilton, Alabama, 11:09, Russellville, 11:09, Hackleburg, 11:12, Soligent, 11:14, Caledonia, 11:15, we're Beaverton, 11:21, Columbus, 11:24, Louisville by 11:29, Noxapater, 11:32, Brilliant, 11:38, the Millport area, 11:46, the Alabama, 11:58, and there's thunder here at the station. So folks, even behind this line, you are going to be getting some rumbles overnight. But like we said, there's already a go to sleep section, and we will write that out later on as well to let folks know the latest on who can head to bed and sleep soundly. Lawrence, Alabama, new severe thunderstorm warning extending into 12 o'clock. The folks over there at the National Weather Service in Huntsville extending the warnings that have already been issued. And, looking at this, let me see if it has the same. There's pretty stout lightning all across the board, but that definitely is one of the areas that stands out closer to Russellville and the Hodges community in Franklin County. So let's go ahead and focus specifically on this section, and we are going to draw this out and carry it out about 45 miles an hour once again. And so as we draw that out for folks up there in northwest Alabama, there's a look at your line, and let me edit it again behind the scenes to make sure that we are including as many areas as we can on that track. So Hackleburg, 11:10. Again, this is not a tornado-producing storm. We don't expect it to produce tornadoes, but we do expect some of those gusty winds out of this and even some potential hailstones. So that's why this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, and that's why they are extending it further into North Alabama. So Hackleburg, 11:10. We're Phil Campbell, 11:17. Bear Creek, 11:21. Moulton, 11:45. Trinity, 11:54. Decatur, Alabama by 12:02. I know I have some family up there close to Decatur, so hopefully they're tuned in. I know they do from time to time, but hopefully they are watching as we head into northern Alabama. So as we look at those latest threats, I'm going to toss this back over to our peak impacts. It does seem like that has come down a little bit. I'm going to put this on a 1-hour loop, and I want to see how this has progressed from Mississippi into Alabama. So right there, you're getting some darker purples, and I'm curious if that's on the downward trend there towards Hamilton, Alabama. Still, I do expect some of the hailstones to be reaching the surface, and Folks, it's allergy season, in case you have not been aware just yet. So take your Zyrtec in the morning and you will be good to go. So as we look out there towards Hamilton, Alabama, we can see that's definitely one of the storms that are catching our eye because it does have some higher peak impacts on our large hail graphic, moving closer to that medium potential as we get further into the 11 o'clock hour. So paying attention there. Hodges, not impossible to get a few of those small hailstones, but storm tops not as tall, and nor are those ingredients as well. So as we look at the velocity track, this is going to go to the latest scan. I'm not seeing anything on there that's concerning at any point with this line. I mean, you can see that we do have some gustier winds out ahead of this as we're working across County Road 187, but that's pushing more towards Hodges and extending across Highway 43 towards Hackleburg. So paying attention there. Back behind it, sub-severe, but still going to be pretty breezy. I believe we do have a wind. It's kind of our national graphic here, so it's going to not look as pretty, but I want to look back behind this real quick to kind of see some of those gusts and clear this off real quick. Clear that. And let's highlight it. Let's query a couple of these. So 36 miles an hour, 38, I do see potentially 40, yes. So 40 miles an hour, and this is not in the severe part of it. This is actually either on the leading edge or back behind it, still seeing 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts, and that's going to still be impactful. Again, I mentioned still sub-severe, but folks, it's going to be breezy overnight. So if you left, I don't know, your pillows on the front porch and they're currently in your front yard, you may just want to bring them in the house so that way they don't cause issues overnight. Let's continue looking down this line. And one thing that I'm seeing right now that is making me feel a little bit better is we do have a little bit of an outflow that's out ahead from these cells there in Winston, Noxubee, and even a few there in southern Lowndes County. Now, when that outflow juts out ahead of this system, it almost acts as a weakening mechanism for some of these storms there on the backside. So as long as that remains out ahead and doesn't really feed some of those cells back into it, I think that this should remain sub-severe as we head more into Louisville, Brooksville, Macon, and Sugarlock. But nonetheless, rumbles of thunder are still going to be there. I do still see some decent storm tops on it. But again, now that we have that outflow happening, I think that might be some of that cooler air that's kind of pushing back into it. So I'm hopeful that that's the case, and I do expect that to be the case. And looking at our velocity, I'm not seeing anything that's overly concerning other than the continued sustained gusts that we've been seeing. And yeah, not seeing much hail out of this either. Actually, haven't seen a hail swath on it since it was back in Highway 82 closer to Vardaman. So that has since come down, and yeah, any of that shear not going to be attached to any areas that are of concern. So all eyes continue to be in Monroe County, northern Lowndes County, and continuing there into northwest Alabama. And like we were talking about for Franklin and Marion County, Fayette, Alabama, as well as southeast Lamar County are still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45. National Weather Service, I believe in Birmingham, takes care of folks out there, and they have elected to extend it as well. So if we do a storm track on that, again, we're going to have to do an entire line through just outside of Detroit, moving through Caledonia. We're going to take it all the way through Columbus, and I'm going to carry it out about 45 miles an hour once again. There we go. And make sure I filter this a bit. There you see Columbus 11:15. So folks, it's about to be a downpour, and we will look at cameras here in just a second. Caleb, are you mic'd up still?
No, but I can. I thought I'd pick it up if you're live.
Well, if you want to mic up, I can toss to you for some of those MDOT cams if you have them. Yeah, because it should be moving through Columbus here in the next couple of minutes. Beaverton, we're talking 11:20. Vernon, 11:22. Gwynn, about 11:27. Brilliant, 11:34. 11:37. Kennedy, 11:43. Fayette by about 11:48. Kansas, come on now, Matt. You put that town in there for a reason. Learn something new. I've lived in Alabama, how long? 13, 14 years? Never knew there was a Kansas, Alabama. I learn something new every day. Carbon Hill, midnight, and Berry by about 12:09. And this will continue to progress east. So where I grew up in Alabama, going to be dealing with that as we get closer to those pre-dawn hours of our Monday. So folks that are wanting to head to bed here in North Mississippi, I mean, bulk of us can for sure head to bed, but we are tracking this line of storms as it kind of goes through our southeast portion of the area before moving on out towards Tuscaloosa, Jasper, and Birmingham here in the next few hours. So we do have a camera there in Caledonia. Let's actually take a look at that if it is still up. So let it come into play here real quick. Lots of rain for sure. 75 degrees, though. That's warm for sure. 61 degree dew points, so not as high as what it was earlier on. Still a little bit of that unstable air in place, but this is still an area that has not been affected by that outflow boundary just yet. And you can see the heavy rainfall that's attached to it. Windy is an understatement. We're 28 miles an hour. Matt, that's a gusty night for sure. And this is out ahead of the system. And even back behind this, we were just tracking a moment ago, gusts in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour. So it's going to be breezy overnight, whether there's a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it or not.
And I think those winds there come from the Air Force Base, at Columbus Air Force Base. So kind of getting hit like on the outflow winds right now. Just a heads up, Caleb. So your mic is going to be hot. So we got some clearing of throats and stuff like that. Both mics are hot at the same time here, just so you know.
I told you, Gabe.
Did Gabe tell you otherwise?
No, I didn't. Hey, actually, Matt, if you want to toss to Caleb real quick and ask him about the forecast, because I was getting credit for that 10% being missing in the morning.
Well, we will worry about all that.
So we're doing that.
We are not doing that. We are not doing that. Okay. I'm gonna get back to Gabe. I'll let you keep on steamrolling ahead. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. So continue to look in Columbus, and feel free to pull up those MDOT cameras if you want to, because this is going to be moving through Columbus here in about the next, honestly, here now. Let's actually go to Columbus real quick and try to get a view out of there. This might be connected. Well, there's our MDOT traffic cameras. There are a few more. There's a link there on, not on the HazCams, on the MDOT site. You'll see it there at the top of one of those tabs, one of the many. So getting a look there in Columbus, this is again out ahead of the system a bit, but you're starting to see that rain come down. You're going to see a good downpour happen here in just a few moments. But look at the difference. So Columbus, look at the direction of the winds. They're out of the south about 20 miles an hour. Look out of Caledonia. Well, that's more of a westerly, but it was northwesterly just a moment ago. So what that shows us is as soon as this passes, our winds start to shift, and that's going to bring in some of that cooler air back behind this. And because that gradient, like we talked about just a moment ago, that pressure gradient is so tight, some of those winds are going to be stronger as well. So that northern air cycles in quickly to North Mississippi. Our meteorologist Maggie McCauley texting us earlier this evening, she's up in Senatobia, she said it went to 70 to 50 like that. So up there, already seeing some of that cooler air filter in, and down here, expect that to do the same track as we head into those overnight hours. We just need these storms to clear on out before that cooler air can move in. Okay, this is not updating. That doesn't give me, okay, that one is there at the bottom. Well, I say that and it stopped. We might have just, okay, there we go. So lightning already happening, a few of those heavy downpours, and I hope that was just zooming ahead because that car looked like it was going very fast. Please drive with caution on these slick roadways. We've seen it in the past where, hydroplaning is definitely something we need to be concerned with, and so please drive with caution on these slick roads. Let's bring it back here to our radar mode. We haven't looked at that here in a bit, and I will toss to Caleb in just a moment. Are you getting those cameras?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yes, let's do one over on this severe thunderstorm as it's moving through Franklin, Marion, and Lamar County, kind of our areas of focus right now. And let's do one track on this, and then I'm going to toss to you for some of those cameras. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, well, we are going to track that out and continue all the way south and west where this line is oriented, and we're going to carry it out about 45 miles an hour, and got to filter one more time, otherwise we won't get very far. And right there, we're talking Beaverton, 1120. Keep in mind Columbus as well as Caledonia over the top of you, if not past already. So we're looking beyond that now. Beaverton, we're 1120, 1121 Vernon, Bear Creek 1122, Gwynn by 1126, Haleyville 1131, Brilliant 1134, Millport 1139, we're in the Belt community by 1145, Lynn community 1150, Kansas still showing up 1158, Carbon Hill 1201, Addison 1206, and as we take a look down further towards the east, we're talking Falkville by about 1217. But Caleb, I know that you do have a few cameras out there. What are you seeing as of right now in the Columbus area?
Well, right now, as we continue to take a look in Columbus, pretty much still just those rainy conditions. A few of these cameras are trying to sway a little bit in the wind as we continue kind of monitoring those. I'll press it full screen. It'll go a little bit too enlarged for you guys, but just still kind of showing those glossy conditions on the road. Still some people out driving. Good news is they're driving a little bit after the line has passed, so hopefully they stayed in their shelter as the line moved on through Lowndes County. It continues to do so, but that's pretty much the story on all these cameras. No matter where you go to look at it, you're still just kind of going to see those glossy, rainy conditions along the roads. We can even full screen this one just so you can see that rain continue to fall. Those cars still moving along the roads as we get back, and hopefully to bed sometime within the next few minutes as we're wrapping up this evening, getting ready for, unfortunately, a frigid start to our work week tomorrow. Not excited for that at all.
Yeah, and always something whenever you're heading back after a break that we have to deal with. I think after we got done with summer break, it was pouring down rain there in Starkville, right?
Oh yeah, every time.
So every time there's a break, unfortunately heading back with some significant weather conditions. And as of right now, it's going to be the cold weather heading into tomorrow morning, getting some of that filtered in, and we'll look at temperatures in just a moment, but getting some of that filtered into northwest Mississippi, but our focal point still is on these severe thunderstorm warnings down there towards northwest Mississippi, or northwest Alabama and southeast Mississippi. Again, looking at those severe thunderstorm warnings, we're Lawrence, Alabama until midnight, we're Winston, Alabama until 11:45, kind of extending off of that Marion County line, and then towards Fayette, Alabama by 11:45 as well. I want to see if we have anything in the chat. Alyssa actually mentioning a good point. I'm in a camper. Camper is what we classify as a high-profile vehicle. That also includes semis. That also includes moving trucks and things like that. So if you are in a high-profile vehicle, one of our biggest concerns tonight is actually with the wind. And if we go back to our winds here real quick and show those gusts, I mean, and let me clear this off, and I'm just going to highlight a few of these numbers real quick. I mean, 52 miles an hour. This is a gusty night for sure. And of course, this is our national composite, so it is going to be kind of merged together, but nonetheless, we're still talking 30, 40, sometimes 50 mile an hour gusts. So those high profile vehicles are more susceptible to those winds and being knocked over. I wouldn't be shocked at all if there were a few semis pulled over to not be driving in the middle of this, because this is not ideal for high profile vehicles. So if you are traveling in an RV, I'd recommend you do the same and get to where an area that might block some of those winds as well, whether that's beside a gas station or something like that, to kind of block some of those winds to where it's not 50 miles an hour directly hitting the vehicle, because that can for sure knock you over. So I do see some folks mentioning power outages. And Caleb, I know that you've been tracking power outages early this evening. If you want to pull up a few of those outage numbers, we can toss to you here in just a moment. I do want to go back on the wide perspective here real quick and go back to our radar, so that way we can track what's left on these storms as we get further into northwest Alabama. And looking up north, we can still see that tornado warning being issued from just a moment ago. So as we look out there towards the Winston County area, let's watch how these have progressed over the last hour. So that's interesting. Okay, we were talking about the outflow boundary not affecting these storms up here, and honestly not doing too much with it, but watch where that outflow connects to. An interesting thing that's happening right here is this storm starting to jut out there towards Plattsburgh and closer to the Noxapater area, and when that juts out, we start to get some of those stronger winds. And whether, I don't believe it's going to be anything tornadic, but it could have that potential, RFD surge where it does have some of those stronger winds attached to it. So I'm curious to see how that progresses as it is latching onto that outflow boundary for some of its lifting mechanism and some of that energy just basically flowing right into it. So yes, I do see that. Mariah talking about Caledonia out of power on Seed Tick Road. So Caleb will have that here for us in just a moment. But let's go ahead and track this storm out as it moves through Winston County and continues to progress more towards Noxubee County. And you can see Plattsburgh, we mentioned you right now, that is where we're still getting some of those stronger winds. We're Liberty 1124, Louisville 1128, the Estes community 1131, Noxapater 1132, Vernon by 1142 as well. Fern Springs 1148. We are closer to May Spring 1155, Macedonia 1201, and the Fair Hill area by 1203. And again, this is the area that we are watching because it is kind of latching onto that outflow and wrapping around just a bit. And that's where we could get some of those stronger wind gusts to try to take place as it moves closer to really Noxapater, and the Height community is what I'm watching for in specific. So let's go ahead and actually go to Threat Tracker here real quick, because I do want to see if we have any, what's the latest on those threats. So it does show a little bit of a focused area right there. Same area we were mentioning just a moment ago, that's kind of latching onto that energy, latching onto that outflow boundary, and moving closer to the Highway 15 area just west of the Height community. And continue to look at that track. I mean, let's see, Noxapater 1132. So yeah, just continue to move. Matt, I know you were behind the scenes watching this. Was this about 45 miles an hour, continue that same speed? If he's still marked up. Yes, okay. So about 45 miles an hour. And looking at our hail swath, we are getting a little bit of that return. I'm going to go to the latest scan, actually. So as we go to the latest scan, I'm going to keep my finger right here and change this over to reflectivity. And yeah, that's lining up with right along that course. So that's the area just north of 25. I would say probably that part right there, showing some of those darker DBZs. So that's right over Highway 25, closer to the Center Ridge area where potentially we are getting some of those small hailstones to develop. So Matt, that's a focused area because it does have that kind of inflow channel of that energy where it could get some of those stronger winds or even a few of those small hailstones to take place.
Yes, I don't think that this is severe, but it's interesting that this is as strong as this part of the line has probably looked in the last like 2 hours or more,
sure.
all the way back to, I mean, that's probably about as strong as that line's looked at in a while there. So sometimes you do get a transition where a different section of the line becomes stronger, but I don't know that it's quite the severe levels, but certainly there's going to be some strong gusty winds behind it. So that's kind of why I did my thing and took over for a second there as I was like, well,
no, I'm glad you did. Because of course, all eyes are always drawn to the severe thunderstorm warning. So, that's why we like having a team effort, because we can kind of help each other guide to the next thing that needs to be talked about. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I do want to say we'll track these severe thunderstorm warnings once more and then go over to our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, because he does have a little bit on those outages, as I did see a ton of folks talking about the outages that are currently going on there in Caledonia. And as that storm has moved on through, no shocker at all, because it did pack a bit of a punch. Even though severe thunderstorm warning was never issued, it is still going to be impactful. We've seen that time and time again. So as we drag this out about 45 miles an hour, we can see, and I will have to edit this. And there we go. So we're Haleyville, closer to about 11:31. We're the Hillsborough area, 11:42. Kennedy, 11:46. Fayette, Alabama, 11:53. Matt, Kansas, Alabama. You heard of it?
Yeah.
You
it
have?
was on the radar gold place. Yeah, absolutely. I've never been there, but I've heard of it.
See, as a Kansan, you have to go now.
At some point we'll get there. There's a few others there that are great. I want to give you, update from North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Report in Starkville area of a tree on a house on Green Street, metal building wrapped power lines near Highway 12 and Louisville Street with several outages. Considering what this frankly did not look like in the Starkville area there, that's not good to hear. So at least some issues. Again, that's from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, who've been monitoring a bunch of things behind the scenes as well with this, like a couple of trees down County Road 481 and 334 there, the intersection of that in Lafayette County, also around County Road 436 there, a few trees reported down a little earlier on as well. So sporadic wind damage remains the concern. Obviously, that big issue we had up there with the church in Alcorn County, and continue monitoring things here. So, Gabe?
Yeah, and looking ahead, where we're kind of expecting more of those wind damage reports down there towards Winston County. And again, this one continues to kind of take advantage of that outflow boundary where it's absorbing all of that energy, and you're starting to get a little bit of those darker DBZs to show up, which usually in this case indicates a bit of a hail core starting to form. So as we get that hail swath, a little bit of that return out there, but we are still, if you look at the legend there at the top of your screen, we're still under the possible category as that continues to move more towards Highway 15. And just south of Louisville is where I expect the strongest impacts. But nonetheless, let's look at those wind reports out there. And I will have to change the radar site down there towards Jackson. It's just going to be a messy return. We're just kind of in between two radar sites right now, so it's not going to look as good as what we want it to because it's not as clean of a report, but nonetheless, we are still getting some of those gustier winds reaching the surface there in the Knox Pater and Height community, moving past Liberty as we continue into the, what hour is it now? 11:28 hours. So been going for a while now. Yeah, you're getting both of those reports there towards Calvary and Liberty, extending east right across Highway 15 here in the next few moments. Let's do another track on this because I do want to make sure folks are staying prepared out ahead of this. And as we draw this out, and we continue to take it about 45 miles an hour, been pretty consistent throughout the evening. And we edit this out. We can show a few locations to let folks know out ahead of this. Again, not a tornado warning, not even a severe thunderstorm warning, but it still could be impactful. We've seen it time and time again. Starkville, for example, didn't have a severe thunderstorm warning, still unfortunately had a tree fall and impact a few folks out there. So praying for everybody, hoping that there's no impacts. Go ahead and move those vehicles away from any trees or anything like that if you are way out ahead of this line, because usually when trees or limbs fall into a vehicle, our vehicle's parked pretty close. And that's one of the ways we can avoid it. Now, the trees next to the home, unfortunately, can't move that, and it just is what it is. But that's where we can prepare and get to where we need to be and get to a safer spot, Matt.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there. We'll talk more to Gabe there. We'll keep you in Chroma Key. We'll have you there again here in a second. But I do want to kind of give an update here from the emergency manager up there in Alcorn County, Evan Gibbons, talking with the pastor there at the Pleasant Hill Pentecostal Church. And I know that Caleb will get that pulled up here behind the scenes for a moment, that picture of the church that we had up there with the damage in the Alcorn County area. Surveyed the damages. They did sustain, obviously, the severe damage that we showed you there. And so at this point, I think everybody is fine with that, but we're going to try to get in contact with them. A little more detail coming up tomorrow if we can. Again, here's the shots if you missed it a little bit ago of some of the damage there. As you can see, the roof kind of peeled off there, about where that mouse is pointed there. You can see the roof kind of peeled off, and then obviously all of the damage and debris, kind of mostly insulation debris, is that could potentially be tornado damage. Hard to say for sure. But certainly as that kind of gets peeled back off, either the wind buffeting in pulls it out, or possibly some gets sucked out as well. So we will see, Davidge surveyed that kind of information. I think we've passed that along the National Weather Service. So they should know about that. Certainly emergency manager will be doing that as well. So we'll make sure behind the scenes, again, Gabe, that we have, talked to them about that there. But sad to see that damage there in Alcorn County.
Well, what they say makes a church. It's the people, not the buildings. So fortunately, they're still coming together as a community, and I know they'll rebuild and be stronger than ever. And this will be a memory that just draws them even closer. So I'm glad that everyone's okay. That is always what we want to hear about. And continue to track those reports. Caleb, I know you're working on that behind the scenes, have a few outages as well. What's the latest on what you're having through the app or outage reports?
Yeah, no, I wanted to give you the latest. We were talking about not only Lowndes County, Caledonia, and then also those reports for Highway 12 out there in Starkville. This was actually a video taken by someone out there in Starkville by Lorian. She submitted this to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, and this is damage out there near Brewski's and close to the Walgreens area across from Highway 12. You can even see almost just like a sheet of metal along that pretty much pole. Kind of got lofted up there. So kind of showing those windy conditions that started to affect those out there in Starkville. And I know there were some reports about power outages along Highway 12. I even looked at MDOT earlier and you couldn't even pull up some of the cameras. So those power outages ongoing out there. We can even pull this up with our 4-county electric, kind of showing overall where we can see that a lot heavier, and this is pretty much around the Addison region. A lot of power outages out there, pretty much just northwest of Starkville. 202 on the eastern side of Starkville as well, and even if I know people were asking about Columbus and Caledonia, still starting to see some of those power outages start to come in as well. I mean, you can take a look right there, 396, 63, 55. I mean, those numbers continue to rise. We're also observing, unfortunately, quite a few power outages out there in Tippah County, especially with our Tippah Electric Power Association monitoring those power outages. Those red dots are 500 or more customers. So already seeing 3. I think there's a 4th one buried behind all those greens and yellows, just showing that there are a lot of people without power, especially out there within their region. So still tracking a lot of power outages out there. Tishomingo was another one we were looking at earlier. Had a few I know Gabe had earlier, and those numbers continue to rise as well. So still around 783 just north of Tishomingo.
That's new. That's that's a lot.
It's updated. So definitely quite a few outages within the Tishomingo area. That's another one I'm continuing to monitor, and unfortunately seeing those numbers continue to increase. And of course out here in the Natchez Trace Parkway and the EPA still talking about a lot of people just within Webster County alone with those power outages. So Matt and Gabe, unfortunately those numbers continue to climb, but the good news is that line is continuing to move on out of North Mississippi, and I know those people are hard at work trying to get that power back on for you guys. We've already seen some of that take place tonight. I know it's going to continue to decrease as we get ready for the overnight hours ahead.
Hard at work, but still pretty dangerous conditions as we're talking about restoring those power outages, because you talk about getting in those, I'm not going to use the right terminology, I apologize, but those tubs and being lifted up by the crane. Yeah, that's not right. I'm sorry. But whenever you get lifted up in the air, those wind gusts, it gets to be a little bit difficult to stay up there. So please do so with caution.
It's just a bucket on a truck.
Because it's a bucket
You're
truck,
going to learn about, 20 trucks? I think is the name of the... Anyway, you have a little boy on the way. Anyway, it's just a bucket on a truck. Anyway, That's what it is. It's just a bucket on a
I
truck.
will lock that in a vault, and whenever Cruz comes up to me and is like, tell me about a bucket on a truck, I will be ready. I'll be like, Matt told me this long ago, and it'll be a fun moment for us. So I appreciate that. But yes, as we're looking at that, of course, you are being suspended in the air, and some of those gustier conditions makes it a little bit difficult. So please work with caution. And, if your power does not come back tonight, understand these are the conditions that these linemen and women are working in, not to mention that all getting to be pretty chilly. Look at the temperature disparity. We haven't even talked about this. Talking about Pickens County at 73 degrees. Well, let's go to Hernando, 45. Nearly a 30 degree difference that's happening over the span of just a few counties. And that's what's moving in towards tomorrow morning in Hernando. Not going to be shocked if we're close to freezing. Down there towards Pickens County in the 30s. So nonetheless, we need to layer up tomorrow morning, and it will not feel like what it is going to bed tonight. So just realize that things are going to be feeling different. Real quick, I do want to look at some of those reports. And you can see, of course, the wind report down there towards Starkville and seeing that tree on a house on Green Street. But we also have some of that damage as we saw along Highway 12. That's close. Caleb, you're a Starkville native. Is that Takumi? Is that the Japanese restaurant over there on the outlet?
For which one?
In Starkville.
Umi's?
Umi's, not Takumi. What am I saying?
Yeah, no, definitely
Takumi
Umi's.
is somewhere else. I don't know where that is.
We got Umi's and OEC.
Umi's, that's right. Hey, as you can tell, I graduated long ago. I'm a has-been. So Umi's, and that's also Lost Pizza out there. So kind of in that outlet, that's where we had some of that damage and some of those stronger wind gusts. And as you look more towards the Vardaman area, a few power lines down, but still looking at Grenada. And that's where some strong wind gusts move through. Look at all of the reports that we have so far of those power lines down, some trees down. We also have some of those trees falling on houses, unfortunately. So those reports continue to come on in, and seeing some of those hail reports out there towards Arkansas. And we did get a report of a funnel cloud closer to, just be north of Colbert County. I'm unfamiliar with the county just north of there, but that was where a funnel cloud was seen on a Florence camera. So that storm that we had a tornado warning here for, once it moved more into northwest Alabama, that video we showed actually over there towards the Tuscumbia area, well, it was moments before that funnel cloud actually did happen. So, we're keeping eyes all the way across northwest Alabama and north Mississippi, and glad to see that we are starting to see those reports become less numerous. I also want to note one more thing, and my wife reminded me of this behind the scenes. A great report was trash cans that are up against the road, probably being blown into the road. And, we realized this tonight, so the Maynard household moved our trash can in so that way it wouldn't be a hazard. But, some of that clutter, some of that litter, some of that debris goes out in the road. It can make it troublesome for drivers. So if you can tonight, if your trash can has not been blown over, move it closer to the house so that way it won't be blown into the middle of the roads. And please drive with caution, because with the rain, with the trash, with anything that could be in the road, we want to make sure that we're doing so with the most cautious hand on the wheel. Continue to look down there towards Louisville. We have about let me zoom in exactly. So I would say about 100 strikes there on that Winston County storm. And again, our eyes automatically point to the brighter DBZs that are out there. And this is going to be where we're watching for some of the potential small hail. All of it has been possible so far, and even the possible reports are very minimal. So as that continues to move towards Noxapater and Height, I'm not sure if we're going to get any hail. I don't expect any hail, I should say. But I am curious about how that has progressed into the area. And yeah, that's even coming down a bit more from what it was just a few moments ago. So Winston County, heavy rainfall for sure, lots of lightning, and that could cause some of those sporadic outages. Caleb, do you have any more from Winston County?
For Winston, let me double check. I was just looking at Atala County because I know we were tracking that storm moving on through. Let's see, because Winston, well, this page is a little slow.
It probably hasn't updated yet. I'll give you a second to pull those up in Atala and Winston County. And even Golden Triangle, we can look at that too, because I can see well, actually, you just did that. Never mind. But nonetheless, we'll take a look at those outages here in just a moment. Let's track this out one more time as that continues to move through. Even the latest scan there, Noxapater doesn't look nearly as impressive. So let's just do a storm track to let folks know. And I'm actually going to do it across this entire leading edge there in Winston County as it does move more towards Macon and Brooksville and on there towards Pickens County, Alabama. You can see, not too far. Let's go ahead and adjust that. Okay, so Brooksville closer to 1151, the Macon area 1202. So after that midnight hour, and we said going up until about midnight before this threat does move on out. So lining up pretty well with how our models were forecasting earlier today. Sugar Lock 1210, Pickersville 1217, and Aliceville more towards that Pickens County, Alabama area by 1233. And I do know we have a few folks out there towards Gordo that watch as well. So going to be moving closer to you by about 12:45 to 1 o'clock. So that's on that extended track, moving it even further into Alabama. So, but this does not look nearly as impressive. Let's actually swap this over here real quick to our Monroe County radar site. And yeah, that doesn't look nearly as impressive. And we talked about that. As this outflow kind of juts out ahead of this, it's taking the energy from these cells and doesn't have as good of returns or as strong of returns. So that's why these have started to dissipate, is because its energy is out ahead of it. So that's also why the cell in southern Winston County started to pick up steam as well. Just grateful that that has kind of diminished there for the folks south of the Golden Triangle. So looking back up here, we have had an extension of the warning once again, 1230 into Walker County. That's going to be more into the Birmingham area, but this is pushing the line closer to Jasper and Berry over there towards Fayette County and Winston County, Alabama, under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1230 as well. So we are continuing to see that its way out, and our counties are becoming less numbered. I think that we have two counties left that are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to be Marion and Lamar County, Alabama. So Matt, this threat working its way on out, looking better overnight, and I think a lot of folks are happy to hear that they can probably head to bed now.
Yes, so let's go ahead and reset things here for a moment, and then we'll go over to Caleb after that.
Okay. Well, I am meteorologist Gabe Maynard, and as you can see alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon, we are tracking this line of strong thunderstorms that continues to move through now northwest Alabama, but still a few storms down there in Noxubee, Lowndes, and Winston County, Mississippi. And so this line earlier on producing numerous wind reports as well as a few hailstones, as well as a few potential tornadoes as it did try to move through the northern half of our viewing area. Of course, those surveys will be done here in the coming days, but we did at least get a funnel sighting there towards Florence, Alabama. But nonetheless, we've been tracking these thunderstorms all evening long, and as of now, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over there towards Lamar County, Alabama, till about 12:30. And in Marion County, we're seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings in place until 12:30 as well. So expect these to, honestly, they should move out of the area before then. But let's do a track on that, moving at about 45 miles an hour to finish what's left of these stronger thunderstorms. And again, National Weather Service in Birmingham choosing to extend these warnings into the Jasper area. So this is going to be working its way into Birmingham's neck of the woods and out of our area here in North Mississippi. And I will adjust that here real quick to make sure we get a few of those town names there in northwest Birmingham. You can see Belk 1149, Double Springs 1153, Fayette 1153, Carbon Hill 1202, the Berry Community 1214, Oakman 1225, Jasper, there you are, 1226, and then moving more towards Coleman 1234, Cordova 1237, and Sipsey closer to 1241. Now, we've had multiple storms today producing multiple reports of damage, including power outages. And Caleb, that is a very colorful map behind you highlighting what has been a pretty active evening.
Yeah, unfortunately it is, Gabe. Colorful, that's definitely the word to describe it. And unfortunately, we're still seeing those power outages continue to get reported. But the good news is, as that line continues to make its way further and further out of here, we're going to hopefully see those colors start to fade away as well. I wanted to give you all an update because we did just kind of go through a few of them and not really seeing many recent updates, especially with those more heavily affected. But we're talking about Atala County, Winston, and into Noxubee. In Atala County, I did pull you guys up, talk about that, especially because we were tracking some storms earlier. But for those out there in Kosciuszko, are starting to see a few power outages start to get issued. You're going to see a few of those kind of purple diamonds across your map, and that just shows anywhere between 1 to 50 customers are affected and without power. So kind of a major strip there along downtown Kosciuszko. And I noticed another one out here just off of Highway 14 and Highway 19 as well. Around Ridge Road, it looks like a major strip of power outages as well. That purple diamond again showing you 1 to 15 people. Old Mississippi 14. There we go. Sounds like I'm saying Ole Miss. That's definitely not the road name. I'm talking about Bell Road as well. Still showing kind of another strip of those power outages affecting you guys out there in Attala. But also wanted to give an update for those out there into Winston, which, it shifted down. There we go. Let's look at Louisville, and taking a look at those power outages. Still nothing much. I know that website originally was saying 0, but we were getting a few reports. Well, we're still seeing around 8 just in the southern portions of Louisville, just south of the city. So still a good sign to see out there in Winston County, Matt and Gabe, and that is hopefully what we're going to want to continue seeing as that line's pretty much moved out of the area. Could still see maybe a few outages reported within the next few minutes as some damage reports will continue to come in, but kind of hoping that that's about it as this line is getting further and further into Alabama and a lot of us ready to go to sleep for the night.
Absolutely, and hopefully we're getting closer to that for everybody. Appreciate that. So our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there again behind the scenes. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Current time is now 11:44. We are looking at showers and thunderstorms moving through parts of East Mississippi and West Alabama. As you've probably seen the last few minutes here, last few moments, a severe thunderstorm warning now issued for some sections of Winston and Noxubee counties. One of the things that Gabe did an excellent job of outlining a few minutes ago here was talking about how the winds were kind of catching up with the outflow. You can see that rain-cooled air kind of on the front side there for locations there moving toward Macon. That kind of, this all merges up there, where some of the winds could potentially be up to severe limits. Still some questions whether or not it's fully able to produce that. Checking our camera there in the Macon area. Again, we have a number of cameras that we pair up with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers related to that. Again, looking back into some of that more active weather there. Wait for that to start updating. It does take just a second to start going there. But just kind of looking a lot of clouds. Noxubee County there, where, again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning here. We're 15 minutes away from the new time period here, I guess, from changing it over to midnight and going to the next day. But as I'm going to send it back here to our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, who's been really monitoring this line of thunderstorms as it moved in. Gabe, will be watching that camera there, obviously, but have not had a lot of damaging reports coming in on these storms over the last couple hours, right?
Definitely on the downswing, I will say, and we are looking north out of this, so we might, if this camera, I think it can't move. Caleb, if you want to go to Hascams here real quick and turn that a little bit more towards the west, see if we have a visual on this.
Which one is this?
This would be Macon camera.
All right.
And if you notice a difference in Macon compared to other locations, wind direction, still out of the south. So that's still supplying that fuel, and that's why this severe thunderstorm warning be issued.
Which way do you want it?
Edge. What?
Which way do you want it?
West.
All right.
Kind of looking into these storms that are coming in. And of course, this is looking north, so you're getting some of that lightning there on the left side, but as Caleb moves this, which it should have a preset if you click that and just move west, because I know it has a little bit of a lag on it.
Well, that's true. Let's see what this does.
There we go. Quick mover.
There we go.
Okay, so this is looking west right now, and this should be looking into the storms a bit more. And it should be having a good amount of lightning if we can get those visuals here in just a moment. But that severe thunderstorm warning, yeah, there you go. Got some interesting looking SLCs there for sure. But as you take a look at that storm, it still has an impressive return with some of those stronger winds. It also could have some of that small hail. And as you can see, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that you moving it?
That's not me.
Okay. I think it stopped now. Let's give it a second to see if we can get another visual on some of that lightning, because this is a decent lightning producer. And then I know folks in the comments are wanting an all clear. I think we will do that here in just a moment.
You're kind of looking west-southwest on that, west-southwest.
Was that you putting it behind the scenes?
Yeah.
I was like, well, I feel crazy. And it is midnight, I guess. But yeah, so west-southwest right there. And again, if you look at the radar, which I am blocking clear as day, you can see that we do have that line kind of working its way on in there towards western Noxubee County and extending more towards Macon as we continue to progress further into Noxubee County. And again, you're getting that decent amount of lightning with some of those cloud-to-ground strikes, and even cloud-to-cloud strikes, showing that this is still an energetic storm. And with dew points still in the mid-60s, it's not impossible to see this continue to maintain strength into Noxubee County. But yeah, there's the lightning for sure, putting on a show as it moves further into, right there. There you go. So lots of lightning going to be seen out of this setup, and continue to see those winds on a bit of a stronger side. And again, we'll do a track on that as it continues to move further into Macon. Matt, I'm curious your take on this real quick if you want to hop in. because I personally think that this is about to be diminishing in strength, especially the northern half of this severe thunderstorm warning, because again, the outflow's out ahead of it. So I'm curious if everyone up here towards Brooksville and Macon will honestly be in the clear. It's down south that we need to watch because that's kind of extending more into that outflow. So expect this to kind of try to jet around, and that's why we could get some of those stronger wind gusts. And I think that's why we have some of those darker DBZs as well. So as that outflow kind of flows into it, that's why we're getting those darker returns, is because it does still have some of that lift attached to it. That's how that could strengthen. So I would say south of Highway 14 is the area that I would be watching for some of those potential strong wind gusts, and maybe even some of that small hail as well, especially once it moves towards Sugar Lock and right along Highway 45 into southern half of Noxubee County. So we'll do a track on the entire thing, track that whole line for folks up there in Brooksville that are experiencing it right now, or folks in Macon that are maybe wondering when to expect it. We're going to drag that out and again move it at about, I'll have to expand this out real quick. There we go. So Brooksville, like I mentioned, right now over the top of you, we're Macedonia. I just blocked this whole thing. Let me actually move it to where it's not blocked by the cameras. There we go. So Macedonia, 1156. We're Deerbrook, 1157. 1158 Golson. Macon, 1159. We're Fairhill, 1203. The Bigby Valley, 1208. Sugar Lock by 1208 as well. Pickensville, 1215. Aubrey, 1216. Dinsmore, 1218. Cooksville, 1226. And the Garden Community closer to 1227. Again, this is for that potential strong gusty wind as well as maybe some of those small hailstones. And that does go further into parts of Kemper County and Neshoba County. So this does go for folks further towards the south. And again, you kind of have that outflow feeding into these cells further towards the south. So I would say Sugar Lock more than Brooksville should be more monitoring this storm compared to comparing each location. But if you're one of the areas in North Mississippi that have not been talked about in some time and wondering if you are in the all clear, well, there is a reason we have not talked to you in a long time, and it's because you are in the all clear. It is going to be gusty tonight, that is for sure, and that could knock around some loose objects there in the yard. Might even do some wind damage overnight, but it is... Oh.
I think he does this. He's coming back in a second. There it is.
But if you are, one of those folks that are worried about potential impacts overnight, it is going to be gusty, 30, 40, potentially 50 mile an hour gust, and that could do some sporadic wind damage, maybe even a few outages as well. So maybe grab an extra blanket just to be on the safe side, but nonetheless, it is going to remain sub-severe. So as we draw this out, Matt, I don't have my finger anymore, I have a mouse, so I got to experience the dark side now. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. Get right behind there.
You could have Caleb do it.
You know what? I will before I embarrass myself. Caleb, show us your thing.
Let me switch it over.
There you go. I already picked your marker. So just draw the area that's in the all clear.
All right, perfect.
You can cut to a live showing of Caleb doing this.
No. We don't have to do that. All right. There we go. Let's see, I've watched Gabe do this. So let's see if I can make it look half as neat. Boom. There you go. All clear. And so that's pretty much it. You can still see some rainfall, maybe some rumbles of thunder, but definitely none of that energetic storms that you've witnessed earlier. So definitely in all clear, you are good to go to sleep for what will be a frigid start to the work week tomorrow. It's still just kind of that last bit of the line moving on through North Mississippi, crossing that state line into Alabama. We're monitoring those severe thunderstorms as they kind of push out of Louisville into Macon and Noxubee County. But again, want to keep emphasizing that for a majority of us here in North Mississippi, y'all are going to be good to go and get ready for bed and be done for the night.
So Matt, who's the better Van Gogh in your opinion?
Maggie. Obviously.
That's good.
Oh, see, best answer is an answer you're not answering here. Let's clarify again. I see a lot of comments. People start asking about the Golden Triangle here. If you start looking at Columbus, I think I could make an argument that Columbus is probably all clear as well. That's a big enough city. I think everything else is still a little questionable, but I think Columbus we can add to that all clear list. So getting closer to more and more of those coming on, right?
For sure. Almost wrapping up the night. That 1 o'clock time frame there with Jackson. Can't get here soon enough. But yes, that all clear basically showing that things are good to go to bed as we head into those overnight hours. If you have not done so tonight, though, do not go to bed before you turn the heat on. Please in advance, because you'll wake up to your house at around 50 degrees tomorrow morning, and I know that's what no one wants to wake up to as we head off towards school. As we take a look down there in Macon, this is, of course, the area that we are watching, still looking out of that west-southwest region, and let's go ahead and wait on some of that lightning, but we are still 73 degrees right now, 11-mile-an-hour winds coming out of the south, and some gusty conditions, about 20 miles an hour, not impossible. I say that, there it goes. I was about to say the lightning's doing me wrong. But yes, it's going to be an electric storm for sure, and that lightning basically telling us that this is still a mature storm. So folks down there in Noxubee County hearing these rumbles of thunder, and where we could potentially get some of those stronger wind gusts as well. Dew points, let me see, they're still at 64 degrees, so that is still a fair amount of unstable air that this could take advantage of. But I've not seen anything that's jumping out to me as overly concerning. I think that those winds are, of course, the primary thing that we are watching, and that's about 40, 50, maybe up to 60 miles an hour, but haven't seen anything to verify that so far. And we haven't had, if you want to update those pictures, Caleb, and see if we get any more that are coming in. But of course, we will be watching this. So let's clear out those all clears. Clear out the all clear. There you go. And as we jump back down there towards Macon and Noxubee County, where that severe thunderstorm warning is issued, you can see that they have gone ahead in Birmingham to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on this. I'm intrigued what their thought process was on that. I'd love to read that warning. I'd assume it's wind right now, but yeah. So I did see some folks over there in Ethelsville asking about your area in particular. We didn't include you in the all clear for this exact reason, and that's why because of those potential strong wind gusts. Man, that's the only thing that I could really attribute that to. The outflow's out ahead of it. I don't see anything that's feeding it.
I mean, here's where I think this comes in. You got a few of those wind reports in Starkville, right? And so I think the idea is, okay, well, what if maybe they were underestimating Starkville, and then just the strong straight line winds with the outflow could be enough, just with the outflow itself, to possibly be 50, 60 miles per hour. Because remember, that was largely what we were talking about for days was, hey, you're going to get these winds aloft, the mix down. The tornado threat just really in the last day or so was one of the things that kind of came up and luckily had not panned out. But it was primarily supposed to be those strong winds mixing down. So perhaps that's what they're seeing here. That would be my 2 cents on what I think.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that definitely lines up. And so National Weather Service in Birmingham, that's why, it wasn't issued for Lowndes counties because it's a different office. And so different offices go over different things. And so the folks over there in Birmingham deciding to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. And if I jump to that latest scan, you can see that is in place until 12:45. So showing the moving storms that these are as these continue to push through into Pickens, Alabama, and in Noxubee, Mississippi as well. So if we look at that latest return there, and I'm actually going to push it back down there towards the Jackson radar site, still getting decent returns on that, but it looks like it is weakening compared to what it once was. We still have that outflow kind of working its way into the setup, but as it moves closer to Macedonia, Fairhill, Sugarlock, of course, we're watching those specific areas to where we could see those stronger impacts. And, I mentioned Brooksville and Macon, probably not having to worry about that, or Macon to Brooksville, I should say. Yeah, that does not look nearly as impressive, or definitely not comparable to what they're getting down there closer to Fern Springs. So although the severe thunderstorm warning does encompass you, I think that you guys are going to be just north of those more significant impacts. And as we take this out, again, we're taking about 45 miles an hour, and we're going to clear off those to make it a little bit cleaner real quick. There you're getting Macon around 12:02, Sugarlock 12:08, Pickensville 12:18, Carrollton, Alabama 12:31, and Aliceville, Alabama closer to 12:33. And again, this is that severe thunderstorm warning that is in place until 1 o'clock on your Monday morning. So happy spring break, everybody. Welcome back to the classroom tomorrow morning. Hopefully you do get some sleep tonight ahead of this week as we head back to the classroom. But we did see that severe thunderstorm warning just get trimmed back there in Lamar County, Alabama. Let's go ahead and look at that because it has been a minute since we've taken a look at this setup, and it doesn't look nearly as impressive as what it did even a few moments ago. So they have shaved off folks in Vernon, even out there towards Millport, kind of on the back end of this as well. So the severe impact is going to be more out on the leading edge towards Fayette County, Alabama, and expect some of those stronger gusts as well. That severe thunderstorm warning in place until 12:30. Marion County, still a little bit for you. I will say that one out there towards Dogtown looks a little bit more impressive with some of that potential hail core. Let's actually look real quick at that hail swath because I do want to take a look and see how that is coming around. Yes, we're getting a little turn there, just a pop. So it's not exactly on the higher end like what we have seen in recent weeks, but the potential's there, and that means that we could be getting some of that small hail to mix down towards the surface. Even out here towards Winston County, Alabama, again, not Mississippi, Alabama, you can see that we are getting some of those possible hailstones as well. So watching that for folks up there, but that is officially moving out of our area. We're kind of wrapping up our coverage for Marion and Lamar County, Alabama, and we will keep it going for folks in Pickens County as that moves more towards Reform, Carrollton, and Aliceville. Again, as we take a look at that storm in particular, I don't believe we've done a track on that here over the last couple of minutes. So let's do that real quick, and I'm going to do it right along this leading edge. And as I'm drawing this out, I do want to make note, this boundary, Matt, I would argue we could go ahead and do a track along the boundary because that's where we're going to get some of those gustier conditions as well. So, not impossible to get some of those wind reports to come out of that line, that outflow boundary that we've been talking about. But where we'd expect that is kind of along the leading edge of those heavy rain and thunderstorms. So as we look at Pine Grove or 1202, Palmetto, again, this is Palmetto, Alabama, not Palmetto, close to Tupelo. That is going to be 1207, Archer 1214, Reform 1215, Concord 1220, Zion 1223, Fairview 1226, Owens Community 1228, and Brownsville closer to 1236. So that is the storm that's moving through Pickens County, but we do still have this one down there towards Macon, and Macon should be close enough to the storm by now to where we're basically right in the mix of it, in the thick of it. Caleb, I know you're getting some of those reports over there, so I will check in with you here in just a moment. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready. So yeah, this is a look out of Macon, and again, 72 degrees, still getting those southerly winds and still getting a pretty electric storm. Expect some of that heavy rainfall to start to come down. We're already getting it. You can see the beads there on the camera lens. So that rain already starting to come down, light in fashion. Now expect some of those heavier downpours here in just a moment. But this is kind of the storm that we're watching, as that severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 1 a.m. And lots of cloud-to-cloud lightning, lots of cloud-to-ground lightning, and lots of potential gusty winds with this setup as well. So let's go back to our radar view real quick. And as we track those winds there close to the Macon area, pleasant to know it's not anything too crazy. I will say we're probably mixing down 30, 40 miles an hour. So I know it says 22 miles an hour, way high aloft, but I think that is getting a little bit stronger there at the surface along that leading edge. And so as we take a look, 72 degrees in Macon, it is still going to be the area that we are watching. So let's take a look at that real quick. I'm curious to see if there's lightning. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, so a ton of lightning with this setup, and that's been the case all day. We've probably had hundreds of thousands of strikes at this point. So an active day, a busy day, an energetic day, but I know that we have gotten a lot of those strikes through our Mississippi Live weather app, a lot of those reports coming in. Caleb,
there we go. I was just going to give you the thumbs up.
Perfect timing. Well, I know that we have a real life show behind me, but what have you gotten through the Mississippi Live weather app?
Well, here's a picture of that light show. This is a perfect picture of a bolt making that cloud to ground strike right here. Kind of off in the distance, definitely expecting a loud boom off of that because it's honestly pretty close, but thankfully taking that picture far away, just kind of showcasing the power of the lightning that's moved through North Mississippi and just those lightning shows that we continue to talk about. Speaking of power outages that I was talking about earlier, here's a picture of a tree kind of on a power line. This was actually, I think, sent in by Destiny out in Richmond and was talking about causing some power outages out there. So kind of just showing that those winds, they're going to be knocking down a lot of limbs and or weak trees that have been affected here in North Mississippi, and unfortunately they could fall on those unlucky vehicles, but definitely power lines as well, resulting in those power outages. Now here's an interesting picture. We're talking about that lightning bolt in the distance, but we're also outside while this is happening. This is a little bit too close in my opinion, but I know me and my dad unfortunately did this growing up, so I get it, but you know the saying, when lightning roars, go indoors. But definitely seeing an impressive bolt on that Ring doorbell camera right there, just kind of showing how close it was striking those trees and how we want to take these very seriously because it can be a beautiful thing, especially witnessing it from a distance, but still very powerful as it continues to get closer and closer towards your area, but thankfully sweeping on out of here, Gabe. So those were kind of some of the pictures. I can continue to monitor to look for any more recent ones, but y'all have done an excellent job kind of sending in all these pictures, lightning bolts, damage, every thing matters with those reports so we can kind of see what we're talking about to you guys. Appreciate you sending in those pictures to our Mississippi Live weather app.
And we're glad that things weren't worse here. You know, I've been talking to some of the folks, our partners up at Tennessee Valley Weather up there. You know, Ben Luna, who's, you know, without him and what he's done, we wouldn't exist. You know, talked a minute ago, you know, he said it's bad. They've had multiple tornado touchdowns up there. They've got people entrapped. This was really bad just north of us, and we got a lot luckier than some other folks did. So there are people out there who need our prayers tonight. Obviously, still some thunderstorms ongoing there, Gabe, in the background as these storms kind of move through Noxubee County.
For sure. And fortunately, it doesn't look nearly as strong as what those storms did earlier on. But nonetheless, National Weather Service in Jackson keeping this severe thunderstorm warning going, and that is until 1 a.m. Therefore, Noxubee County moving down south towards Neshoba and Kemper County as well. Now, I've been watching this behind the scenes, and there's a ton of lightning. So this electric setup continues to move on through. But it's going to be for those gusty winds that we expect this severe thunderstorm warning to potentially cause some of those impacts and some of those power outages. So kind of just keeping eyes on it right now, because we do have a live view. Thank you to the North Mississippi Storm Chasers for providing that. And honestly, giving us looks all through the night has helped us verify a ton of information. And we really appreciate them and their partnership here at Mississippi Live Weather. So continuing to look at all that's behind the scenes. We'll keep eyes on it here in the Room to Room Weather Center. But let's go ahead and go back to our radar mode real quick to look at what's happening there on the ground. And as we come to that latest scan, make sure we are on that latest scan. Yeah, winds remain about the same. We're talking 20 to 30 miles an hour aloft, but down at the surface, probably 40 to 50 miles an hour. And looking at the latest, this is still, well, that would explain why. Let's change radar sites. Yeah, that's a decent return. Let me see real quick if that was where the outflow is connected to. So let me actually get it to where you guys can see too. I always forget about my body being a potential hazard of looking. So there you go, right along that leading edge, and that continues to feed that same spot. Yeah, that's where the outflow is. And so the outflow basically latching onto that section of our setup, and that's why we are getting some, well, of course, the next scan it comes down, but that's where we are potentially getting some of those small hailstones reaching the surface. But Matt, like you mentioned earlier, incomparable to what that they're getting up there in Tennessee Valley Weather.
Yeah, our friends up there at Tennessee Valley Weather, and you know, I mean, in some cases, people that we know very well. I mean, we do border that, so we know some folks up there in Tennessee. Again, you know, some of the shots coming in from over there, unfortunately, showing some of the damage. Difficult to kind of get around the power lines, things of that nature. As they're trying to get out and about and kind of monitor things in the way they are at this time. So there's storm trackers out in the field trying to find out more information there. But yeah, so rough night for some folks not that far away from our area. And Gabe, hope those folks that they find everybody, get everybody out, and that nobody ended up dying from this. But unfortunately, some tornado touchdowns, same storms that we were tracking there toward Tishomingo County, Alcorn County earlier on, strengthened more as they moved up into Tennessee and did what you saw there a moment ago.
Well, for sure, saying prayers, Matt, and I appreciate every one of those hard workers, the linemen and women in Tennessee, the hard workers there on the screen with Ben and his crew, just the hard work that they're doing to keep the folks up there in Tennessee safe. And we hope that you are, of course, staying tuned into the weather. We do appreciate all the support here at Mississippi Live Weather, but if you are ever traveling in some of those surrounding areas, you know, tuning into some of our local partnerships, they really appreciate that. And we really appreciate knowing that you're staying safe, even if you are out and about. But of course, here in Mississippi, dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings there in Noxubee County. So we have dealt with our fair share of severe weather here. So that's why we've had 60,000 of you tuned in throughout the day. That is a unbelievable number. We appreciate, again, all of the support that you have given us here on Mississippi Live Weather. It's been incredible. But continue to track the last few of those warnings. Don't want to exclude anybody from the coverage today. We continue to look specifically close to the Fair Hill and close to the Sugar Lock area. Again, areas that we just mentioned a moment ago that are of the most concern. And as you can see, Macedonia, Fair Hill, Sugar Lock, that's where we're seeing some of those potential hailstones moving on through. I mean, the hail swath, oh wait, this moved it back to, I need to go back to Jackson. There we go. So some of that hail swath still showing up as possible, but again, that hasn't really verified there on the ground, and our folks in the chat haven't verified that that hail even reaching the surface. So I think that has stayed aloft, and even our significant or our peak impacts going to remain aloft as well. And primary things that we're dealing with is just that heavy rainfall. Macon in the mix right now. If we go out there, we can of course get a look. And Caleb, behind the scenes, if you want to look at some of those power outages, again in Winston, potentially Noxubee now, and we can get an updated look there at Atala and the Golden Triangle. So kind of those surrounding areas. So Macon, again, in the thick of it right now till 1 a.m. they are going to be, actually they shaved off a bit of that severe thunderstorm warning, so you can see Macon kind of right there on the outskirts of it. But this is along that leading edge. That's why they still included the folks out there in Macon within this severe thunderstorm warning. So it's still 72 degrees, still a decent amount of unstable air, and still a decent amount of lightning. Caleb, I know that's causing outages across the region, and specifically in these couple of areas. What do you have for us in the latest?
Well, technically, some good news. I mean, we are tracking a few power outages occurring within the Winston and Noxubee counties, but thankfully, it's not rising very quickly. We are seeing a slow increase as those storms continue to kind of just creep on out of our area, leaving behind it just a few power outages. I want to pull up this. This is still the 4-county Power Outage Association, and just kind of showing you where we can see all those power outages. Still quite a few out there in the Starkville region, even further west into Ackerman. I was looking at this earlier, pretty much in between Ackerman and Mathiston. I'll zoom out just a little bit so you guys can see, riding along Highway 15, I believe, just kind of showcasing all those power outages out just west of Starkville, even affecting those out there in Addison, even into Mabin, just up north as well. So still seeing those power outages out there in the Oktibbeha region, but even as we go into Columbus, I know we were talking about Columbus, Caledonia, seeing those power outages still occur pretty much just southeast, closer towards the airport, still a substantial amount of power outages. I mean, 111 plus 54 plus 55, you're talking about almost 460, and it just went up to 312. So still kind of slowly seeing that creep up of power outages. But another thing I wanted to monitor and show you, take a look down here into Noxubee County. We're talking about a few of those power outages starting to show up as well. So 44 down there, pretty much just south of Highway 14 and south east of the Louisville region, southwest of Macon. So starting to see those creep in just a little bit. And I decided to go towards the East Mississippi EPA as well, and we are seeing just a few more power outages. This is a little bit further south from our viewing area, but coming back up to Louisville, still those 8 power outages we were talking about earlier. But as we go further south, down just south of Louisville, 35 outages reported as well. So the good news is we're not seeing a substantial amount of power outages, but any outage is definitely significant to us here in North Mississippi. So wanted to give you the very latest as we continue tracking those storms moving on out of our area, Gabe and Matt, and hoping that those power outages, they can continue to, if they have to increase very slowly. We'll start to see those numbers start to decrease as we continue into the evening overnight hours ahead. But that's the latest on those power outages, especially down here within the Golden Triangle region. I know we were kind of monitoring those, taking a look at North Mississippi. Still pretty colorful, but thankfully seeing a lot more blues and hoping to see that number continue decreasing overnight.
For sure. And whenever we're talking about areas decreasing, it's also with the severe thunderstorm warnings. Caleb, thank you so much. I appreciate all the coverage and hard work that you've done today. But of course, the numbers here in North Mississippi continue to diminish in regards to the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in the area. Noxubee County, the only county left here in our coverage area in North Mississippi that is going to be working its way on out here in the next couple of moments. But Pickens County continuing into the 12:30, 12:45 hour as those storms kind of work their way along Highway 82 and through Carrollton, Reform, and so we're going to reset. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor here alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Lawpon and meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, and we have been tracking thunderstorms all evening long. Severe, tornadic, dealt with them all here in North Mississippi, and fortunately so far all of our lives are still intact, no injuries have happened, and that's always a positive, especially when you look at how impactful these have been with that map behind Caleb.
Yep, absolutely. And we're hoping that, the next couple of hours, that most of these storms continue to move on out of here. Gabe, you've done a great job, again, tracking these storms through Noxubee, Pickens County. Of course, Caleb keeping us up to date on the power outages. So we came off of something traumatic power outage-wise. I think the good thing that we've seen is, this is not the ice storm. These outages are coming back a little more quickly, right?
Yes, and I do want to say the thing with the ice storm that made it so impactful about the power outages was, A, the number, but also it was extremely cold. So folks needed ways to stay warm. And so if you're dealing with an outage tonight, we're hopeful that that does get restored because it's not nearly the amount of numbers that we saw in the past and not nearly as many power lines down. It's kind of a large number impacted by 1 or 2 of those outages. But the thing with that, it's going to be cold tonight. I mean, if we look at temperatures, again, we're going to take it broad and then I'll bring it back to these severe thunderstorms. Our temperatures tonight are already reaching into are we in the 30s yet in Hernando? We're not far from it. Yeah, 42 degrees, whereas Pickens County is still showing 72. So a 30-degree change happening overnight. So if you're going to sleep tonight with some warmer conditions, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, you will need the layers. So turn that heat on if you can. and go ahead and have extra blankets in case that power does go out or if your power is already out, because we do want folks to stay safe. Going off of the winter precipitation, we have gotten a report from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers of some potential sleet up there in northwest Mississippi. So already starting to get some of that wintry mix in here, but I do want to say right now, this is not going to accumulate. As you can tell, we've already gotten some reports up there. It's 42 degrees. It's far too warm. So that's not going to be something we're dealing with tomorrow morning. The biggest impacts that we will see is the cold weather that's already moving in and will only continue to move in as we get into those overnight hours. So let's bring it back in here to the severe thunderstorm warnings, as that is kind of the immediate concern here in North Mississippi. And specifically, we're going to look down where our severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. Looking at the latest on this warning, I do know that it's in place until 1 o'clock and they've already extended it. So I was expecting exactly that. Folks out there in Birmingham looking to extend that warning more into Greene County, Alabama. One thing that stands out that I was just about to talk about, see how this warning expires at 1? And see how the next warning expires at 1? I don't think we're staying up until 1 a.m. there in Noxubee County. I think we're going to go to bed here in the next 10-15 minutes once this does move on out, because this is moving much faster than that severe thunderstorm warning will indicate. So I do expect Noxubee County to be shaved off here in the next 10-15 minutes. So if you're up late with us, thank you so much for watching. But if you're up late with us and wanting to go to bed, we're not far from it. So just stay strong a few more minutes and I promise it'll be worth your while. So continuing to look down there towards the DeKalb area, and we're going to move closer to that 45 mile an hour range. And again, we're kind of keeping that east-northeast range in our speed. And I'm going to edit this down to kind of clear out a few areas. And there you're getting a look. Scuba 1221, we're Aliceville 1232. So right away, Aliceville 1232, it is currently 1215. So if it's already moving that far into Pickens County, I think that this is a threat that will probably wrap up by 1230 here in Noxubee County. And as we continue to move east, we're talking the Gainesville area, 1246, the Union area, 1 o'clock, and Coker closer to 104. Again, all of those areas except for Scuba and Aliceville in Alabama. So that's going to carry that threat into Alabama as well. Let's go ahead and look at some of those wind returns, because we haven't looked at that in a while. And no rotation with this setup, but let's look at some of those winds. I'm going to highlight a few of these pixels here. So we're talking, 30, 40 miles an hour, and this is probably mixing down towards the surface to probably give us 40, 50 mile an hour winds, potentially up to 60. It's still probable, but nonetheless, we are keeping eyes on that in case those do start to increase. But as of right now, have not gotten reports, have not seen a ton of outages just yet. Confirm, Caleb, are we getting a number of outages out?
No, still very slow decrease, if any, so definitely a good sign.
Okay, so that is a great sign. You're exactly right. So that will continue to come on down overnight as those crews are out hard at work, bringing those numbers down as we speak. So back behind it, some gustier conditions are moving in, and that's where we will continue to deal with that overnight. So trust me, there's not severe weather near your area, but those gusty winds are definitely going to potentially result in some damage and some impact. So if you haven't already made plans to tune in bright and early with our meteorologist Maggie McCauley, I do highly recommend that, because she will fill you in on some of the latest on the damage reports, where those winds currently stand, and the number that we're all worried about, the temperature. Looking at some of those places that are across North Mississippi that are dealing with some of those strong winds, over there towards Carrollton County, 40 miles an hour, or 39 miles an hour in Panola County, 49 miles an hour closer to Bolivar County, and then as we look out there towards Washington County, about 43 miles an hour. Now, Noxubee County, still 39, Louisville 39, a little bit more tame not being the statement I want to use, but 23 miles an hour for those gusts in Lee County, at least are showing some better conditions. And Caleb, you want to do a live shot outside for a second?
I can do a live shot.
Okay, I want to see what it's like outside.
I got you.
Primarily because it's a little toasty in here.
Let's
so I want to live through you and see some of these cold temperatures. But I want to see what it's like outside and show the difference behind the front, and we'll showcase that here in just a moment. So we're going to track out this storm before Caleb does get set up. And Caleb, just send me a text and I will turn off my...
Am I going to sneak through the door?
Do what?
Am I going to sneak through the door? Won't interrupt the coverage?
No, you're good. You're good. Honestly, I appreciate the door opening a little bit. But as we look at the latest on those storms, the more significant part of this storm is south of our area, more into Kemper County. And you can see some of those brighter DBZs returning closer to the Wahalak area, and of course moving east into Scuba. And that's where we were tracking just a moment ago. And as we kind of drag down this line, you can see, and I'm going to just focus it on this part, and we're going to go 45 miles an hour on that. I moved off screen. You can see Scuba closer to 1222, Millington 1227, Binsville 1230, or Giles by 1230, Panola 1239, Warsaw by 1245, the West Green community 1255, and then on there towards Union, as we mentioned a moment ago, about 109. So that's going to be the more significant part of this system, but that does remain further south than our coverage area here in North Mississippi or our counties there in Northwest Alabama. Continuing to look at that line up there. Actually, let me bring it back to our Monroe County radar site, and that might make it look, this does not look strong. I don't think they continue this. Let me see, I actually have the National Weather Service chat pulled up behind the scenes, and I'm going to pull it up to make sure, see what Birmingham's saying on this cell in particular. So folks over there at WVUA actually saying that they haven't had a report of winds over 45 miles an hour in West Alabama, so that is a good sign, remaining below severe limits. So hoping that that can continue to remain the case, but yeah, so far they have not talked about potentially taking that down. I just wouldn't be shocked if they did, because it does not look nearly as impressive as that moves across Highway 17, right across Carrollton, Reform, and Gordo. But I will give a storm track on that as it continues to move a little bit there towards the east-northeast, and we're going to take it 45 miles an hour once again and clear out a few of those cities. Kind of filter that out, make it a little bit cleaner. Aliceville, 1224, so we are 4 minutes away. Gordo, 1227, Coker, 1250, Northport, 101, and then Tuscaloosa. Folks over there that are going to school at U of A are going to be 104. So it is going to be a late night for them, but fortunately I think that this is going to be on the downswing, and I do not see anything that's really showing concerning returns as of right now, and that's definitely a good sign. Over there towards Scuba, I will say, is the one that stands out. So if I pull that up and I go over threats, we're still getting a little bit of that peak impact, showing some small hail and hail swath. I haven't seen that just yet with our True Shield Roofing hail swath. So I think that, I know there's severe thunderstorm warnings issued, but I'm not seeing anything, and we've not gotten any reports that are showing me that we need to be of the utmost concern on this. I mean, of course, paying attention to it, but it definitely looks like it is getting better. Okay, so Matt, if you want to control things behind the scenes, I just don't know how to pull his live shot up with me. I don't know if there actually is one made, so I'll just toss to him. And if you want to take Caleb live, he is outside right now in our Tupelo studio, showing us conditions in downtown, what it's like, and just how things have changed after that front has passed.
Well, I will say definitely cooler. And let me take this out so I don't hear an echo of myself. It feels amazing outdoors, especially with how warm it is inside. So, Gabe, you are a legend, but definitely a little chillier as we're going to continue into the overnight hours. One of the things I pointed out here last time I was here was that, and the way it was blowing in the wind, it was blowing more northerly with that southerly wind pushing across Tupelo, kind of fueling those storms with that moist, warmer air. Now it's coming out of the north, bringing in that northern air, cooler Arctic air, and we're definitely going to start feeling it. So a little bit chillier. That wind's going to make us feel a lot cooler as we head into the overnight hours, and especially into our Monday and Tuesday ahead. But overall, still a little bit breezy, a little bit gusty at times, but a lot more dry. The only raindrops we're seeing here is stuff that's falling off of the awning. So definitely better conditions out here in Tupelo. Excited to see conditions continue to improve here in North Mississippi. I know a lot of us, the town is quiet. They're ready to go to sleep after what has been a busy evening overnight tonight. So Matt and Gabe, a lot more enjoyable conditions, I think is the right way to word this, but definitely a little bit cooler as we continue heading into the overnight period.
Well, Caleb, thank you so much for, I was going to say braving the cold, but I think that's exactly where you wanted to go, was getting a taste of the cooler air outside. But this is a look out of the Tupelo camera there, brought to you by the folks there at Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling. And it's 50 degrees right now, 14 miles an hour out of the northwest. That's cycling in that Arctic air, as Caleb mentioned, and the shift in the winds on that flag, of course, a great tell in regards to where those winds are coming from. And dew point 46 degrees, guys. Earlier today it was in the mid-60s. So, you know, things are changing, and things are changing quickly. I'm going to clear this out and real quick go to the temperatures, because I do want to see this across the region, as we are still talking, you know, low 40s up there towards the Hernando area and up there towards DeSoto County, now down to 40 degrees. We're 71 in Pickens County there towards Aliceville. But whenever I can pull this up, I want to show the change. Yeah, 20-degree difference from this time yesterday, showing that colder air cycling in. And for those in orange, you'll be blue here soon because of that colder air moving in behind the front. So these winds are shifting, and these winds are bringing in that colder air, and that's why it feels better now. I'm not sure it'll feel better by the morning. It'll be a cold start across the area, so that school bus graphic, you're definitely going to want to tune into that with our meteorologist Maggie McCauley here at 6:37 and 7:30. Thank you. What was it like? Was it cold?
It was nice.
It was nice.
Really nice. Maybe a little bit chillier, but it was definitely nice outside.
Well, that's perfect. That's perfect for any of these late night plans, but it's going to be a cold start once again. And even cold afternoons. On that 7-day that Matt showed earlier at the 10 o'clock broadcast, it was showing, mid to upper 40s by the afternoon. So it's going to be pretty cool throughout the day. So grab that layer, and you'll probably be wearing that layer throughout any of those afternoon plans as well. Okay, looking at this line, let's just assess the latest. I don't see anything on here that's telling me it's rough. So I think we are looking much better heading into the 12-24 hour. Honestly, that is moving out of the Noxubee County area, that outflow boundary out ahead of these storms there in Pickens County, not showing me anything that's overly concerning. So I think we're looking much better heading into tonight. A few of those gusty winds, of course, we've been talking about that, but that's just going to be something we deal with all night, even after these storms are over and potential impacts do move in as well. And if you want to update pictures, if folks are still watching and want to submit some pictures as well, we'll show those off here in the Room to Room Weather Center. So hail swath, not showing anything, and yeah, things are looking good. So if you do have school tomorrow, and I'm talking to my beautiful bride at home, I want to head to bed now. So that way you can at least get some sleep before tomorrow morning, especially if you got to wake up early to go teach right after spring break. Go ahead and head to bed. I'll be home soon, I promise. And as we look at that severe thunderstorm warning, it is still in place until 1 a.m. But like we mentioned, I expect that to kind of be taken off here in the next 10-15 minutes or so. It's not going to last much longer than that, as it does move into Sumter County and Greene County, Alabama. Looking towards Pickens County, I realize we do not have reflectivity on. You can see that is in place until 12:45. They might let it go all the way through just because it is only 20 minutes away, but I'm curious. And then I want to check in with Jackson to see how they're watching this progress, because I think that Kemper County is definitely the one to watch for. So they're looking down south. Wind advisory remains in effect. So yeah. And down south, apparently dealing with a few of those severe thunderstorm warnings. If we go to that, let's look at the difference. Oh yeah, night and day. I mean, look at the difference down here in the lightning production and some of the DBZ returns and the wind returns. If we just look right there. So some of those brighter reds showing up along the storm front as it moves towards Monticello, but up here towards Noxubee County it's not really comparable. So I think that some of those brighter returns actually showing up, but this is because it is farther away from the radar site, so you're getting some of those winds aloft. But yeah, that's going to be behind the storms either way. So this isn't on that leading edge. This is that gusty condition, those gusty conditions that we've been talking about after the front all night long. So again, strong winds going to linger in the forecast, and it's just unfortunate that we do have to deal with that and the potential impacts that we will see. Let's go look at power outages. And as you can see, this is the map that's been behind Caleb all evening long with some of the potential power outages. I do see that Louisville and Winston County is starting to come up just a bit. Caleb, if you do have that, it's only 0.5%, but maybe looking a little bit different on your end. Grenada County, where we've gotten a lot of impacts, we're 22.5%, and over there towards LaFleur County, we're 15.5%. Webster County, 12.5%. I realize we'll just put up a number. 2,500 in Grenada, 800 Webster, 200 LaFleur, and as we go up there towards Tippa, 3,500. Tishomingo, 1,500. Panola still having about 1,000, so that number has come down significantly. DeSoto County, still showing about 1,500. And then down south, again, where we expect the higher impacts to be felt, Philadelphia, Mississippi. No time to go to the water park now. We're 2,000 outages. So that line a little bit more strong, a little bit more significant as it moves there closer to Neshoba County compared to what we're getting in Macon and Pickens County. So glad to see that. Unfortunately, someone does have to deal with some of those stronger storms, but grateful that here in North Mississippi that has stayed further towards the south. So let's get back on this storm. And this is still looking out of our Jackson radar site. You could shave it off. Like Macon, you're in the clear now. Sugarlock, you're in the clear now. And Brooksville, you're in the clear now. But I would say all the way up until right there, that small corner that is still dealing with some of those thunderstorms. But even then, I'm not seeing anything in Cooksville, Paulette, or Calix that's saying this is going to go severe in the next minute or two. So I think that we're looking good there. Same thing, let's go ahead and change radar sites once again to our Monroe County site. Still continues to not look like anything too major. Really not anything major at all. I want to see this outflow and how it's kind of gone. Yeah, I mean, it might be merging back with the line, but that also might just be because it's past the radar site. So kind of looks like it's merging when in reality it's still the same position. Caleb, do you have some reports? You have some decent hail.
Yeah,
out
no,
there.
Wanted to show the hail.
Hey, hold on real quick. Before I want to show what I think this is the storm that kind of started and moved in Lee County, then caused the warnings when it was in northern Inwamba, and then moved into southern Tishomingo County. As that eventually moved into not just North Tennessee, but then North Alabama, then South Tennessee. It's caused some pretty substantial damage up there toward Lawrence County. I want to show you this video coming in here in the last couple minutes. Our friends over at Tennessee Valley Weather with this video. I watched this kind of live behind the scenes in the last about 5 minutes. This is more than 5 minutes old. I'll go ahead and kind of mute the video. This is southern Lawrence County, Tennessee, near Bonnertown, I believe is the area, and I apologize if I did not get that precisely right. But as you can see, some pretty substantial damage. They'll zoom in here a second, and I'm going to make it to where I can zip ahead just a little bit in the coverage. It's about 4 or 5 minutes old there as that moved through. But as you can see, damage to, pretty substantial damage to trees, to a manufactured home there. Looks like a few cars that were pretty well damaged and maybe weren't in 100% shape to begin with, but obviously there's a lot of debris there in the foreground as well. Going in and try to still check and see how people are. So I'm trying to catch up kind of on a little bit of that. But one of their storm trackers out there, southern Lawrence County, Tennessee, damage. And again, this was a storm that we got real lucky. Tried very hard to produce here in North Mississippi and did not. And we're hoping now that it did not produce something worse than just damage up there. Hopefully it's not fatalities or something along those lines. So that's a hot video coming in right now from up there in Lawrence County, Tennessee. Again, a storm that there's always that tendency for folks to say, well, it wasn't that bad. It's an example of what it could have been. And thank the Lord Jesus it wasn't, and hopefully for them, it's not. But I know, Caleb, obviously you have some examples of what we did see, right?
Yes, no, exactly right. This was sent in by Cindy out there in New Site. So just kind of showcasing that hail, that fail. Definitely impressive, especially, I don't know if you'll be able to see kind of all the different layers and showing kind of the growth of it as it made its way through the updraft, kind of on its way back down, got back up in the updraft and kind of kept growing and seeing those rings around it, and kind of a little bit rigid as well. You can kind of tell that these were kind of bumping along with a lot of other hailstones as they made their way down to the surface. So kind of just showcasing some of the impact that these storms have made across North Mississippi, and like Matt mentioned, continue to make into Tennessee as well. So just because you didn't get something doesn't mean nobody else did as well. So just kind of wanted to highlight that hail that moved through earlier today.
Absolutely. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut there. Hey, let's double check Mike real quick there. It sounded like it was coming in and out a little bit.
Sorry.
Is it clicked on?
Yeah, no, I grabbed it because when Gabe was live, I didn't want the aux to just kind of go janky while he was live. So
Is it on?
Yeah, it's live. Or it's on. I forgot to hold it because I'm so used to doing the clip. But if I put it in while you were giving the weather, it was super loud. So I kind of brought it with me.
Appreciate sparing everyone's eardrums.
Of course, I do my best.
Man of the people.
Okay, Gabe, what you got?
Well, honestly, Matt, this does continue to downtrend, and this is moving out of Noxubee County now. I'd say that everyone is in the clear in Noxubee County, and I know that folks lingering in the chat are either big weather fans, big Mississippi Live weather fans, or waiting on an all clear, and we're providing all of that here on Mississippi Live Weather. And so I think it's time that we can probably do an updated all clear graphic. So Caleb,
I'm ready.
The man with the paintbrush, paint us a pretty picture here.
All right, let's get this done. All right,
And go blue.
We feeling blue?
We go blue.
All right, let's do that.
Oh, hang on, I'll fix it for you.
There we go.
There you go. Start drawing.
All right. Oh, I
Don't
gotta click it
X.
again. So sorry.
Click it again. There you go.
Am I good?
Oh, you're clicking the X.
Oh, I am clicking the X. That's why I can't draw it over there. Okay.
Now they get to see the real life struggle right now.
They do. There we go. Honestly, I should have included
restart it.
making.
You can take out Noxubee County.
Nah, we got to take out Noxubee County. Here, I'll do the line. You could do the words. How about that?
Okay, I'm ready. Keep clicking the X
Okay.
on the back.
You've been here long.
It's been a long day.
It's been spring
And
break
it's,
brain.
It's super transparent too, so it's just kind of blending in with everything.
So let's be clear. The only
great
place not in the all clear is southeastern Pickens County. So we might as well just give the all clear at this point. Everybody
'cause
good to
those
give
are
an
not-
all clear?
Those are not ramping up in the next 10 minutes.
No,
Those are,
they're not.
if they do anything, it's going to be in Alabama.
Exactly. So I would say we can do all clear, everybody at this point here. Let's just kind of check the wind on that, see if there's any strong winds. Wind's not behind this as it was initially there. So, yeah, I think we do all clear. That sound good to everybody?
Sounds good to me.
Okay,
All right,
great to
Caleb,
hear.
start wrong.
Okay,
All right.
there you go. So again, we appreciate y'all for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Our next live broadcast is going to be coming up at 6:30 a.m. We'll have, again, live broadcasts here in the Room to Room Weather Center. As damaging wind potential, I think, is diminished on all these, and we're past the peak threat of anything that we'll end up seeing. While we do still have a couple of folks out there in Noxubee County still under severe thunderstorm warning, I do think that the most significant portion of that has passed, and that threat as a result has passed as well. So I don't foresee us seeing anything else of significance there. Maggie will have updates starting to look at some of the damage issues that we had 6:30, 7, and 7:30 a.m. here in the Room to Room Weather Center. You can check her out Monday through Friday there. Again, our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, with all those updates. But as you can see here, kind of the headline as Caleb Brighton behind the scenes there. Tonight, go to sleep. But as you go to sleep tonight, let's go ahead and pray for the folks up there in Tennessee, South Tennessee, that have been hit by some of the strong storms tonight, tornadoes moving up that direction there. Certainly, they need our thoughts and prayers. Hopefully, they emerge from this without fatalities. And of course, we did have folks here across North Mississippi with damage as well. So all that kind of figures in. We thank you so much for supporting us here at Mississippi Live Weather. If you don't have our app, you can download it. Just search for Mississippi Live Weather on all the different platforms. Maggie will see you tomorrow morning, and we'll see you tomorrow evening. Keep it here for the latest.
March 24th, 2023 was a normal Friday. You know, we knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lawpon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lawpon has proven himself trustworthy